Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Had Eri's Secret Quirk story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Izuku had always been a light sleeper. Maybe it was just that he was always on edge from his childhood, or maybe it was just that his goal of being a hero meant he always felt like he needed to be fully aware of his surroundings. Or maybe it was just that years of pulling all-nighters to study meant he wasn't really that good at sleeping. No matter the reasoning, Izuku struggled with staying asleep, often being thrown awake by the slightest of sounds. Naturally, then, when the lightest of knocks fell on his door at 2:30 in the morning, Izuku was out of bed in an instant. Groggy, of course, but definitely awake. He glanced out the window and then at the clock on his way to the door. Definitely really late. Something bad must have happened. He pulled open the door, and came face to face with Aizawa-sensei, looking annoyed, as usual. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku blurted out, standing up a little straighter and reaching up to scratch the back of his head, an old nervous tic he'd never really been able to get rid of. Is something wrong? Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot something, didn't I? I'll do better, problem child. Quiet. Oh. Right, sorry. People are probably sleeping, it's Eri. Aizawa interrupted bluntly, looking more annoyed than ever at Izuku's ramblings. Izuku froze, hand dropping slightly. Eri-chan, he repeated weakly. 1,000 images flooded his head in an instant, Eri panicking, Eri trembling, Eri running back to Chisaki, Eri crying into Izuku's shoulder, Eri hurt, Eri crying, she wants to see you, Aizawa said shortly. Izuku was having trouble focusing. Wants to see? Now. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Probably annoyed with me for asking so many questions, Izuku reprimanded himself. Shut up, Deku, he doesn't need your muttering right now. But Aizawa only said, she's having a little trouble calming down after a nightmare, and she keeps asking for you. Aizawa-sensei turned and started down the hallway, not waiting for Izuku. Oh, alright. I'm coming. Izuku grabbed his coat and ran out the door after him. He jammed on his shoes at the front door of the dorm building and sprinted after Aizawa, who had somehow managed to slip on his shoes faster than should be humanly possible, and was still heading resolutely towards the teacher's quarters, with or without Izuku. Catching up, Izuku breathed, "Is she okay?" Panicking, Aizawa-sensei replied, evidently not in the mood for conversation. Yeah, but... she's okay, right? Aizawa sent him another annoyed look. She's fine, just panicking. Right. Panicking. Sorry. Izuku frowned at his feet as they continued toward the teacher's quarters. Aizawa was walking slowly enough that Izuku didn't feel too worried, but still, there was a little more urgency in his step than was normal. Izuku clenched and relaxed his hands a couple times, trying to stay calm. Who all is with her? Is, Mirio-senpai there? No. All Might is there, but he made her panic more. Present MIC was trying to help her when I left. All Might made her freak out. That's interesting, Izuku started muttering to himself. I guess he isn't very good at calming people down who are emotionally hurt, because he's kind of loud and especially now that he's got the whole coughing BLD thing, but he hasn't done that in a while. But maybe someone in Eri's past looks like All Might in the form he's in now, and I don't know if All Might would be worse or better in the muscle form, because then he's bigger, and I don't think he's really that great with kids, which is bad for a hero, I think. So I should make sure Aizawa's heavy sigh snapped Izuku out of his muttering. Sorry, is someone getting Mirio-senpai? She didn't ask for Mirio-kun. Izuku couldn't help but feel flattered by this. As much as he hated to admit it, even to himself, he was a little jealous that Mirio got to spend unlimited time with Eri, while Izuku was off studying or training. So it felt nice to be the person Eri wanted to see right now, even if it was while she was having a breakdown. A moment later they reached the teacher's dorm. Aizawa pushed open the door and led Izuku inside. They went straight to Eri's room, Aizawa leading the way silently while Izuku stretched his fingers around anxiously. Izuku heard Eri before he saw her. The door to her room was wide open, with a small group of teachers standing in front of it, muttering worriedly. Underneath all that, however, was a sound that Izuku could never miss, a sound he'd dreaded ever since the first day he'd met Eri, the sound of Eri trying desperately to keep her crying quiet. It was a sort of soft whimper, and every time Izuku heard it, his heart melted a little. He abandoned Aizawa's side to push his way through the group of teachers, most of whom fell silent when they noticed him. He stepped into Eri's room, which was decorated with, to Izuku's immense surprise, child-made drawings of Deku and Lemillion. Most of them had them drawn on either side of Eri, with her holding each of their hands, although there were a couple that looked like very poorly drawn images of Deku crouching down and hugging Eri, one of which had some ill-formed letters as a title, 𝐒 Arms. Inside the room, Present Might and All Might were standing near the door, watching Eri from afar. Principal Nezu was currently trying to talk to Eri, an advantage, Izuku noted, because the principal was so small. And Eri was huddled up in the corner of her room, eyes squeezed shut, clinging to a torn piece of Lemillion's cape. "Eri-chan," Nezu said quietly. "Deku-kun is here." Eri's eyes flew open and immediately met with Izuku's. And then, to everyone's surprise, Eri started sobbing. Of course, she had been crying before, but that was nothing to what this was. Izuku had never seen her cry like this before. Usually her tears got squeezed out, accompanied by tiny squeaks and short little breaths, but this was not that. Eri was wailing, tears streaming from her eyes, entire body shivering. And Izuku's heart almost broke at the sight of it. He crossed the room in an instant, abandoning manners as he ignored. "Principal Nezu." "Hi, Eri-chan," Izuku said, trying to put some brightness into his tone. Heroes need to keep smiling, no matter the situation. He smiled at Eri, crouching down and opening his arms up to her. "Deacon," she bawled, wrapping her little arms around his neck in a vice grip and pulling herself tightly into him. "I had a bad dream and you got very hurt and it was all my fault, like it always is," she shrieked. And then 𝐒𝐭𝐻, she took a few halting breaths and forced out, "Chisaki was there and he said I was very bad and that he was going to take me back, and then he took out one of those metal tools and he hurt you and he stabbed you and then you died and he said it was my fault and it was." And then, she dissolved into another fit of sobs into Izuku's shoulder. Fully aware of his audience, Izuku shifted to sit on the ground next to her and wrapped his arms around her, one hand carefully cradling the back of her head and the other supporting her back. He managed to turn them so she couldn't see all the teachers staring at them, and shot All Might a glance that he was hoping could be clearly read as "Get the teachers out." Eri was trembling, even more than she had been the first time Izuku met her. Part of her stress might have been how many people were concerned about her right now. She didn't need the added pressure of trying to be okay for everyone else's sake. All Might didn't receive the glance, but luckily Principal Nezu did, and started shepherding the teachers away. All Might left very reluctantly, but eventually the room was clear, except for Aizawa-sensei and Nezu-sensei, who lingered by the door in case Izuku needed backup, or Eri lost control of her quirk. Eri had fallen pretty much silent by this point, hiccuping in Izuku's arms. His shoulder was thoroughly soaked at this point, but he didn't mind. "Hey Eri-chan," he said lightly. "Can I tell you something?" Eri hummed affirmatively, still trying to catch her breath. "I have nightmares sometimes too." Eri pulled away from Izuku's arms a little to look curiously at him. "Ah really?" "Yep. Actually I have them kind of a lot." "Why?" Izuku hesitated. The truth was he had them from the bullying he'd had when he was younger, as well as from all the traumatic incidents recently with the League of Villains. But telling Eri all that seemed like a really bad way to put all his problems on her little shoulders. "Everyone has things they're scared of," he said vaguely. "And I'm scared of lots of things." Eri blinked at him in disbelief, hiccuping a little. "You're scared of things? Like what?" Great, Deku. Great job." Anything he was scared of, Eri might follow his example and be scared of, so he couldn't really say those things, like people touching his neck, or shopping malls, or loud popping sounds sometimes, or the woods at night. And he couldn't say he was scared of Eri getting hurt, which was true, because then she might start blaming herself for his nightmares. "I'm scared of Aizawa-sensei when I forget to turn in my homework," he said, pointing at Aizawa and hoping that his answer and his playful tone would help Eri calm down. Eri followed his finger with her eyes and looked at Aizawa, who rolled his eyes. To Izuku's immense relief, Eri smiled a little. "Naughty Aizawa-sensei," she giggled. She turned back to Izuku, looking very worried suddenly. "You have nightmares of Aizawa-sensei?" Izuku shook his head. "No, not really. Sometimes I do have nightmares of forgetting to turn in my homework though." Eri's expression turned very grave, as though she really, sincerely wanted to know his answer to the next, very important question. "And do you cry?" Izuku nodded seriously. "Sometimes." With a protective glare, Eri turned back to Aizawa. "You shouldn't give Deku-kun so much homework," she scolded. "You're making him cry and have bad feelings." Eyes widening in surprise, Izuku had to force himself not to laugh. Aizawa looked shocked for a moment, and then he scowled at Izuku as Nezu chuckled. "She's right, you know," Nezu told Aizawa. "You work your students too hard sometimes." "They're your students too," Aizawa growled. "What else?" Eri asked, turning back to Izuku. "What else do you have nightmares of?" I don't, Sometimes I get scared of my friends getting hurt." Eri's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Just like me." Izuku could have cried with relief. He chose that last comment on a whim and it just happened to be the best thing he probably could have said. "Yep. Just like Eri-chan." Izuku made his expression very serious, like he was about to tell Eri a huge secret. "Do you want to know how I make those nightmares go away?" "I study," a triumphant voice said in Izuku's head. If Izuku could have rolled his eyes at himself right then, he would have. It's true that's how he dealt with stress, but it wouldn't be good for Eri to copy him on that one. "How?" Eri whispered, leaning in close. Izuku suddenly realized he didn't think this through fully. He had absolutely no idea how to deal with nightmares. There had to be a better way to do it than just distracting himself. "I call it blah blah blah," Izuku improvised, mind scrambling for something helpful. Eri's eyes widened reverently. "Blah blah blah." "Yes. Want to do blah 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 with me?" Eri nodded, very serious again. "Okay, so what we do is we take a very deep breath of fresh, good air." Izuku took a deep breath in and Eri copied him. "And then we spit out the nightmare from our bodies blah blah blah." "Blah blah blah." Eri shrieked. Izuku heard a distinct snort coming from Aizawa's side of the room and he grinned. Eri made a few more blah sounds, each one progressively quieter as she tried to force the nightmare out. "Hey, what's your favorite thing?" Izuku asked encouragingly. "Deku," Eri said enthusiastically. The Deku in question's chest constricted and he almost laughed, barely managing to keep it in with a huge smile. "That's very flattering, Eri." He shook his head, grinning. "And when Deku-kun hugs me?" Eri yelled excitedly. "His arms are so warm." This time, Izuku had to cover his mouth with his hand as he tried not to smile any wider. Eri was so cute, it was unbearable sometimes. "So, when you take your deep breath," he continued, "try to imagine how that hug feels, okay? That way, the nice hug is coming in and the bad dream is going out." "Blah blah blah," Eri agreed. "So a nice thing in, bad thing out." "Blah blah blah." Izuku couldn't help it. He burst out laughing, tears springing to his eyes. "Yes, Eri-chan. Blah blah blah." He stood up and led her over to her bed, helping her clamber onto it. "Want to do it again?" Eri nodded excitedly. "Okay, ready. In goes the nice thing." "Hugs!" Eri shrieked, flinging her arms up and taking a deep breath in. "And out goes the bad thing, blah blah beach," they yelled together, Izuku once again barely restraining himself from bursting into laughter at Eri's excitement. "It's even better if you wiggle your whole body when you're doing it like this," Izuku said, giving into Eri's enthusiasm and shaking his entire body while yelling blah blah blah. Eri stood up on her bed and wiggled around, dropping a blah every once in a while. Grinning at Eri, Izuku said, "And now is your nightmare still there?" Eri stopped wiggling for a moment to consider. "No," she yelled decisively after a moment. "It's all gone now," she added, smiling at her hero. "Great. Izuku's tone went serious again as Eri sat back down on her bed. Now, Eri-chan, do you think you can do that even if I'm not here? A determined look formed over Eri's eyes and she nodded. If you need help, you can always wake up any of the teachers, you know that, right? They can help you with blah blah blah. Izuku shot a sharp look at Aizawa. Right. Aizawa gave him a look that clearly said don't drag me into this, and then turned to Eri and said, of course, Eri. We'd love to help you. And Eri-chan, I know you're not really supposed to yell in the middle of the night, but it's okay to shout when you're doing blah blah blah. Eri's eyes widened. Really? Izuku nodded. Yes. If you think you need to yell to get the nightmare out, you can do it. Blah blah blah, Eri murmured. As Izuku pulled back the covers of her bed to help her in, Eri's expression faltered. Deku-kun, will the nightmare come back? Izuku winced. This is what happens when you just blurt out whatever pops into your head, Deku. Sorry, Eri-chan. Blah 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 only keeps the nightmare away for a couple days. But... His expression brightened up as he thought of something. But if you do blah 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 when you have your nightmares, they'll get weaker and eventually they won't come back as much. Every time you do blah blah blah, your nightmares get a little bit weaker. Blah 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 is so powerful, Eri said, with awe in her eyes. A small smile crossed Izuku's face as he nodded. Yes. He looked over Eri's face for a moment, assessing how she looked. She seemed to be okay again now, the dream forced out of her system. Now that she wasn't jumping around yelling, she looked exhausted. The breakdown probably wore her out. Ready to go to sleep? Izuku asked softly. Eri nodded reluctantly. Suddenly, she seized one of Izuku's hands. Stay here until I fall asleep, she asked him, clearly worried he would abandon her. Of course, Eri-chan. Izuku helped Eri climb under the covers and tucked her in. Once she was settled, she poked an arm out from under the covers and touched Izuku's shoulder hesitantly. Your shirt's wet, she observed. It's covered in your boogers, Izuku teased. Sorry. That's okay, I love your boogers. They smell like roses. Roses? Eri asked, looking confused. Yeah, the flowers, They're flowers that smell good. Izuku shook his head. I can bring you some sometime. Then you can smell them. And my boogers smell like flowers. Not actually, Izuku said, nuzzling his nose into the crook of her neck. But you smell like apples. I love apples, Eri murmured. Gradually making his voice quieter to help her fall asleep, Izuku answered, maybe you can have one when you wake up. That'd be good. Izuku and Eri both fell silent, and within minutes, Eri had drifted quietly off to sleep. You have no right to be that good with kids, Midnight muttered from the door frame as Izuku stood up. She was holding up her phone and appeared to have been videoing for quite some time. Sorry. Izuku said, sending a questioning glance at Aizawa. Midnight sighed dramatically, stepping back so everyone could leave the room. It's fine. There's just so much youth. Why yeah? Izuku had no idea what that meant whenever she said that. Sorry for all the yelling. We were all awake anyway, Aizawa said flatly. I told her she can yell every time, because then you'll know whenever she's having a nightmare and can come help maybe. He felt like he needed to explain all his actions to these people, like maybe they were judging him without understanding his reasoning, or like he was being graded on his actions with a good thinking, Izuku-kun. Nedzu said encouragingly. Maybe he needn't have worried. Aizawa scurried Izuku back to the dorms and left him at the door. Feeling much more worn out suddenly than he had before, Izuku slipped off his shoes and walked wearily back to his dorm room. He collapsed on his bed, and then blinked in surprise as his phone lit up across the room. Who's texting me this late? He crossed over and picked it up. There was a message from All Might to all the 1A students, just a really long video file. Curious, Izuku opened it. It was taken from the perspective of the door, and it started with Izuku mid-sentence talking about blah blah blah. This must be the video Midnight took, Izuku realized, crossing back over to his bed. The Izuku in the video said, and then we spit out the nightmare from our bodies blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Eri shrieked, looking determined to do it right. She spat out a few more bless, seeming to start to have more fun with it. Izuku grinned as the video continued. They really did look like they were having fun. Eri was adorable, as always, and Izuku was clearly trying not to laugh the entire time, turning red a couple times in his attempts. The video continued until Eri and Deku were talking about apples, and then it ended with Izuku looking lovingly down at Eri's sleeping form. And then the text chain went wild. All Might to Class 1 All Might at Midoriya im file 00125564 Bakugo. What is this at Uraka Deku-kun? You and Eri-chan are so cute. When did this happen? Asui, you should go into childcare. Bakugo total SHT Todoroki at Uraraka. The timestamp says this happened 10 minutes ago. Bakugo, can't believe I woke up for this. Ashido, are those my dance moves? Izuku. Looks good. Hagakure, it's so cute when Eri-chan says Deku's her favorite thing. She's adorable. All Might WHY, are you all awake? Ida, I was just going to ask that. Bakugo, I wasn't awake until this SHT woke me. UP Todoroki at Ida, you're awake too. Ida, as class representative, it is my job to stay up later than everyone else. Jiru, that isn't true. Kirishima, why did I just wake up to Bakugo yelling about next door? What's going on? Uraraka Deku-kun and Eri-chan were being cute a few minutes ago. Watch the video. Mineta, that video was disappointing. Where were all the hot ladies? Ashido at Mineta, don't move, there's a sniper outside your window. Mineta, what? Ashido, hold very still. Mineta, Hagakure, he's aiming for you. Mineta, don't move. Kirishima, you were very manly. Izuku-kun. Jiru, what does that even mean? Kaminari, hey, real quick, whose boogers smell like roses? What even is that? Uraraka, Eri-chan's boogers, because they are made of cuteness and unicorn dust. Jiru, no one is making any sense right now. Todoroki, it's sleep deprivation. Midoriya, sorry guys, didn't mean to wake you all up. Eri-chan had a nightmare, so I went over to help her. Also, at Ashido, I think Mineta just screamed. Bakugo woke up to this. If I swear in the morning if I see you you're dead. Midoriya, sorry Kaken. All Might go to sleep, all of you. Bakugo, die. Deku, die. All Might, no more death threats. Jiru, hey at Midoriya, who snorted at the beginning of the video. Midoriya, Aizawa sensei. Kirishima, no way, that's so manly. Jiru, again with that, no one knows what that means. Kaminari, it means it's manly. Ashido, WW, manly means manly. Who would have guessed? All Might sleep. I sent it for you to look at in the morning. Not now. Ida, getting 8 hours of sleep is essential for those under Uraraka. Sorry All Might. Going to sleep now. XD, smiling quietly to himself, Izuku flipped his phone over on the table so it wouldn't wake him up and then scrambled into bed, pushing away thoughts of what Kaken was going to be like in the morning, and quickly drifting off after Eri into a peaceful sleep. Long training hours, draining study sessions, and painful practice time were part of the norm for Izuku. He'd always been someone who would push harder than anyone else to reach his goals. All of that hard work was put into a schedule that he followed to the letter every day. It was a schedule that had been proved to work, with days for recovery, and hours for time with friends all added in. It was a flawless plan. Well, it was a flawless plan whenever Eri wasn't around. According to Aizawa, Mirio Tagata was busy doing supplemental classes for everything he was missing in the hero course while he was quirkless. It didn't take too much of his time, but occasionally Mirio would just be too busy to help out with Eri. So, while Mirio was busy with his classes, and Aizawa was doing stuff for his teaching, Izuku got pretty much unlimited time with Eri. And that meant that Izuku's beloved schedule got thrown out the window. Izuku bounced on the ball of his feet in front of his dorm building while he waited for Eri to show up. He'd made a new schedule for this afternoon, one that was packed with all the fun things he wanted to do with Eri while he had her. Obviously, that schedule relied on Eri actually being there to follow it with him, and obviously if Eri didn't want to follow the schedule, Izuku was more than willing to throw it away and make a new one, but as for now, he was very excited. Soon enough, Eri came into view, accompanied, as always, by Aizawa. Her hair was pulled back for the first time since Izuku had met her. It was just in a low ponytail over her back, but even that was a big change for Eri, who rarely changed anything about her appearance unless someone told her to. As Eri walked up, Izuku crouched down and held out his arms to her, like he always did when she came over. He'd found that it made her more comfortable if he started their meeting at her height, maybe because she didn't feel like he was a threat when he wasn't towering over her. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had never exactly been proud of his height. He was a little shorter than average, but whenever he was around he was always grateful for those few centimeters he was lacking. In contrast, Mirio stood several heads taller than making her seem really small and insignificant whenever he was in the room. Luckily, his wide smile and bright eyes made up for his height, so had almost no trouble trusting him. Ran right into 𝐒𝐿's arms, and he wrapped his arms around her for a hug. She pulled away after a second or two, a bright light in her eyes. Aizawa-san said we can try taiyaki today, she said, sounding excited. Mirio-san said it's kind of sweet, but not the same as apples. 𝐒𝐿 grinned at her, already trying to figure out how he could adjust the schedule to accommodate this. Taiyaki is great. It's Gran Torino's favorite. Looked down at the ground thoughtfully as 𝐒𝐿 glanced up at Aizawa, mind working furiously to try to figure out how they were going to get taiyaki for her. From Lunch Rush. Aizawa nodded. Just come to the teacher's lounge when you guys are ready and he'll be there to help you. He turned away, waving a hand over his shoulder. Let me know if you need anything. Yes, sir. 𝐒𝐿 returned his gaze to who was twisting the hem of her dress between her hands. She looked like she wanted to say something, but was hesitating for some reason. He prompted gently. Do you have something else you wanted to say? Bit her lip, avoiding eye contact, and then said hesitantly, Could we try taiyaki now? She pulled her dress taut between her hands, voice getting quieter and quieter with every word. Or we could go later, I guess, that would be fine too, I don't really. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't quite catch the rest, but then there was a distinct, sorry. She threw him a frightened look. It's okay. 𝐒𝐿 said encouragingly. Of course we can go now, if you want. Thanks for asking. She looked pleased, but a little confused. Thanks for asking, she repeated, clearly looking for clarification. 𝐒𝐿 nodded, standing up and offering his hand for her to take. Yes. Sometimes I don't know what you want, so it helps me when you tell me. I love it when you tell me how you feel about things. Part of his schoolwork nowadays was something called briefs, where he was given constant updates on 𝐻's progress and feelings. In the last couple of these, the teachers had informed him that the problem most of them were facing was that didn't like to say how she was feeling. This was probably the effect of some leftover stress from overhaul telling her to stay quiet, or telling her that how she felt didn't matter, or something along those lines. Wherever it came from, it was well ingrained in her head at this point, so she was timid when it came to expressing her opinion, often going through serious discomfort silently before someone noticed the subtle signs and helped her. The teachers had informed 𝐒𝐿 of this little problem, and so whenever was around, he immediately became highly tuned to her emotions, picking up on the tiniest details, like the way she looked at her feet when she was confused, or bit her lip when she wanted something. That being said, he was also told that he shouldn't just give her what she wanted, he should try to get her to ask him for it first. That way, maybe her hesitancy around this would start to let up. And then, of course, he needed to be overly supportive whenever she asked for something unprompted, which was exactly what he was trying to do now. Frowned at her feet, considering 𝐒𝐿's last statement. Love it when I tell you how I feel, she said. 𝐒𝐿 nodded several times, giving her an encouraging smile. She gave a tiny nod and slipped her hand into his. Okay. So you want to go to lunch rush now, right? 𝐒𝐿 asked, making sure they were on the same page. Yes, please, said, the tiniest bit more confident than before. The two of them started walking, 𝐒𝐿 keeping his eyes on almost the entire time, picking up on her every move and adjusting for it. When she fidgeted with her hand, he adjusted his to make it easier for her to hold. And as they talked, he was careful to watch for her little tells. He was so focused on that they almost ran directly into Uraraka, and probably would have had not gotten a very panicked look on her face seconds before, sending 𝐒𝐿 to a dead stop. Oh! Uraraka said, blushing. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. She tipped her head to the side and smiled, one hand reaching up to touch the back of her neck. She's embarrassed, 𝐒𝐿 thought to himself, still stuck in over-analyzing people mode. She always blushes and moves her hands around when she's embarrassed. And she's also a little nervous now. Her shoulders tensed up slightly. "It's okay," he said reassuringly, feeling heat rising up into his cheeks at how he'd almost run into her. "I wasn't looking either." She laughed a little, corners of her eyes creasing up. Her eyes are almost closed, so she's actually happy, not faking it, Izuku thought, followed by an immediate "she has such a cute smile." Catching himself, he shook his head and returned the smile nervously. "Guess we were both pretty focused on other things." She crouched down in front of Eri. "Hi, Eri-chan. How are you today?" Eri frowned slightly and looked at her feet. Izuku gave her a little supporting nudge with his hand. "She's asking how you're feeling." "Oh." Eri's eyes brightened up and she returned her gaze to Uraraka. "I'm very excited today because Deku-kun is going to help me try taiyaki. Mirio-san said it's like apples, but maybe not quite as sweet." Uraraka nodded. "It's like cake, almost." Eri's eyes returned to her feet. "Cake, I don't think Eri-chan's ever had cake, actually," Izuku said thoughtfully. "Oh." Uraraka gave a little start, eyes widening. "Sorry, Eri-chan." Now she's feeling bad for confusing Eri, Izuku decided. A second later he realized what he was doing and shook it off again, closing the over-analyzing part of his brain for the moment. "And, Eri began, grabbing the front of her skirt, a tell that Izuku knew meant she had a question to ask, but wasn't sure if she should. "How are you today also, Uraraka-san?" Uraraka blinked, clearly surprised. She recovered quickly, answering, "I'm doing great, Eri. I was just going to finish up some homework I have left over. Thanks for asking." Eri looked up at Izuku for confirmation that she said the right thing. He smiled at her and her small shoulders relaxed the slightest bit. "Well," Izuku said to Uraraka. "Eri's been pretty excited about this, so we're going to go find lunch rush now. Do you want to come with us?" he asked haltingly. Eri looked up, an almost hopeful look in her eyes. Sorry," Uraraka said, standing up and holding her hands out defensively, as though she were worried if she didn't, she would get pulled along with them. "I really need to finish my homework. But, I'd really love it if you guys went and had fun, okay?" she said to Eri-chan. Eri gave her the biggest smile Izuku had seen her give today. "Okay." Uraraka walked off, waving at them as she passed. Izuku stood looking after her for maybe a little too long, because Eri grabbed his breed's leg and whispered, "Why are we staring at Uraraka-san?" Izuku turned bright red and turned away. Sorry," he stammered. "I got lost in thought for a second." He shook his head and returned his attention to Eri, smiling at her. "Ready to go?" Eri nodded. After a moment of hesitation, she offered up her hand for him to take. He looked at it, and then looked at her expression, and then back at her hand again, mind working in overdrive as he analyzed the movement. Her expression wasn't the hopeful one he'd seen a minute ago. It was a little more dutiful, almost as though she was trying to please him by holding out her hand. Izuku couldn't remember what was so familiar about her body language and position until a few seconds later, when he suddenly realized it reminded him of when she ran to overhaul in that alleyway. "Do you want to hold hands?" he asked her, silently starting to berate himself for making her uncomfortable and not realizing it. He was pretty good at picking up her signs, but he wasn't infallible. Eri hesitated again, and then shook her head very slowly. She looked more nervous than usual, entire body tense. "Okay," Izuku said, shoving his hands into his pockets, grinning wider than usual to show that he wasn't hurt by her actions. "Then we won't." Her shoulders slumped down in relief and she dropped her hand. "You're not angry?" she asked, a little bit of nervousness showing through her tone. Izuku shook his head. "Nope. I'm glad you told me." Eri gave him a tight smile. Can we go now?" "Of course." Izuku started walking, looking down at Eri to make sure she was coming with him. She had a contented smile on her face, looking satisfied and relaxed. They started up the steps to UA, and then disaster struck. Eri tripped on the top step and fell on her hands and knees. Izuku could see her making a very concerted effort to hold herself together. She was back on her feet immediately, face exceptionally tense and eyes watering. "Sorry," she said immediately, voice a higher squeak than usual. Worried, Izuku crouched down next to her, looking at her knees for scratches. "That was a bad fall, are you okay?" What? She was clearly trying really hard not to cry. Her knees were skinned and the left one was bleeding a little. Really, if it had been any other kid, they would have been sobbing on the ground. I asked if you were okay. How are you feeling? Izuku held out his hand for hers and she placed one on top, palm down. He picked it up and gently flipped it over. Making a big effort to not sharply intake his breath, he carefully examined her palm, which was covered in dirty red scratches. It kind of hurts. But I'm okay, Eri said. We can keep going. Izuku looked up at her, surprised. Oh, no, we're definitely going to the nurse's office. I was more worried about your toe and if you want me to carry you there. Also, if your quirk is going to activate on accident, I need to know. I don't want to bother anyone, Eri said hesitantly. Chan, it's Recovery Girl's job to fix stuff like this. She takes care of me all the time. Eri's eyebrows furrowed together. But we were going to do so much fun stuff today, Deku-kun. I'm sorry I messed everything up. The tears were threatening to spill over now, and she took her free arm and pressed the back of her wrist into her eyes to keep them in. Izuku released a long huff of air, trying to figure out how to deal with this situation. Two things, okay. One is that you haven't messed anything up, we still have a whole ton of time. And the other thing is, it's okay to cry. Eri dropped her wrist from her eye, looking at him with obvious confusion. But why you'll be angry if I make too much noise? It took all of Izuku's concentration to not wince. A flash of anger flared up inside him at stupid overhaul's stupid rules that he tortured Eri into following. I cry all the time. I promise it's okay. People want to help you here. We want to make sure you're okay, and sometimes crying can help us see that something's wrong a lot faster. A tear dripped out of Eri's eye. Izuku fought his urge to wipe it off, instead letting it sit there and trickle down her cheek. No matter how caringly he wiped it away, he would still be pushing away her tears if he did that. So, you want me to cry? Eri asked, reaching up to wipe the tear away with the back of her hand. Only when you feel like you need to, Izuku explained, taking her other hand while she was distracted and doing a little checkup. Its condition wasn't as bad as her other hand, although it did have several small scratches across the heel of it. Ready to go to the nurse? Eri nodded, wiping away the next tear as it fell. How's your toe feeling? Izuku asked, trying to calculate how many steps they'd have to take to get to Recovery Girl. Eri's face crumpled and the tears started streaming out faster than she could wipe them away. It really hurts, she wailed, somehow still managing to keep her voice low and quiet. Okay, then I'm going to carry you. Is that all right with you? Chin wobbling a little, Eri nodded. After mentally running through every position Izuku had ever seen Eri carried in, he decided the one that would be the most comfortable for her, and the least reminiscent of Overhaul, would be carrying her on his hip. He stood up and held out his arms, showing her his intention. I'm going to pick you up now, okay? Oh, okay. Izuku put his hand under her arms and slowly picked her up, settling her comfortably on his hip. Does that feel okay? Eri nodded before turning and burying her face in his shoulder, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Izuku started off towards Recovery Girl's office, trying to silently remind himself that no, this was not an emergency, and no, he did not need to run through the hallways. What's that weird thumping sound? Eri asked after a minute or so, words muffled by Izuku's shirt. My heartbeat, he guessed. A little pause dropped, and then she said, it's very fast. Izuku winced a little. That's because I'm very worried about you. Her head emerged from his shoulder, eyes wide with worry. I'm so very sorry, Deku-kun. You don't have to be worried. Izuku smiled at her, taking this opportunity to check her horn. It was a little bigger than it was earlier, but it wasn't glowing yet. So he thought they were probably in the clear. I know. I just can't help it sometimes. He pushed open the door to Recovery Girl's office. She turned around in her chair and then released a very heavy sigh. Why is it always you? Heat rose into Izuku's cheeks. Sorry, he apologized, bending his head in a sort of half bow. Eri fell outside. Izuku set Eri gently down in a chair and started taking off her left shoe. Recovery girl rolled her chair up to them in order to look Eri over. I think it's just her knees, hands, and her left foot, Izuku said. We're going to have to wash this out, Recovery girl said, frowning at Eri's hands. She looked up into Eri's eyes, frown deepening. You kids. Do they not teach anyone how to cry anymore? She pointed an accusatory finger at Izuku. First, you show up here and break all your bones without even tearing up, and now this. Sorry. Recovery girl turned back to Eri, looking over her big toe carefully. A moment later, she rolled away in her chair, muttering angrily to herself. She returned with a wet cloth and started cleaning out Eri's hand. Silent tears dripped out of Eri's eyes as the cloth stung her hand. Suddenly getting an idea, Izuku stepped out into the hallway, opening his phone. When he came back, Recovery girl was just starting on Eri's knees. Izuku crouched down next to Eri. How are you feeling? It stings, she said, frowning a little. Yeah, sorry. Izuku nodded. That's what cleaning feels like sometimes. Recovery girl's lips started to pucker and Eri watched with interest as Recovery girl kissed her leg. A moment later, all the scratches were gone. Eri wiggled her toes. That was so cool, she said excitedly. The door to the office suddenly swung open. Everyone turned to look as Lunch Rush entered the room, holding a plate of taiyaki. Someone asked for this, I believe. Eri's eyes brightened up in excitement. Deku-kun, how did he know where we were? Izuku smiled. I called him. I told him we had a request for taiyaki in the nurse's office. Lunch Rush handed the plate to Izuku, and, after thanking him several times, Izuku turned back to Eri-chan. Ready to try this? Eri nodded, holding her hands together tightly in her lap, like she wanted very badly to take one, but didn't want to just reach out and grab one. Izuku put the plate closer to her and she slowly reached out a hand to pick one up. As soon as it was in her hands, she put it up to her mouth and took a bite. Her eyes widened as she chewed it and swallowed, and then she beamed at Izuku, smile the widest he'd seen it in days. It's so sweet. It's like bread and fruit together. Izuku laughed. It is kind of like that. Do you like it? Her head bounced up and down excitedly. I love it very, very much, Deku-kun. I feel very happy. Izuku laughed, taking one for himself and settling down on the ground next to her. Me too, Eri-chan. I'm so glad you're happy. I'm glad you're both happy too, Recovery girl said, sounding like she really did think they were cute, but if you could please take your happiness outside, I would like some privacy in my office before my Doria comes back in with 10 more broken bones. Grinning embarrassedly, Izuku stood back up and helped Eri out of her chair. Sorry. We're leaving now. Thanks, Recovery girl. Thanks, Recovery girl. Eri repeated after him, mouth very full. Careful out there. Recovery girl waved them out of the room, and Eri and Deku walked into the hallway, ready for whatever adventures they'd have together next. It had been about a week since Aizawa last came to ask Izuku for help with Eri, and Izuku was feeling unneeded, which, of course, wasn't a great headspace for him to be in. Deku, useless, 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 kept firing on repeat in his head. He hadn't realized it before, but his time with Eri had kind of become a crutch for him, which maybe wasn't a great thing, so maybe, he attempted to remind himself, this long break was useful. Izuku glared at his desk, falling into a spiral of rage and self-pity. Light fingers brushed against his shoulder and his head jerked up. Uraraka was looking at him with an excited light in her eyes. Izuku forgot his bad mood for a second as he looked at her, turning bright red at the touch to his shoulder. So close. Deku-kun, she said, smiling wide. Look who came to spend time with you in class today. Izuku tore his eyes from Uraraka's to glance at the door. There, a very small-looking Eri-chan was standing in a little red dress, silver hair wild as usual, looking around the classroom with wide crimson eyes. Eri-chan. Izuku gasped excitedly. Eri-chan. Kirishima said, turning to the door. In, the entire class yelled. Bakugo hit Izuku on the back of the head in passing. Stupid, Deku. Why? Now she's going to get stampeded, Bakugo said shortly, plopping down into his chair. As Izuku fell into another wave of self-directed anger, Uraraka shoved her way through the crowd of excited students and knelt down in front of Eri. Is it okay if I make you float over to Deku-kun? She asked Eri, reaching out a hand for Eri to take. Nodding a little, Eri replied, yes, please. Uraraka lightly touched Eri's hand and helped lift Eri and push her towards Izuku. Bakugo smacked Izuku in the head again, jerking him back out of the shame spiral, and Izuku lifted his hands to take Eri. Release, he heard Uraraka say from across the room. Eri tumbled down into Izuku's arms, smiling. I love floating, she exclaimed, wiggling further into Izuku's embrace. Me too, Izuku agreed, shifting his arms so she could face forward on his lap. Uraraka has a great quirk, don't you think? Eri nodded, squirming around on his lap a little. I would love to make people float. But what you do is so cool too, eh? I would love it if you could learn to control your quirk. You could save so many people. Like she always did when her quirk was brought up in a positive light, Eri fell into a thoughtful silence, eyes dropping to the floor. Izuku waited patiently for her response, which was usually something non-committal. Aizawa and Recovery Girl. Thought the more times Eri could be told her quirk was a positive thing, without blatantly contradicting a statement from Eri, the better she would be able to think of it by herself, but a lot of times it ended up just confusing her. But, my quirk is a curse that hurts people, Eri said quietly. Izuku's eyebrows shot up in surprise. This was a unique response from Eri. She rarely disagreed with the comment out loud, just ignored it or went quiet, thinking about it. Stupid, Bakugo said in front of them. Eyes narrowing, Izuku snapped, don't call her that. Stupid, Bakugo repeated, turning around to look disdainfully at them. Quirks aren't cursed. Mine is, Eri argued. Izuku looked down at her in wonder. This had to be the first time he'd ever seen her be truly stubborn about something. She must feel really comfortable around Bakugo in order to do that. Maybe it was how openly mean he was really honest, even if it meant he was a total JRK most of the time. Eri probably wasn't around many people like Bakugo before she was saved, people who were just JRKs without being manipulative. No, it's not, Bakugo said dismissively. No one's quirk is a bad thing. It's how you use the quirk that makes a difference. Like the knife. Eri said excitedly, looking up at Izuku. Right, Deku-kun. Exactly right, Eri-chan. Izuku agreed, matching her tone. She turned back to Bakugo, giving Izuku an opportunity to scowl at Bakugo from behind her head. Deku-kun said that my quirk is kind of like a knife, Eri explained to Bakugo. If I use it to hurt people, it's a bad thing. But if I use it to cook delicious food, it's good. Managing to duck just before Bakugo hit him again, Izuku said to Eri, but your quirk can't be used to make delicious food, Eri-chan. You can use it to save people's lives, just like you did for me. Eri's eyebrows furrowed together thoughtfully. When did I save you with my quirk, Deku-kun? I thought I only hurt you until Aizawa-sensei came. Well, Eri-chan, my quirk, how do I explain this? Izuku hesitated, looking up at the ceiling in his search for answers. Deku's quirk is very powerful, and he's stupid, so a lot of times he uses it wrong and breaks his arms, Bakugo supplied helpfully, if a little bluntly. While Izuku continued his previous adventures in glaring at Bakugo, Eri said quietly, you break your arms when you use your quirk, Deku-kun. Izuku nodded, still scowling at Bakugo, who couldn't seem to care less. Reluctantly, he held out his arms to show them to Eri, pulling off the brace on his right arm. See all these scars, Eri-chan? Very slowly and carefully, Eri extended a hand and ran it down his right arm, feeling over the coarse skin. Your scars are like mine, she said quietly, but much more appealing. Bakugo choked on his own spit in front of them. My scars come from when I'm fighting and I forget I have to control my quirk, Izuku explained quietly. When I forget, my bones explode and my body gets really hurt. It's disgusting to look at, Bakugo added. Choosing to ignore Bakugo, Izuku continued. To control my quirk, I have to use it at a lot less power than it can do. But sometimes, when I'm fighting someone really powerful, like Todoroki over there, I have to use it at full power and break my arm. Eri looked a little confused, so Izuku paused to let her figure out what she needed to ask. Finally she said, "But why would you keep fighting if it hurts you?" "I do it to win and protect people," Izuku said, eyes lighting up with determination like they always did when talking about this topic. "Because that's what heroes do." "Heroes," Eri repeated, looking up at Izuku's face again. After a moment, she turned back to Bakugo. "Would you do that too?" Bakugo shrugged. "Yeah. Save people to win, win to save people." Izuku and Bakugo shared a long look, only broken by Eri fidgeting in Izuku's lap. "So, when you were fighting Kai, when you were fighting to save me, were you breaking your bones?" Izuku nodded very slowly. "Yes, I was, Eri-chan." "So those scars are all my fault," she gasped, tears filling her eyes. Most of them are actually Kaken's fault, but some of them are kind of because you, yeah." Eri's fingers tightened around his arm, as if she could make the scars go away just by sheer force of will. "I'm so sorry. You got hurt because of me." "See, that's the thing, Eri-chan. I actually didn't get hurt because of you. But you have all those scars. What do you know about your quirk, Eri-chan?" Izuku asked, shifting his arm so it was in better reach of Eri, who was still tracing her fingers over all the little cuts. "It makes people die." "Stupid," Bakugo snapped. "Not quite, Eri-chan. Remember the knife." Eri hummed in thought for a moment. "It makes people into tasty food." Izuku didn't manage to dodge the punch that came from Bakugo that time and he got hit square across the side of the head. "Ouch, no, but closer." This time it took Eri much longer to think of an answer, and Bakugo looked about ready to hit Izuku again when Eri finally said, "It makes people go back in time." "Right." "Stupid," Bakugo said. Izuku reached out with his free arm and swatted Bakugo on the back of the head, a rare enough occurrence that Bakugo fell silent in shock for a solid minute, giving Izuku time to talk with Eri. "When I was fighting with Chisaki, your quirk was rewinding my injuries to before they even happened. So while I still have the scars, I wasn't getting hurt at all. That's how you saved me. I would never have been able to beat that bad guy without you." He pointed at Eri and then at himself. "We saved each other." His finger drifted down to point at Eri's scars on her arms. "That's why I don't think your quirk is a curse. Because it can fix people before they're even broken. It's appealing, and it saved me. You're my hero, Eri-chan." Eri's eyes widened and she started to smile just a little bit. "Did you just hit me?" Bakugo suddenly yelled, finally snapping out of his surprise. The entire class fell silent to stare at the scene. "Deku, idiot, I'll kill you." Izuku stuck out his tongue at Bakugo, effectively making Eri laugh and making Bakugo even more angry in one go. "My hero will save me, won't you, Eri-chan?" Eri's smile widened. "Yes. I'm a hero with my hero quirk." "What the hell?" came a splutter from the doorway. All the heads in the classroom turned to look at Aizawa-sensei, who was staring in utter shock, and maybe some anger, at Eri and Izuku. "I've been trying to get her to say that for weeks, Deku. Why are you so good with kids?" The class turned back to look at Izuku. Sorry. Can I please sit with Deku-kun and color while he studies, Aizawa-sensei?" Eri asked politely, hand resting carefully on Izuku's arm. "I need to protect him from Kaken." The entire class burst out laughing at that, even Todoroki. "Yeah you do," Ashido commented. "Look, he's getting all angry." Bakugo's face was indeed turning a very deep shade of red. Izuku was actually having a lot of difficulty keeping himself from tensing up and bracing himself for impact. Only the thought of the effect that might have on Eri kept him from doing it reflexively. A moment later, however, Eri resumed her tracing of Izuku's scars. All the tension left his body at her gentle touch. "You can sit there, Eri-chan," Aizawa consented, finishing his walk into the classroom. "Just don't distract my problem children." "Yes sir." Class started a few minutes later, Izuku sharing his desk space with Eri's coloring sheets. Her hand didn't leave his right arm the entire time, and every once in a while she would glance over and trace it thoughtfully with her fingers before returning to her work. "Deku-kun," she asked quietly during a break. "Yes, Eri-chan." Why are your scars so much prettier than mine? Izuku's eyebrows shot up. What do you mean? Your scars are the most appealing scars ever. Eri's eyebrows furrowed together. No, yours are the most appealing. Mine are ugly. Stupid, Bakugo drawled from in front of them. Oh, shut up, Kaken, Izuku snapped. Most of them are your fault anyway. Why did Kaken give you scars? Eri asked, picking up a washable marker and uncapping it. Bakugan was jealous of how awesome Deku is, Jiru said flatly, turning around slightly in her seat to address them, so he decided to be stupid and challenge Deku to a one-on-one. Jiru winked at Eri. Give you 3 guesses on who won. Deku-kun. Bingo. That's not what happened. Bakugo spluttered. After briefly considering pushing this further to tease Bakugo, Izuku decided to go the safe route and said honestly, that happened once, Eri-chan. The other times, Kaken and I were hanging out together and I got hurt a lot. He was trying to be honest while still being delicate with Eri, which was harder than he thought it would be. Eri pressed the marker down onto Izuku's skin and started drawing sloppy little hearts around the scars on his arm, frowning in concentration. Did Kaken give you so very many scars when you were fighting with him, Deku-kun? Not that many, Eri-chan. But yeah. Why? Eri's head popped up as she paused with her doodling to look up at Bakugo. Why do you fight with Deku-kun? Bakugo looked at a bit of a loss for words for a second, probably because he was trying to childproof whatever obscenities had immediately popped into his head. Well, Eri-chan. Deku is a very good hero and I want to beat him and win. So you hit him? The disapproval in Eri's tone made several in the class chuckle. Izuku glanced up at Aizawa, who was smirking openly at the trouble Bakugo was having. You made him have scars like mine. Bakugo was clearly struggling. You know, Eri-chan, Izuku said, trying to help Bakugo out a bit, Kaken didn't stop trying to save me, Deku, Bakugo growled. Sorry. But Izuku hadn't meant to just save Bakugo, Eri was on his mind too. He wasn't sure if Bakugo could be delicate enough with the little girl, and he was understandably worried. If Eri started to see Bakugo as a threat, or someone who hurt people like Chisaki, things could go very bad very quickly. Why did you hit him and burn him? Eri pressed insistently. Why did you hurt him with little scars? Her arm tightened on Izuku's arm. He doesn't like his scars, he thinks they're ugly even though they're really actually pretty. Izuku's mouth fell open at that statement. It was true, he'd always hated his scars, but he'd never told Eri, or anyone that. She had to have an amazing ability for compassion for her to pick up on it. Or maybe she was just speaking from experience. Do you think your scars are ugly even though they are actually pretty, Eri-chan? Izuku asked softly. My scars aren't pretty, Eri said stubbornly, continuing her drawing on Izuku's arm. And why is that? Izuku asked, leaning his chin on the top of Eri's head. Because they remind me of bad things. Stupid. Bakugo shouted. Izuku's scowl returned full force. Your scars shouldn't just remind you of bad things, they should remind you of how you got through the bad things. He pointed at Eri, his finger almost accusatory. Your scars brought you to Deku. His finger shifted up to point right between Izuku's eyes. And Deku's scars brought him to you. They're appealing because they show how strong you are. Sometimes I wish Deku could give me a few more back, but he's a weak stupid butt and can't do anything. The entire room was dead silent in shock and apprehension as Eri considered his words. Even Aizawa looked tenser than usual, eyes fixed carefully on Eri. Deku-kun, she murmured finally. Do you think you could draw matching hearts on my arms too? She lifted up Deku's arm to show him her work. That way our scars can be strong and pretty together. Izuku felt his eyes tearing up at how cute she was, but he nodded and choked out, sure, Eri-chan. Eri fixed Bakugo with a stern look, a funny expression for someone as small as she was. We can draw hearts on yours too, Eri said. It wasn't phrased as a suggestion, really, more like an order. Since you and Deku-kun have scars together also. Even if yours are weak stupid but scars. Jiru snorted. Eri-chan. Izuku said, trying to ignore the glare of his teacher from the front of the classroom. I'm sure 𝐭𝐿 would love us to draw on his scars, but let's not use words like that, okay? We shouldn't really say stupid or but, right? 𝐭𝐿 too. Izuku nodded as 𝐭𝐿 spluttered in front of him. 𝐭𝐿 is very naughty to use those words. Naughty boy, Kirishima teased from a row over. 𝐭𝐿 needs a timeout. Can I draw on your scars too, 𝐭𝐿? Ashido asked, grinning. I'll use pink, your favorite color. Class 1B will love it, Hagakure added on. Pink is your favorite color? Eri asked gravely, picking up a pink marker. Bakugo physically flinched away from it. We can draw hearts in pink. Please let me help with this, Ashido begged from across the classroom. Stay in your seats, please, Aizawa said from up front. It was hard to tell, but it looked like it was taking a lot of restraint for him not to team up with the class against Bakugo. He really likes purple too, Eri-chan. Hagakure called over Bakugo's head. Deacon, you can use purple, Eri said seriously, reaching over and grabbing Bakugo's arm with her little fingers. As Izuku uncapped a purple marker, Bakugo started to get out of his seat, trying desperately to get away from Eri. Stay in your seats, Aizawa said, holding in a barely contained smirk. Eri and Izuku attacked, brandishing their markers. Eventually, mostly due to Izuku using one for all to hold Bakugo's arms down while Eri drew her messy hearts, Bakugo stopped struggling and threatening Izuku and resigned himself to his fate. What's this brown one? Eri asked Bakugo suddenly. That's a freckle, he growled explosively. A sun scar, Eri named it decisively. Izuku grinned as Eri started another shaky heart around the freckle and Bakugo slammed his forehead down into the desk in exasperation. Could I have purple now, please? Eri requested. Izuku passed her the purple marker and she continued her coloring, looking very focused. You have pretty scars just like Deku-kun, Eri told Bakugo, dragging her marker around a particularly long one. But you don't have as many. That's because I'm not as stupid, but like Eri stopped coloring to frown disapprovingly at Bakugo. We shouldn't use words like that, 𝐭𝐿. Izuku snorted, trying to muffle the sound by burying his face in his arm. It was unnecessary, anyway, because the entire class burst out laughing. Suddenly realizing that everyone in the class was looking at them, Izuku looked around. His eyes landed on Aizawa, who was sleeping at the podium, apparently quite pleased to let them all do what they wanted for a bit as long as they stayed seated. Shooting a careful glance at Aizawa, Ashido pulled out her phone and started rapidly taking pictures as Eri and Deku released Bakugo and began to work on each other's arms, Deku using a forest green like Deku-kun, and Eri using bright red. When they were done, they held up their arms and posed for Ashido, Hagakure using her invisible arms to hold up a scowling Bakugo's. Perfect expression, Bakugo, Ashido commented. I will kill you all. Break is over, Aizawa said, evidently convinced that he couldn't let this go any longer. Please take out your textbooks. Ashido-san, no phones in class. With a few dejected groans, the class took out their textbooks and listened as Aizawa started what would probably be another long and boring lecture. Eri pulled out a fresh piece of paper and started a new drawing with her green marker. As Izuku took notes, he slipped a piece of paper from Eri and started a rough sketch. When the class ended, Eri held up her drawing for Izuku to see. Look, she said, pointing at the drawing. It's you, using your scars to beat 𝐭𝐿. Bakugo burst into a huge coughing fit. Dark Shadow reached over to hit him a couple times in the back, almost smashing his face into his desk. On the paper, there was a drawing of a green block figure with long marks across his limbs, some of which had red hearts drawn around them, standing next to what could only be 𝐭𝐿, an angry-looking spiky orange blob. It took everything Izuku had to keep his laughter contained to just a small smile. That's a appealing drawing, Eri-chan, he said, voice trembling with his efforts to not laugh at both the premise of the design and Bakugo's reaction to it. Are you going to hang it on your wall? Eri nodded, setting it back down on the desk. It's going to go next to Deku's safe arms. Her eyes widened. I need to draw your scars on Deku's safe arms. It's not safe if they're not really your arms. Well, when I'm wearing my costume, you can't see my arms, Eri-chan. but the appealing scars are still there. That's true, Eri-chan. Eri pulled out a black marker and began to write some shaky letters at the top of the drawing. Deku scars beat Kakchan. I made a drawing for you, Kakchan, Izuku said, scooching his art over on the desk next to hers. She looked over curiously and her mouth dropped open. Now, Izuku had a lot of practice with drawing people, especially after all his sketches of heroes in his notebooks. He wouldn't call himself a great artist, but he definitely knew what he was doing with proportions. He'd sketched out a version of Eri in a red cape and a green dress, a combination of Lemillion's and Deku's costumes. She had her hands on her hips, her long hair tumbling wildly over her back, her little horn glowing yellow, and a very triumphant look in her apple-red eyes. The scars on Eri's legs were clearly visible, with little hearts drawn around all of them. And it was titled Deku's Hero. Eri looked between Izuku and the picture a few times and then sobbed out, "It's me, Hero Eri. And I have hearts on my scars." Izuku nodded. "Because your scars are appealing, just like mine." "I love it. I'll keep it forever and ever, Deku-kun." DM nerd, Bakugu grumbled in front of them. "Language, Bakugu-san," Aizawa warned from up front. "And why are you making Eri cry, problem child? He made me a appealing drawing." Eri cried, holding up the picture. Even though he was supposed to be studying, he drew hearts on all the scars and made a sea costume for Hero Eri. She wiped her eyes with her free hand. "Can we hang it up on my wall, Aizawa-sensei?" Uraraka's phone was out in an instant so she could take quick pictures of the sketch, Eri sobbing over it, and Izuku looking completely stunned by Eri's reaction. He caught her eye, gave her a relieved smile and a quick thumbs up, and then left the room, Eri and Aizawa close behind. While Eri knew that she was getting and feeling much better, she still had rough days where the entire world seemed to be threatening to collapse in on her, days when she thought she might burst from the pressure of the people around her. Unfortunately, today was one of those days. She woke up in her room like usual and could immediately feel that something was off. Even her own bedroom walls felt like they were closing in on her, keeping her in and away from the outside world. It was darker inside than usual, and she was alone, completely alone, stuck in the house all by herself. Eri was out of her bed in an instant, pulling open her door and running through the halls of the teacher dorm, not caring that she was still in her pajamas, not caring beyond the fact that she had to get away from these people, the people with knives that wanted to catch her and hurt her. Eri ran right past the tall skeleton man with blonde hair who Deku liked a lot. He looked at her with surprise, but didn't move to stop her as she sprinted for the door and flew from the house. Breathing frantically in panic, she started toward Deku's house. His room was the only safe place she could think of. Even the outside was dark, trying to keep her from escaping. The sun was hiding behind big angry gray clouds. The universe was against her, pressing on her from all sides. Eri tripped on the road and fell, tears bursting from her eyes as her panic grew. She had to get to Deku and his safe arms. Those arms, they were safe. Immediately, she scrambled back to her feet and kept going, wiping her eyes with the back of one of her scarred arms. She ran past a small group of teenagers, which included the bad part of Yue, who paused and reached out an arm toward her as she passed. "Eri," he called after her, taking a few steps after her, trying to catch her and return her to those bad people. Her breath caught in her throat and she sped up, trying to get away from everyone. They were all after her, all trying to keep her in where she could be hurt. At long last, she made it to the 1A dorm building. She ran for the front door, but just before she got there, she came to a dead halt, catching sight of a familiar green flash from the trees nearby. Hesitating for a moment, Eri carefully approached the trees, entire body tense and ready to run again. She peered around a tree trunk and gasped. Deku was in a small clearing, green sparks flying off his body as he faced off with the sad boy with the warm left side. "Do it again," Deku yelled, using his arm to wipe sweat from under his chin. He sounded very competitive and determined. Curious, Eri watched as the sad boy hit the ground with his right foot, sending ice shooting from the ground at Deku. Entire body tensing up, Eri watched as the ice almost hit Deku, who just barely managed to move before it slammed into him. "That was slower," Deku said, sounding frustrated. The sad boy with the warm left side frowned. Actually, I think that was my fault. The angle was different. Deku shook his head, green light disappearing. I should be able to dodge it anyway. Well, we've been doing this for at least an hour, the sad boy said, using his warm left side to melt the ice away. It would make sense if you were tired. Eri decided she liked the sad boy with the warm left side. It wasn't the first time she'd come to this conclusion, but this time she felt very certain of her decision. Even when he was fighting with Deku, he was still calm and quiet. He never seemed to yell or lose his temper. He was steady. Safe. Of course, no one was as safe as Deku, who was now starting to glow green again. Let's do it again. I'm going to try for 10%. Feeling much calmer than she had a moment ago, Eri settled down behind the bushes to watch him. There was something inherently relaxing about watching Deku when he was covered with the green light. The sad boy sent ice up again. Deku dodged it easily this time, catching a tree with his feet and springing off it to fly straight into the boy with red and white hair. He succeeded, the sad boy sending up ice to block just a half second too late. He tackled the sad boy to the ground, pinning his arms down. Triumphant, he stood back up, green sparks disappearing. I got you that time. That was just 10%, the sad boy said, sounding completely bewildered. Deku held out a hand to help him back up. That was 15. I got carried away. He shrugged. But I didn't tell you I was going to jump for you, so it wasn't fair. But, the half-and-half boy looked generally disoriented, like he was going into shock. But, then, at 100%, you would be, Deku blushed, reaching up a hand to nervously grab hold of the back of his neck. He tended to do that when he was embarrassed, Eri remembered. Yeah. The sad boy's face set into a determined look. Let's do it again. Jump at me again. Eri completely relaxed in the bushes as the boy with the warm left side and Deku started again, Deku's green eyes glowing as he jumped around. It wasn't that she liked the violence, it was more that when Deku was fighting, Eri felt safer. He was capable of protecting anyone, and that capability was most clear when he was sparking with green electricity and moving faster than her eyes could catch. She could remember how it felt to be carried on his back while he fought Overhaul. It was scary, but not because of him. It was only scary because they were way up in the air, and they were moving so fast Eri thought she might get blown off him. When his hair started sticking up with the sheer amount of power running through his body, and the very air around him started to spark, that was when Eri felt the safest around him. That was when she knew he couldn't be beaten. Eri gave a start as the bell rang across the clearing, signaling that classes would be starting soon. Deku and the sad boy dropped their fighting stances, both of them looking toward the sound of the bell. The green around Deku dropped away and he stretched out his fingers. Well, we have 15 minutes. The sad boy nodded, melting away the rest of the ice. We should go in. Eri wasn't quick enough to move away before the sad boy and Deku walked toward her and caught sight of her. Eri! Deku said, sounding very surprised. Don't be mad, she shrieked, throwing her hands defensively over her face. Not mad, Eri-chan, he said, crouching down in front of her. The sad boy hesitated awkwardly behind him. It's just does Aizawa-sensei know you're here? Eri shook her head, peering up at him between her fingers. He didn't look angry at all, more surprised and concerned than anything else. She slowly dropped her hands down to her lap, but he caught them before they could make it all the way down, taking them up and looking carefully over the little scratches on them from her fall. She'd forgotten about the fall, but now that he was looking at her hands, she started to feel the sting all over again. How long were you there? The boy with red and white hair asked. He didn't look angry either, just the same as always. Not for the first time, Eri wondered how he got the red mark on his face. Eyebrows furrowing, Eri considered. It hadn't felt very long, but it must have been if the bell only rang just now. Many minutes, she said after a moment. Deku and the sad boy shared a look. I'll call Aizawa, the sad boy said, walking a few steps away from them and pulling out his phone. Eri watched him go thoughtfully. Deku held out his arms to her and she dived into them. This is what she'd originally wanted, after all. Are you okay? He asked her softly, rubbing his hands over her shoulders protectively. She nodded, face buried in his shirt. It's so dark outside, she murmured. His muscles shifted against her face as he twisted around to look up at the sky. Oh, yeah, there are a lot of clouds today. I don't like the dark, 𝐂𝐸 said definitively. Deku nodded, chin bumping into the side of 𝐂𝐸's head. Yeah, I didn't like it much either when I was your age. The sad boy came back, dropping his phone from his ear. Aizawa-sensei just said to bring her to class with us. Okay, Deku said, standing up. 𝐸𝐸 reached over and pulled on the hem of his shirt. Could you carry me, Deku-kun? Deku looked a little surprised for just a moment before his face split into a smile. Sure, 𝐸𝐸-chan. On your back, she added when Deku moved to put her on his hip. She couldn't help it, she felt safest on his back. She liked it because he had full mobility of his arms, and also because his body was protecting hers from the front. Deku hesitated, clearly thinking hard. After a moment, he nodded and turned around, crouching down so she could grab hold of him. She jumped up, wrapping her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck. He shifted her around just a little bit until he was comfortable, and then turned his head over his shoulder to look at her from the corner of his eye. Is that okay? Nodding excitedly, 𝐸𝐸 tightened her arms around him. Yes. She was safe here. Deku carried her past the sad boy, who was watching them expressionlessly. She smiled and gave him a friendly wave as they passed. He blinked in surprise and returned the wave, although his smile was a little weak. 𝐸𝐸 felt a little worried for the sad boy with the warm left side. He was sad and alone very often, just like she was. They went straight up to Deku's room from outside, Deku taking a couple detours to avoid people, something 𝐸𝐸 appreciated. 𝐸𝐸 didn't know how Deku did it, but they didn't see anyone the entire walk through the building, even though it was clearly very busy. He had to be some sort of MSTR at hiding from other people in order to get all the way to his room without getting caught by anyone. In his room, he set her down on his bed for a minute, changing quickly into his uniform and grabbing his bag before picking her up on his back and maneuvering through the building again, without making contact with anyone except for a very grumpy Jiru, who looked like she had just woken up and wasn't about to bother them this early in the morning. As they walked down the path toward Deku's classroom, 𝐸𝐸 took one hand and thoughtfully pulled on a curly strand of his hair. He turned his head slightly to the side, smiling at her. "Dean?" she asked, releasing the hair and watching it bounce back in place. Him. The sad boy with the warm left side, she started, finding a new piece of hair to fidget with. Is he very lonely? Deku turned his head more fully to look back at her, looking surprised. She blinked curiously at him. Do you mean Todoroki-kun? 𝐸𝐸 frowned. He has white and red hair, and a red mark on his eye. Yeah, Deku said slowly, nodding. His name's Todoroki. He frowned, turning his head to face forward again. I don't think he's lonely, exactly. He has all of us, and he's been going to see his mom a lot lately. He tipped his head to the side and 𝐸𝐸 lost her grip on his hair. Why do you ask? Replacing her arm around Deku's neck, 𝐸𝐸 said thoughtfully, he seems so sad. She set her chin down on Deku's shoulder. How did he get the red mark on his face? Is it a scar like yours and mine, Deku-kun? I haven't asked him about it, Deku said. 𝐸𝐸 could practically feel him drifting off into thought as his voice changed to his analyzing tone. He'd clearly thought about this before. He's had it since before I met him, and I didn't want to pry into his private business. It looks kind of like a burn mark, so maybe there was some kind of accident with his quirk when he was younger. Are you his friend, just like you're my friend, Deku-kun? 𝐸𝐸 asked, wanting to be sure that. The sad boy had Deku to talk to, since Deku was so safe. Deku turned his head to the side, smiling at her over his shoulder. It's not quite the same, 𝐸𝐸-chan, but yes, we're friends. His eyebrows furrowed together a little. Or I think so anyway. Why do you fight with him, then? Hey. Deku looked confused for a moment, and then his eyes widened in understanding. Oh. We don't fight, 𝐸𝐸-chan. We just train together a lot because he has the strongest quirk in our class right now. Other than you. Deku laughed, corners of his eyes bunching up. 𝐸𝐸 liked it when he laughed, even more than she liked it when he was glowing with green sparks. It made his face even more friendly than usual. Chisaki never laughed like Deku did. Right. Thanks, 𝐸𝐸-chan. I don't want the sad boy to be lonely, 𝐂𝐲 said, touching Deku's freckles with light fingers. Well, you could be his friend, 𝐂𝐲, Deku suggested, walking through the doors of the UA building. Me? 𝐂𝐲 asked, dropping her fingers from his cheek in surprise. He laughed again. Yeah. 𝐂𝐲 frowned thoughtfully. Would he want to be my friend? I'm sure he'd love to be your friend, Deku said, giving her a very serious look. I think he'd like that very much. How do I become his friend? 𝐂𝐲 asked as Deku walked past 1B. The bad part of UA was leaning against the wall right outside the classroom. He straightened up and gave 𝐂𝐲 and Deku a relieved look as they passed. Glad you found her, he said to Deku. Deku paused mid-hallway, giving him a tight smile, and moving his head over a little so 𝐂𝐲 could see. You okay, 𝐂𝐲? The bad part of UA asked. 𝐂𝐲 nodded, surprised by how nice the bad part of UA looked right now. He definitely looked much less threatening than he had earlier this morning. Yes. Deku smiled up at her, gave the bad part of UA a little wave, and then carried on with his walk. Well, 𝐂𝐲, Deku said thoughtfully, bringing the conversation back to the sad boy with the warm left side or Todoroki. If you want to be his friend, you should just be very nice to him. And you can always tell him you want to be his friend too. That way he knows. Deku walked into the 1A classroom. The nice Aizawa man didn't appear to be there yet. Todoroki was, though. 𝐂𝐲 wiggled around on Deku's back, asking to be put down. He gave her a stern look over his shoulder and she froze. Deku tended to make her ask for things that she wanted, instead of just motioning or waiting for him to guess. It was hard for 𝐂𝐲 to ask for things with anyone else, but with him, she didn't mind it as much. 𝐂𝐲, he said as expected, if you want something you need to tell me, okay? I can't read your mind. 𝐂𝐲 nodded. Can you put me down please, Deku-kun? He grinned, squatting down so she could put her feet down easily. Of course, 𝐂𝐲-chan. Thanks for asking. Deku was really nice about it, 𝐂𝐲 reminded herself as she climbed off his back. Even though he always made her talk to him, she never felt pressured by it. If she wanted a quiet day, he was usually very respectful of that. But 𝐂𝐲 liked how happy Deku looked when she asked for things, or told him how she was feeling. She smiled at him and then ran to the sad boy at the back of the classroom. Is your name Todoroki? She asked him, stopping just next to his desk and looking up into his quiet face. He blinked at her in surprise, and then glanced up at Deku, who gave him an encouraging smile, just like the ones he gave to 𝐂𝐲. Yes. I would like to be your friend, 𝐂𝐲 told him. She looked over at Deku to see if she'd said the right thing. Deku always seemed to know how to express 𝐂𝐲's feelings, and after she made an attempt at describing how she felt, he'd usually be able to explain it better than her, cleaning up all her missed words. But he wasn't next to her right now, and he wasn't even looking at her anymore, because he was having a conversation with the nice Aizawa man in a low voice by the door of the classroom. Todoroki said, also looking frantically at Deku for backup, but not getting any. That's nice. Would you like to be my friend also? 𝐂𝐲 asked, suddenly feeling very worried that the sad boy didn't want to be friends with her. Her anxiety was returning as she started to feel like she wasn't expressing herself correctly, especially now that she didn't have Deku to help. Sure, he looked very surprised and confused, but also maybe a little bit pleased. I don't really know how to be a good friend, Todoroki told her, but I can try for you. Deku walked back to them, having finished his conversation with the nice Aizawa man. 𝐂𝐲 reached over and grabbed the leg of his breathes, feeling relieved of some stress with him right next to her. Todoroki-kun said he can be my friend. 𝐂𝐲 told Deku, glancing over at Todoroki to check his expression in order to make sure she'd understood him right. He looked completely stunned, so 𝐂𝐲 couldn't tell if she was right. Deku was frowning analytically at Todoroki, also trying to read him. 𝐂𝐲 was talking about how much she wants to be friends with you the whole way over, Deku explained, picking 𝐂𝐲 up and shifting her around to his back. She clung happily to his neck as he clarified her statements. Oh, Todoroki said, giving 𝐒𝐲 a sort of half-smile. He looked nervous, almost. I'd like being friends with you, 𝐒𝐲. He glanced up at Deku for confirmation that he'd said the right thing. 𝐒𝐲 didn't see Deku's expression, but it must have been a nice one, because Todoroki suddenly looked very relieved. We're very much like each other, Todoroki-kun, 𝐼 told him. We even have scars like each other, she pointed to her arms. Me and Deku have matching scars, and you have a scar too. Todoroki nodded tensely, eyes flickering over to Deku a couple times. So, can we be friends? Eri asked one more time, just to be very sure she'd heard him right. Yes, of course, he said, smiling a little. Eri smiled brightly back at him. Ready to go, Eri-chan? Deku asked Eri over his shoulder. She nodded, hugging him into her chest as he turned around and went back to the front of the classroom. The tall skeleton man with blonde hair showed up at the door just as they got there. Deku set Eri down next to him, and Eri gave him a shy wave. I'm going to walk you down to Mirio-kun, if that's all right, Eri-chan, the tall skeleton man said. Eri looked up at Deku for confirmation, and he gave her a reassuring nod. Okay, she said to the skeleton man. As they started out of the classroom, she turned around and waved goodbye to Todoroki. The corners of his lips curved up a little and he returned the wave. As Eri walked away, she felt proud of herself for making such a nice new friend. Eri had been coming over more often than usual recently, and Izuku was starting to find little gaps in her growth at the school. Even the pro-heroes at UA and maybe especially the pro-heroes at UA were flawed when it came to childcare. They dealt with teenagers for a living, not 6-year-olds. All those little mistakes became increasingly obvious the more time Izuku spent with Eri. The way she would fall silent when she needed something instead of asking for it showed that the teachers were too good at guessing what she needed. The way she would sit and color silently instead of jabbering about whatever interesting thing she could think of showed that the teachers valued quiet time while they were grading. Eri was really good, perhaps even too good, at picking up on the subtle signs in people. She didn't need a scolding to adjust to the environment around her, she did it automatically. In other words, Eri was a MSTR at not being seen or heard. Because of that, she rarely asked for anything, and keeping up conversations with her could be a chore sometimes. Luckily, Izuku was equally good at adjusting himself to his environment. This meant he could read the signs of Eri's moods a lot easier than most of the teachers. He was constantly tuned into the way she interacted with the world around her, and he was more than capable at noticing what areas Eri needed the most help in. More importantly, Izuku could be considered an expert at covering up other people's mistakes. Years of spending time with Bakugo, who, although he didn't realize it, had had hundreds of stupid mistakes smoothed over by Izuku, who was well aware of Bakugo's inflated ego, and very careful not to pop it, had taught Izuku how to fill in the gaps other people left open. Thus, when Izuku spent time with Eri, he more than made up for the teacher's mistakes, leading Eri into having lengthy conversations with him, making her ask for things instead of just giving them to her. He was getting very good at sensing what she needed growth in and adjusting his actions for it. One day, when Izuku was spending time with Eri, he found himself making a bigger adjustment than usual for her needs. It started with Izuku trying to get Eri to talk to him. She was coloring silently, like she usually did, while he bombarded her with questions in the hopes that one of them would catch her interest and send her into a long ramble. You met Kotaku the other day, right? He asked, handing her the purple pencil she'd asked for a moment before. She made a sound in the affirmative, pressing the pencil into the paper. Did you like him? Eri paused, lifting her pencil slightly as she considered. This was something Izuku really appreciated about Eri. When he did somehow manage to get her to talk about her feelings, she was always very deliberate in figuring out exactly how she felt. Although she had trouble expressing her feelings, she almost always thought long and hard before she spoke. Izuku could practically feel her gaining self-awareness with every conversation they had. I'm not sure, Eri said finally, after a silence that dragged on for longer than usual. Izuku's eyebrows shot up. She usually gave a definitive answer, even if it wasn't the most well-put. Having her express uncertainty was pretty rare. Not sure. Eri nodded thoughtfully. But you like him very much, Deku-kun, she told him. And he likes you very much too. Izuku tipped his head to the side thoughtfully. Was she jealous? That's true, he said slowly. But I was asking how you felt. Her eyebrows furrowed together slightly. It's just, I don't understand him. She shook her head a little, looking almost frustrated. Everyone here makes some sense. But he was different from people here. Suddenly understanding, Izuku nodded. Eri was a little kid growing up in a school for teenagers. And before that, she'd been alone in a house full of adults. That meant she didn't know how to interact with kids her age. Eri, Izuku realized abruptly, didn't know how to be a child. She probably saw a lot of swearing and gossiping and flirting on campus, but never once in her life had she seen kids playing pretend. She'd seen a lot of training spaces, but she'd never been on a playground. She was unintentionally skipping more and more of her childhood, beyond just the stuff she'd missed under overhaul. Eri, in essence, was becoming an adult before she ever got to be a child. Izuku's thumb came up to rest under his chin as he fell into deep thought. Normal kid experiences. How could they get Eri to be a normal kid? Playing was the most obvious option, but the more Izuku thought about it, the quicker he realized he had almost no experience with that. Whenever Bakugo and his friends had played pretend, Izuku usually got the job of sit over there and be quiet, which wasn't really a great environment for him to learn how to play in. In fact, Izuku hadn't really ever gotten to be a kid either. As this realization hit him, his hand slowly dropped from his chin to rest on his knee. How was he supposed to help Eri have important childhood experiences if he'd never had them himself? Playing and doing normal stuff were both areas he was sorely lacking exposure to. And without the familiarity of childhood to back him up, how was he supposed to teach Eri? He released a heavy sigh and looked back up into Eri's face. She was looking vaguely panicked, one hand slightly reached out, as though she was about to poke his face. Izuku blinked in surprise. "Are you okay?" Eri asked, sounding very worried. "You started talking very quickly and I didn't know what you were saying, and you didn't hear me when I said your name." She ended the sentence uncertainly, as though even she wasn't sure that she was correct about the course of events. Izuku smiled, feeling his face grow warm as he realized he'd been thinking aloud. Sorry. Sometimes I mutter when I'm thinking really hard." "Mutter," Eri repeated, frowning a little as her hand returned to her lap. "Yeah, it's when I, talk to myself out loud to think through things. I guess some people call it mumbling too." He gave her a nervous smile. She returned his smile, hers filled with the light of understanding and trust. "Anyway," he said, shaking his head a little, "I think I know what you mean. About Kotakuan." He frowned at the desk, trying to figure out how to help Eri do little kid things. A moment later, he was jerked out of his thought spiral when Eri lightly touched his cheek with her fingers. Alarmed, he glanced over at her, to see her looking very concerned again. "You were doing a mutter again," she said softly, as though worried she might scare him. Sorry," he said, blushing. He quickly brought the subject back to the issue at hand. "I think we're going to need to ask the other people in my class for help with this, Eri-chan." "For help with the mutters?" she asked, looking for clarification. "Oh. No, to help with to help us learn how to be kids again," Izuku said, trying to snap himself out of the mutters. He shook his head again, a little more violently this time, and then smiled brightly at her. "Want to go ask around?" Eri glanced at her drawing, and then looked back at Izuku, beaming. "Yes, please." Izuku jumped to his feet and opened the door for Eri. When she motioned that she wanted him to carry her, and after he got her to use her words, he picked her up and walked down to the common room with her clinging to his back. They entered the room, which, as Izuku expected, contained several Class 1A students, who were all milling about looking bored. Eri wiggled out of Izuku's grip and ran for Uraraka, climbing into her lap immediately. Feeling a little abandoned, Izuku said, "Hey, did you want to ask everyone what we were wondering about?" Eri nodded. "We want to know how to stop the mutters," she declared. Izuku turned bright red as everyone in the room all laughed at Eri's comment, and therefore indirectly at him. That's close, good try," he said resignedly. He sat down next to Uraraka and Eri on one of the sofas, face still warm. Ashido and Kirishima wandered over, drawn in by Eri's cuteness. They were followed moments later by Yarozu, and lastly Todoroki, who seemed to not want to be the only one in the room left out of the conversation. "We were actually wondering," Izuku began, when he realized that half of the people present were looking expectantly at him for clarification on Ei's announcement, "if you knew what kids do to have fun." Kirishima immediately started laughing at Izuku, who couldn't help but note that Bakugo was being a bad influence on him. What, did you skip your childhood? Kirishima snickered. Izuku shook his head. No, it's just. I didn't really play that much when I was little. I didn't either, Todoroki stated. Well, of course you didn't, Ashido said to Todoroki, rolling her eyes. Mr. I don't know how to have fun and make jokes or loosen up or do anything remotely fun. Izuku interrupted before the list could go on too long. It's just, I didn't have any friends really except Bakugo, and he'd always leave me out of stuff. So I didn't get a lot of experience with little kid things. Kirishima shrugged. Well, I don't know. I guess we played tag. Izuku could immediately imagine about 100 ways that could go wrong with A, especially if the only people she had to play with were a bunch of very loud and very tall teenagers. My friends and I did fashion shows sometimes, Ashido suggested. I played with dolls often, Yorozu said, almost hesitantly. Izuku gave her a curious look and she elaborated, I would play pretend with them, and they get married and have families and tea parties. But I can't imagine that Eri would like that very much. Why not? Uraraka asked. Yorozu's eyebrows furrowed a little. Because Eri doesn't seem to like playing by herself. Everyone in the room stared at Yorozu in shock at the observation. The more Izuku thought about it, the more obvious it was, and he probably could have hit himself for not realizing it sooner. Eri hated being alone. She didn't need to be having constant conversations with people, but she liked having the presence of people around her. She loved it when Izuku colored with her, or did anything with her. Her enjoyment of the things she liked doing went significantly down when she was doing it alone. She'd probably had way too much alone time when she was with Chisaki, so much that she'd started to dread the long hours of lonely suspense. That makes sense, Todoroki said, clearly reaching the same conclusion Izuku had. Uraraka ran a hand through Ei's hair thoughtfully. I used to play board games a lot, she said. What about those tent things? Todoroki said abruptly. Everyone looked at him, wanting him to elaborate. I think I saw my siblings make one time, he tried to explain. They had some pillows and blankets and, he trailed off, picking up his hands and trying to show what it looked like by arranging them in a triangle, and then a box, and then a sort of house shape. Do you mean, a fort? Ashido said, looking like she was really close to laughing at him again. He put down his hands, looking the smallest bit flustered. That sounds right. Izuku racked his brain for any memories of having a fort. The only thing he could remember was one time when Bakugo made one under a table and forced Izuku to sit outside of it, as a sentry. And then, even when Izuku insisted that his shift was over and it was time for him to come inside, Bakugo still made him stay outside. Izuku vaguely remembered it being really boring. Are those more fun when you get to go inside? Izuku asked, looking between all the people. He caught Todoroki's eye and suddenly realized that neither of them had probably ever been inside a fort before. Are they fun? Ashido shrieked. Don't tell me you've never been in one either, Izuku-kun. Izuku recoiled back into himself a little bit, feeling vulnerable. It's just, Kaken would usually make me sit outside of the forts. Everyone was now staring at Izuku, looking more horrified than they would if Yorozu said she hated tea parties. You've never been inside a fort? Kirishima repeated, looking like he was going into shock. We need to make a fort, Ashido said with determination. For Deku and Ei's sake. And Todoroki, she added as an obvious afterthought. Do we have enough pillows? Yorozu said, looking around at all the sofas and obviously making some serious calculations. Uraraka leaned into Ei's ear. Want to make a fort? Izuku heard her ask. He smiled. Uraraka seemed to understand that they were doing this for Ei, not everyone else. Eri nodded, looking actually excited, with an anticipatory light in her eyes. Yes. This is going to be the best fort ever, Kirishima decided, sounding very sure of his statement. I can float cushions up to make the roof, Uraraka suggested, looking equally determined as she got off the sofa and set Eri on her feet on the floor. Hey, Deku, Yorozu said, glancing up from her examination of the couch cushions. Would you go get Zero? I think we're going to need some tape. How big do you think we can make it? Todoroki asked as Izuku ran from the room to find 𝐬𝐸. Ashido grinned wickedly as Yorozu started walking around the room, murmuring to herself about dimensions. "I'd say we can make it pretty huge," she answered, an evil light in her eyes. Kirishima wordlessly began pushing the couches around to make a better base. When Izuku returned with 𝐬𝐸, Yorozu had already made 3 couch cushions that were at least triple the size of the ones on the couches. She was sitting on the floor eating a piece of cake while a 4th cushion started pushing its way out of her back. Kirishima, Ashido, and Uraraka had moved all the furniture in the room into a large circle, with the table turned sideways to make a door. "This is awesome," 𝐬𝐸 said decidedly, grinning at all the chaos. "It's fine as long as Ida-kun doesn't walk in," Todoroki agreed, walking up. He was carrying Eri on his left hip, and she was snuggled close into his side, as though he was her personal heater. Her eyes were wide open, though, and she was clearly watching the procedures with a lot of interest. "Hey, Eri-chan," Uraraka called from across the room. "Do you think this coffee table can be the door? I was going to turn it sideways like this." Eri perked up and looked at Uraraka, who was demonstrating how the coffee table on its side made a very narrow door. "We could have 2 of those, with the legs poking towards each other," Eri said, pulling on Todoroki's shoulder to lead him over to Uraraka. He was happy to oblige, and they walked off to dictate how the door should look. "We could use one of the dining tables," Ashido suggested. She and Kirishima ran over to take a dining table from the other side of the room. "Is this what making forts is like?" Izuku said, feeling a little overwhelmed by all of the action. "No," Yorozu said as a 5th cushion came out. "Normal forts aren't this cool. This is what making forts with UA students is like." She pointed at the pillow pile next to her. "Would you and 𝐬𝐸 start setting these up around the base? I'm going to make a really big blanket to pull over the top of it." Izuku and 𝐬𝐸 started heaving pillows around. With a little help from Uraraka, they got all the cushions in place and 𝐬𝐸 ran around the pillows with his tape a few times. Todoroki and Kirishima finished setting up the door as Yorozu finished the blanket for the roof of the fort. Eri went in through the table door and sat inside while Uraraka floated the blanket up over the top of the fort and released it. The sound of a little happy squeal came from inside, and Izuku smiled at Eri's delight. 𝐬𝐸 and Izuku finished taping up the blanket to make sure it didn't fall, and then followed everyone else into the fort, which now had the original couch cushions spread out as flooring, and 1 battery-powered lamp in the corner, which Izuku could only assume was Yorozu's doing. "Deku-kun," Eri whispered as Izuku climbed in. "This is so much fun." Izuku smiled at her as she wriggled into his arms. "It really is." After at least an hour in the fort, which included 1 very competitive pillow fight in which everyone avoided hitting Eri as much as possible, and instead targeted Todoroki, who lost miserably, Eri was getting worn out. Izuku had already had to climb out of the fort several times to get an excessive array of snacks for the 6 teenagers and 1 very hungry Eri inside, and he was just poking his head out to make another snack run when he met eyes with none other than Aizawa. Breath catching in his throat, he retreated back into the fort, eyes widening in fear. Uraraka and Todoroki were both very quick to pick up on his panic and they moved closer, looking worried. "Is it Ida-kun?" Todoroki asked, looking a little on edge himself. Izuku shook his head, throat feeling dry. "Aizawa-sensei." Todoroki and Uraraka both groaned simultaneously. "We're ruined," Uraraka said helplessly. "Why, what's going on?" Kirishima asked, crawling over to them. "I was just going to ask that," Aizawa said from the door. Ashido released a high-pitched squeal and burrowed under the pillows. Eri was behind Izuku in a second, clinging to his back defensively. "We made a fort," Todoroki told him bluntly. "For Eri-chan," Yorozu said, nodding at Izuku and the mane of silver hair that was just barely visible behind him. Out of all of those present, Yorozu looked the most cool. She jumped a little when Aizawa appeared, but beyond that she was very relaxed. Following her example, Eri calmed down a little and crawled around Izuku to sit on his lap. Ashido emerged from under the pillows. Evil grin returning full force. "You know what would really make Eri's day, Aizawa-sensei?" she asked, crawling menacingly towards him. "If you came in here with us." Kirishima was quick to pick up on this, and, throwing all doubts about being expelled out the window, joined in. "Oh, yes, Eri would love that, Aizawa-sensei. She was just talking about how much she wanted you to walk in and sit in the fort with us. And she wants to take a selfie with you in the fort," Ashido added. "Right, Eri-chan?" All eyes turned to Eri, who was starting to slowly retreat into her shell. She glanced up at Izuku for help, and he gave her the subtlest of nods, desperately hoping that Aizawa liked him enough by now not to expel him. "Wise, Aizawa-sensei," Eri said, nodding as Ashido's smirk widened considerably. "Would you like to come in?" she asked hesitantly, finishing with another glance at Izuku, who smiled at her reassuringly. Even though it could be hard to resist the pull of Eri's cuteness, Aizawa looked like there were a million things he would rather do than get in the fort, dying being one of them. He started to retreat as Zero and Kirishima moved forward to drag him inside. After a bit of a struggle, Kirishima and Zero overpowered their poor teacher and led him into the fort, both of them grinning widely as they told Aizawa how much he would love the inside. He looked extremely annoyed. After he was pulled in, he went to the furthest corner of the fort and sulked there. Eri waved at him nervously from Izuku's arms. His expression softened and he gave her a little wave back. Bakugo stormed into the room. Everyone knew it was Bakugo because it was impossible to mistake his angry stomping, and even harder to mistake his voice when he caught sight of the fort. "What is this?" he growled angrily. Eri giggled and buried her face in Izuku's shirt. "It's the fort hoarder," she shrieked. Uraraka and Izuku caught each other's eyes and then turned away, both trying not to laugh. "You're right, Eri-chan," Izuku agreed. "The fort hoarder has come to destroy our fort." "Deku!" Bakugo yelled, loud footsteps signaling his approach to the fort. "He's come to steal Aizawa-sensei," Uraraka said, raising an eyebrow at Izuku as if to ask if that was an okay direction to lead this in. Izuku nodded, an excited light coming into his eye. "We have to protect the guest of honor," Kirishima shouted, standing up and moving to the door. He jabbed a hardened finger out the door, and there was a distinct "oh" from outside. "Go away, fort hoarder!" Eri shrieked, pulling away from Izuku and running over to the door to scowl up at Bakugo. Bakugo met Izuku's eye through the door. Izuku raised his eyebrows, asking him if he could please play along with this. It would make Eri's day, after all, and playing pretend wasn't something she got to do often. Bakugo's face set in determination and Izuku grinned, seeing that he was going to join in. "Yes. It is me, the nasty fort hoarder, come to steal." He caught sight of Aizawa, angrily huddled up in the corner, and his face lit up in delighted disbelief. "How did you get him to come inside?" "Magic," Ashido said, wiggling her fingers menacingly. "Leave, fort hoarder," Kirishima said, pointing at Bakugo. "Leave, or we will set the fairy unicorn princess Eri-chan on you." Bakugo spread out his hands, which started making small popping sounds. Izuku could tell that he was holding back a lot, and he had to have a moment of appreciation for Bakugo, who could be really good with kids when he actually made the effort. "I won't leave without sensei," he yelled. The game went on, Eri and Kirishima chasing Bakugo around the room until, to Izuku's immense surprise, Bakugo pretended to be beaten and allowed himself to be dragged into the fort. At this point, Aizawa got up and pointed at the window through the door of the fort. It was dark out. Izuku sighed and stood up, picking up Eri. "Time for us to be done now, Eri-chan." Eri looked legitimately disappointed. "All done. Just for today," Uraraka said, looking equally disappointed, but resigned to Aizawa's decision. "We can remake the fort some other time, okay?" "We can make it even better," Todoroki told her. Eri nodded, looking excited again. "You know, taking down the fort is a big part of the fun too," Bakugo told her from his prison. He hit the wall with the back of his fist, so that it wobbled but didn't fall. "You get to destroy things." Eri looked at Izuku for confirmation, and he nodded. "Just don't damage the real sofa pillows," Aizawa called over his shoulder as he left the fort. They started to dismantle the fort, Kirishima and Izuku pulling all the huge cushions down on top of them so that everyone had to crawl upwards out of the fort. Putting everything away actually went strangely quickly, probably because they decided to keep the giant pillows in case they wanted to make a fort again and Yorozu wasn't available. When they were all done, Izuku picked Eri up and carried her over to the front door, where Aizawa was waiting, looking bored. That was so fun. Eri squealed as Izuku put her down next to Aizawa. She had a limited number of people she actually liked carrying her, and unfortunately Aizawa was not on the list. Aizawa smiled at her, expression softening like it usually did when he looked at her. "I'm glad you had a good time, Eri. Can we do it again?" she asked as they started to leave, Aizawa sending Izuku a grateful look over his shoulder. "Of course you can," he told Eri. Izuku watched them go, Eri jabbering excitedly about forts and playtime. He smiled and closed the door. Being a kid could be pretty fun, and Eri was finally starting to get the experiences she needed. Shaking his head happily, he ran back into the common room, already planning how to get away with hitting Bakugo with a pillow. Since Izuku had discovered Eri's lack of a childhood, and his own subsequent shortcomings, he had been finding increasingly fun things they could try together. The class was calling it hobby seeking, and it was quickly becoming a class competition to see who could get Eri to have the most fun. The teachers were highly encouraging of their attempt to get Eri to try new things, and so Izuku had been going to pick Eri up after class every day to try a new hobby. The fort was currently at the top of the list, of course, because Eri still couldn't stop talking about it 4 days later. They tried singing, Eri and Izuku both spending an afternoon in Jiru's room to try to learn some instruments. Eri had already been in love with Jiru's voice, and she was equally impressed with Izuku's, although he tended to be a little bit more shy with his notes. All in all, he wasn't a bad singer, and Jiru was quick to notice that he was actually quite a good singer when he wasn't so quiet. Eri's voice was adorable, of course, a little high warble that made Izuku simultaneously want to laugh and cry at the same time, because she was so cute and she'd never really gotten an opportunity to be like this before. He'd settled on a tight smile, and they'd left Jiru's room in high spirits. Even after that, the fort was still in first place, because while Eri now kept asking Izuku to sing for her, she wouldn't sing herself, and Izuku thought that maybe she shared his problems in underconfidence. The second thing they tried was dancing lessons with Ashido, who made up for Eri's lack of confidence with a lot of over-enthusiasm. Eri didn't really like dancing much, although she did enjoy laughing at Izuku when he accidentally tripped over his own feet and nearly face-planted. Asui introduced Eri to puzzles, which Eri was extremely good at, especially when teamed up with Izuku. They blew through Asui's entire stock in an afternoon, and Izuku had to explain to Aizawa that afternoon why exactly Eri and Izuku it was fun. He wasn't going to lie, wanted 50 new puzzles shipped to you within the next week. Then Yorozu, Uraraka, and Ashido had roped them into doing a fashion show. Eri was vaguely entertained the whole time, enjoying the outfits and maybe the attention as all 3 girls started cooing over her whenever she tried on a new one. The fashion show ended abruptly when Yorozu thought it would be a great idea to make a small-sized Deku costume, which Eri straight up refused to take off. She was still wearing it when Izuku went to pick her up the next day, and he had to wonder if Aizawa had had just as much trouble getting her to take it off as they had. It was rare to see Eri ever really be stubborn about something, which made it even more difficult to try to get her to change when she was stubborn. So the Deku costume stayed on. "What are we trying today, Deku-kun?" Eri asked him as they headed back to the 1A dorms. She was practically skipping in her excitement. "I was thinking we could use Seitu's cooking supplies today and try to bake something," Izuku suggested, smiling as the little green ears of Eri's hood bobbed up and down. "Try to bake candy apples," she said, turning around mid-step to grin up at him. "Maybe," he said, raising an eyebrow mysteriously. She started to wiggle around a little, grin widening into the hugest anticipatory smile he'd ever seen. Trying not to laugh, he scooped her up and threw her over his back as she shrieked in delight. "I will piggyback you all the way over there," he announced. Eri shifted around on his back until she was comfortable, arms tight around his shoulders. "Run," she encouraged him. He snorted and then started to run, shifting into one for all full cowling at 1% for a moment, just to hear her excited whoop. They burst into the dorms, Izuku kicking off his shoes as he ran, and stopped abruptly in the kitchen. Uraraka and Ida were the only ones in the common area, and they stared in shock as Izuku let Eri, who was shaking in peals of laughter, back down to the ground. "Hi," Izuku said sheepishly. "No running in the dorms." Ida told him, looking affronted. Yes, running in the dorms, Eri said to Ida, eyes just peeping over the counter. It's fun. You're setting a bad example, Ida said disapprovingly to Izuku. Izuku put his hands up defensively, gesturing at Eri, who was now quietly looking through the bottom cupboards. She was the one that told me to do it, tell her to set a better example for me. Eri giggled from below the counter. A moment later, she emerged with a huge pot, which looked like it was a struggle for her to hold up. Izuku caught it as it started to tip down. Do we need this one? She asked, as he took it. He frowned at it. Maybe a smaller one, he suggested. Eri dived under the counter again, searching. Uraraka made her way over as Ida, muttering to himself about school rules, disappeared. Need help? He returned the smile as Eri returned with a smaller pan. Fine by me. What do you say, Eri? Yes. Eri said excitedly, passing the pan up to Izuku for inspection. I would love it if you helped, Uraraka-san. Izuku busied himself around the kitchen for a few minutes, pulling out all the supplies he needed for candy apples, which seemed to be the direction Eri wanted to take this cooking session, while Uraraka commented on Eri's choice of outfit. It reminds me of Deku-kun, Eri explained, reaching back and running her hands over the hood. I feel safe with green. Green is a very safe color, Uraraka agreed. She met Izuku's eyes as he grabbed apples from the fridge and he smiled. Blushing a little, she returned her gaze to Eri. Uraraka came around the counter and took the apples from him. He'd grabbed extra, thinking that there was a good chance others from the class would come by and want one. As Izuku started making the syrup, Uraraka helped Eri push the sticks into the apples, Eri babbling about how Aizawa had wanted her to take the costume off, but she thought it would help keep the nightmares away, so he let her keep it. Izuku could tell that Eri really liked Aizawa, even if she wasn't the most vocal around him. She associated him as someone safe, most of the time. Of course, no one could get Eri to talk like Tagata, or, he supposed, himself, but there were few people Eri felt genuinely safe around, and it was a huge leap for her that she felt safe around Aizawa, an adult. And not the most welcoming-looking one at that. Eri and Uraraka finished with the apples at about the same time that the candy part was ready, and Izuku helped guide Eri's hand as she very carefully dipped the apples into the syrup. Luckily, she managed to do all of them without getting burned, or most of them. Anyway, Uraraka and Izuku did a few of them here and there when she was distracted. All three of them stood around the kitchen, waiting for the apples to cool. Eri scrambled up onto the kitchen counter, Izuku using a hand to give her a bit of a boost, and she sat there, legs swinging off the edge as she waited. She was patient for someone her age, Izuku remembered. Kirishima wandered by and then stopped, looking at the three of them in the kitchen, a wicked smile crossing his face. Hi, there, he said, walking towards them. Izuku gave him a polite nod and Uraraka waved. Eri turned fully around on the counter and gave him a bright smile. Wow, is she in a good mood today, Izuku thought to himself. She didn't usually talk this much, or give so many bright smiles. Red spiky nice person, Eri said with enthusiasm. Uraraka hid a smile behind her hand. It's Eijiro Kirishima, Izuku reminded her. No, it's definitely red spiky nice person, Kirishima said, grinning at Eri, who slipped off the counter before Izuku could catch her. It must have been intentional, though, because she landed lightly on her feet and went around to pull Kirishima into the kitchen. Come eat candy apples with us, Eri said. Kirishima gave Izuku an excited look. You guys made candy apples. Can I really have one? Izuku nodded. I made extra, because I figured someone else would want one. Sweet, I bet Ashido would totally want one too. Kirishima looked between the apples and Eri for a moment, evil grin returning. You like sweet food, right, Eri? He asked. Eri nodded, wiggling her butt around a little on the counter. I love sweet, she said, nodding enthusiastically. Ah, but have you ever had sour? Kirishima said, looking like sour food was some sort of mysterious contraband thing. Izuku buried his face in his hand. Knowing Kirishima, things were about to escalate quickly. Eri frowned, eyes dropping to the floor as she thought. I think no, she said finally, raising her eyes. Well, do I have the food for you, then? Kirishima said, crossing the kitchen and pulling a lemon out of the fruit bowl. Pausing, he threw a look at Izuku for permission, something more and more people in 1A had been doing lately, as though he could stop them. Izuku just gave a non-committal shrug. "You can try it if you want, Eri," he said. "Just know it doesn't taste like sweet food at all." Eri nodded, an interested light coming into her eyes. "I would like to try it," she said. Grinning, Kirishima split open the lemon and held out a half to Eri. "Like it," he told her. She took the half hesitantly and held it in front of her, looking uncertainly at Izuku, who had a resigned expression on his face. This was going to have to happen eventually, he supposed, so now was as good a time as ever. He gave her a half-hearted nod. Her little tongue poked out and she dabbed it carefully against the lemon. Immediately, her face scrunched up in distaste, lips puckering against the sourness. If Izuku hadn't been trying to look annoyed with Kirishima for baiting Eri into liking a lemon, he might have been making the same "that's so cute" comments that were currently pouring from both Uraraka and Kirishima's mouths, because Eri's expression was easily one of the most adorable things he'd ever seen. She looked torn between throwing the lemon across the room and liking it again to be polite. Kirishima snickered into the back of his hand as Eri set the lemon half down and said very politely, "I don't think that's for me." "It doesn't have to be, Eri-chan," Izuku said, rubbing his forehead tiredly as Kirishima cackled. "Most people don't like just plain lemons." "Oh good," Eri said, looking relieved. "Because that was gross." Izuku couldn't pretend to be annoyed anymore. He laughed right along with Kirishima and Uraraka as Eri trotted over to the trash can and chucked the lemon in with a great deal of force. "Can we eat apples now?" Eri asked, making little pah noises with her mouth as she tried to get the taste of the lemon out. Uraraka reached out and poked one of the apples with her fingers. "I think just a few more minutes," she said as her finger sank into the candy a little bit. Eri decided to fill the next few minutes with a great deal of talking. Ashido wandered in somewhere in the middle of Eri's monologuing and she and Kirishima shared a knowing look as Eri rambled about fruits and trying new food and Aizawa and cats and grass and little bugs and wind and the trials of having long hair. Izuku was highly entertained by the scene in front of him and was zoning out both Ashido and Kirishima until he was immediately forced to pay attention to them when Kirishima said decisively, "I'm naming it." "It's a Deku moment." Stopping mid-sentence, Eri gave them an uncertain look as Izuku flushed and buried his face in Uraraka's shoulder, who turned a brilliant shade of red that he would have been jealous of. "A Deku moment," Eri repeated questioningly. "Yeah, like when Deku mutters to himself," Ashido said, nodding in agreement. "Sometimes you do it too, and it's super cute. A Deku moment." "Why are we naming this?" Izuku groaned, still hiding in Uraraka's shoulder. "A Deku moment," Eri said again, clearly rolling the words around in her mouth. Her eyes brightened up and she looked at Ashido and Kirishima. "Okay." "What?" Izuku exclaimed, head popping up. "You're siding with them. What is this betrayal?" "I kind of like it," Uraraka said slowly. "Not you too," he said, throwing his arms up in mock exasperation. He didn't actually mind the name, as long as it wasn't used against him too often. Eri giggled at how dramatic he was being. "Sign," he said, "well, I guess I'll forgive you if we—" He seized Eri and danced her over to the stove. "Eat candy apples now." "Yes." Eri shrieked excitedly. He held her out and she picked one up. Very cautiously, she stuck out her tongue and tasted it. "It doesn't taste like that disgusting lemon thing," Eri said decisively. "Good. That's what we were going for," Izuku said, picking up another one and taking a huge bite out of it, to Eri's immense delight. "Do you want it to taste like lemon?" Kirishima asked mischievously, holding out the other lemon half. "No," Eri yelled, pulling on Izuku's shirt to get away from the lemon. He carried her across the kitchen from Kirishima. "Don't worry, Eri-chan," he said, pulling himself up on the counter and setting her down next to him. "I'll protect you from the crazy lemon demon." She wasn't paying attention anymore, fully immersed in her candy apple and closing out the outside world in her bliss. Smiling at her, Izuku nibbled at his, warding Kirishima off with an extra apple stick. The cooking didn't quite beat the fort, but it certainly came close, and the next day, Eri asked if they could do it again, requesting specifically that the crazy lemon demon be there. Eri opened her eyes, but she wasn't in her new bed in the safe school, she was back in her old room, in the dark. Deku was next to her, looking tiredly around as though this was perfectly normal, as though everything about this wasn't wrong. He gave her a quiet smile and she relaxed, because when Deku smiled, it meant everything was okay, even though she might not understand what was going on. The door opened, spilling unnatural light into the door, and there was Chisaki-sama, but that couldn't be right because Deku said that Chisaki-sama wouldn't come back, that he couldn't come back. This Chisaki didn't seem to understand that he wasn't allowed in Eri's life anymore, because he stepped forward, one hand outstretched to grab her. But he didn't grab her, he grabbed Deku, because Deku always stepped in front of Eri when Chisaki-sama tried to take her. Deku always got between Eri and the danger. Deku was safe. Chisaki-sama took Deku's arm instead of Eri's and pulled him out of the room, and Eri sobbed because the green sparks were gone, and somehow she knew it was her fault, because of her quirk. Deku smiled reassuringly at her over his shoulder and she hiccuped. Deku was smiling. Everything would be okay, because Deku always made it okay. The door closed and Deku screamed. Eri wanted to run for the door and help him, but she couldn't move. She was completely frozen as Deku screamed in a way that shouldn't be humanly possible for someone to scream, let alone Deku, her Deku, no, no, no. But the screaming didn't stop, it filled her ears and she couldn't move. She couldn't move because she was useless and weak and a curse, and she knew all of this was her fault. The screaming came to an abrupt halt and Eri hated it. The silence, the dead silence, was filled with more meaning than any amount of noise could have. It meant that Deku was gone, and his smile couldn't protect her anymore. The door opened again and there was Chisaki-sama, covered in BLD. And that had to be Deku's BLD, because who else? Chisaki-sama hated BLD. It made him feel unclean, and that made him feel angry, and that made him hurt Eri. "This is your fault, Eri," he hissed, walking towards her, and now she could move and she was scrambling back, away from his outstretched hand. Her back hit the far wall and she couldn't move anymore, and his hand reached out and she couldn't get away. "This is your fault for being happy," he said coldly, and his bloody hand hit her face and it burned, and Eri woke up with a gasp. She was in her regular room, so that must have been what Deku called a nightmare. It was too much, and Eri burst into tears, keeping her sobs quiet so she didn't disturb anyone else. Deku was gone. People who screamed like that didn't come back unless he brought them back, Eri knew that from experience. And Chisaki-sama would never bring Deku back, so he was gone. Eri remembered what Deku told her to do when he was alive, the bleh bleh bleh. She tried it a few times quietly, trying to spit out the nightmare, but it wasn't the same now that Deku was gone. Even with the nightmare out, there was an empty spot in her heart where Deku should have been, and she couldn't sleep like that. Who could sleep with that? She crawled out of bed, trying to go through a mental list of safe places she could go to, people who wouldn't be angry with her if she woke them up. And people who wouldn't be angry with her for letting Chisaki-sama hurt Deku until he screamed, and then end the screaming. The only person she could think of was the nice Aizawa man, the one who never really slept, the one who always called Deku a problem child. So she padded silently across the floor and down the hall. Shouta knew he probably should have been sleeping. That was a fact that he knew. But he had been grading, and then he had finished grading, and then he had managed to think of 1,000 things he could be doing that didn't start with an S and end with a leap. So he wasn't sleeping. It turned out to be a good thing, because he heard a light knock on his door at that ungodly hour of the night. He got up and answered it, scowling at whatever stupid teacher was up that late, because honestly, sleep is important for everyone except him. But there was no one there. His eyes drifted down as the realization of who might be there hit him, and sure enough, there was Ai. Her eyes were puffy and she looked like she'd been doing some intense crying. Taking a cue from Midoriya, Shouta crouched down in front of her, opening his arms up. Eri walked straight into them. "Bleh bleh bleh won't work because Deku's dead," she said, voice heavily muffled by his shirt. "Well, that's an interesting way to start a conversation." He pulled back a little, looking at her with curious eyes. "Deku's what?" "His dead, Eri said, tears spilling out of her eyes. Shouta gave her a worried look. The chances of Midoriya being dead were close to zero, unless he'd stayed up fighting with Bakugo again, so she must have been reacting to some sort of dream she just had. It seemed like she thought whatever happened in the dream was real, and wasn't able to separate the nightmare from reality. Expression clearing again, he said, "I think that was just a dream, Eri-chan. Do you want to go check?" Walking down to 1A wouldn't be too harmful, especially since Eri didn't seem like she was going to be able to sleep without seeing some solid evidence of Midoriya's livingness, so 𝐬𝐸 was going to have to go interrupt Midoriya's much-needed sleep for this. But that was okay, for Midoriya wouldn't mind being woken up for her. In fact, he'd probably be grateful. IWW was dreaming, and Deku was screaming, and then he was quiet, said, voice quivering. That means he's dead. Trying not to think about how Eri can say that with such certainty in her tone, like she'd seen it before and just knew what that meant, 𝐬𝐸 climbed to his feet, scooping her up with him. Letting him carry her was a recent development, and he'd been enjoying it. "Let's just go look and see, okay?" Eri gave him a hesitant nod, and 𝐬𝐸 had the feeling she was just humoring him. He grabbed a jacket on the way out the door, shifting Eri to his hip as he slipped into his shoes and left the teachers' dormitories. Eri was silent while they walked, playing quietly with a strand of 𝐬𝐸's hair, and he realized that going to see Midoriya at this point was probably a good idea anyway. Usually after Eri's particularly bad nightmares, she could pull herself back up, or get a teacher too. But this seemed like one that Midoriya would be able to help with more than the other teachers could. About 5 minutes later, they walked into 1A's dorm building, 𝐬𝐸 setting Eri down for a moment so he could pull off his shoes. They walked silently to Deku's room, Eri slipping her hand gently into 𝐬𝐸's, almost as though she was trying to comfort him. 𝐬𝐸 sighed. Watching Eri deal with a fake death was almost worse than watching her deal with a real one, because there was so much pain bottled up inside her tiny frame, and for no good reason other than that Chisaki was a PP. As they walked up to Midoriya's room, 𝐬𝐸's eyes narrowed. A thin sliver of light was shining out from underneath Midoriya's room, and honestly, kid, it's 2 in the morning, why are you still awake? Eri's hand tightened around 𝐬𝐸's as he knocked, face set in an expression of extreme displeasure because Midoriya, of all people, needed sleep. And instead Midoriya was doing God knows what at 2 in the morning. The door opened to reveal a very bleary-eyed Midoriya, whose expression quickly shifted to alarm as he met 𝐬𝐸's annoyed eyes. "Would you believe me if I told you I was sleeping with the lights on?" Midoriya asked frantically. 𝐬𝐸 opened his mouth to inform Midoriya that no, he would not believe him, when Eri burst into tears. Eyes widening, Midoriya shepherded them both into the room, glancing down the hallway to check that they weren't waking anyone up. When he heard no protests from the other rooms, Midoriya stepped into his room and shut his door against the darkness. Eri was sobbing on Izuku's bed while 𝐬𝐸 murmured to her in a low voice, and Izuku had absolutely no idea what to do. It might be easier if he had some context, but as it happened, he didn't have any, so he was left to guess. It would appear, he supposed as he hastily tried to hide next week's homework from Aizawa, which he'd been working on for so long he'd lost track of time, that Eri had had a particularly bad nightmare and needed him to pull her out of it. But Eri had been having nightmares every night since they picked her up, and she'd gotten really good at handling them. So this one had to be a really bad one. He towed his way across the room to them, approaching Eri's quivering figure like she was a deer that would flee at a moment's notice. 𝐬𝐸 stepped aside as he approached, giving him one of his "I have no idea how to handle this, so I'm making you do it" looks. Izuku slowly worked his way down to a crouch in front of Eri. "Eri-chan," he asked quietly. "You're not dead," Eri said, coughing the words up between sobs. "Well, that would definitely explain why she's crying." "No, I am not," Izuku confirmed. So Eri had had a nightmare in which he died, and she hadn't been able to fully pull herself out of it yet. He could handle this. No problem. A moment of sob-racked silence later, Izuku realized he had no idea how to handle this. He shot Aizawa a desperate look, but the man just gave him a bewildered shrug, and Izuku realized he really was on his own. "Why don't you tell me what happened?" he suggested, voice coming out at a slightly higher pitch than usual as he tried not to panic. "I was having a dream and 𝐒𝐻𝐸 killed you," Eri wailed, voice surprisingly loud compared to the usual quiet whimper she used when she cried, "and I woke up before I could get him to bring you back." She sniffled, rubbing a hand under her nose. So I don't understand why you're still here. Izuku tried very hard not to breathe out a sigh. Stupid overhaul, giving Eri nightmares that she couldn't break back out of. I promise I'm totally fine. Sometimes things happen in dreams that aren't real. Here, careful to broadcast his movements, he took her hand and led it up to his cheek, pressing it against his freckled skin. See? I'm fine. But you died, she sobbed, bringing up her other hand and pressing into both of Izuku's cheeks, pulling his head closer to hers and searching his eyes for something. Her entire body was shaking, hands trembling against Izuku's skin. You died, and I had to hear you screaming again. It was so scary, Nissan. Izuku froze and he felt Aizawa reacting similarly next to him. Putting the description of what sounded like an absolutely horrible dream aside, had she just... Nissan, he repeated weakly. I'm sorry, she shrieked, jumping from the bed and dropping into a full bow. Izuku recoiled, exclaiming, Holy Esity. He couldn't help himself, even though Aizawa was totally glaring at him now for swearing. But Eri was sobbing and he didn't know what to do. And this whole thing was overwhelming, and had she really just called him her brother? I'm not angry, Eri-chan. He knelt down on the ground in front of her, trying to pull her up. I promise I'm not angry. A tear dripped out of the corner of his eye and he laughed, wiping it away before it could become a flood. I can be Nissan if you want. I'm so sorry, she whimpered into the floor. No, Eri-chan, Izuku groaned, pulling her up and wrapping her into a hug. She went limp in his arms and he buried his face in her hair, pulling her tightly into himself. Or, I guess, he hesitated slightly before diving in, my imuto. She stiffened in his arms and then relaxed, hands gripping tightly around the back of his shirt. Izuku could feel his shirt getting soaked, but he didn't let go. He wouldn't let go until she pulled away first. Eri-chan, he said, as soon as she'd calmed down enough to just be having the occasional hiccup instead of the full-on sobs of a moment ago. She responded mid-hiccup, face still buried in his shirt, horn at an uncomfortable angle in his chest, not that he'd say anything about it. I know dreams are scary sometimes, but I promise I'm okay. She released a shuddering breath, and with it a ton of tension flooded out of her body. She nodded into his shirt, horn twisting against the spot over his heart. He grimaced but let it be. Also, Eri-chan. She lifted her head, looking him curiously in the eyes. We probably shouldn't repeat the word he. Aizawa snorted and a grin spread slowly across Eri's tear-stained face. Okay, Nissan, she said, smiling. No SHD. Izuku couldn't help but laugh, feeling strangely comforted by the fact that Eri joined in weakly a moment later, and by Aizawa's glare from a few feet away. Everything was going to be okay. Xiaoto watched over his problem child and the new addition, small adorable problem child as they talked each other to sleep. Eri curled up against Midoriya's chest. They'd fallen asleep on the floor because it apparently took too much energy to just climb up onto the bed, but whatever. They were really cute, he had to admit to himself as he pulled Midoriya's ridiculous all-might blanket over the two of them. He would rather die than admit it to the other teachers, but he would probably die for the two of them. Eri felt safe with Midoriya, and Midoriya was so fiercely protective of her it was a wonder to behold sometimes. He left them together, placing a note on the floor next to Midoriya instructing him to bring Eri over to the teachers' dormitories before class the next day. He could trust his problem children to watch out for each other. They were safest that way. When Eri woke up, she was confused for a moment because she wasn't in her room. But then she was bombarded by a lot of very bright blues, reds, and yellows, and she knew exactly where she was. She looked over from where she was lying. Had they really fallen asleep on the floor? And saw Deku scribbling something in one of his many notebooks, biting his lip hard as his pencil flew across the page. He looked like he'd woken up just a little while ago, because his hair was sticking up very awkwardly on the side of his head. Padding softly over to him, she looked over his elbow to see what he was doing. He was muttering to himself under his breath about something she couldn't quite catch, and his hand was flying across the page almost faster than she could track with her eyes. What are you doing? She asked. He startled, giving her a surprised look before smiling warmly and holding up his notebook for her to see. I'm taking notes. I like to take notes on interesting Quirk things, And this morning I realized that Kaminari-kun could potentially use his quirk like a human electromagnet, so I was writing down possible uses and how much power output he would need to use and stuff like that. Eri frowned at his notebook, trying to read it. She could read a few of the words he'd scribbled out in his messy handwriting, but what she really liked was the picture he'd drawn. And the idea that Deku could help people with their quirks, just like she needed help with hers. "Do people use your notes?" she asked, moving his arm out of the way so she could climb up onto his lap. He let her pull herself up, scooting back in his chair a little so she had more room. "Sometimes. It depends on if I tell them what I wrote down. But sometimes things are too good for me to not share." She could feel his warm eyes looking at the top of her head as she glanced over his notes. "Could you do one for me in your nice handwriting?" she asked, shifting her gaze up to meet his green eyes. She didn't want the scribbles. Looking a little surprised again, he nodded, ripping out a blank page from his notebook and drawing a quick sketch of her. "I'll talk you through it while I'm writing, how about that?" "Okay." She watched his pencil as he sketched, mesmerized by the way the marks seemed to magically appear under the pencil as he dragged it across the page. It seemed so amazing that such a tiny little tool could make such a big difference on the page. She liked it a lot. "So, I think your quirk is a type that stockpiles energy and converts it into a different type of energy that you use for your quirk," he said. Eri could tell he was intentionally trying to slow down his speech for her, but she didn't mind his muttering, so she gave his hand a light squeeze to tell him it was okay. He beamed at her and continued on. "What I would guess happens is your horn stores up time, which means that the more time that passes between whenever you use it, the more time you can rewind things for, if that makes sense." It didn't really make sense to A, but she nodded anyway. She was interested in what he had to say, even if he didn't exactly express it in the best way. "So if you didn't use your horn for a really long time, you could rewind someone out of existence, but if you just used your horn the day before, you could only rewind someone back a little bit of time," he explained further. That made a little bit more sense. "It also means that if you don't want your quirk to get out of control, using it just a little bit every day will really help you out." Eri nodded. She needed to remember that. Or maybe she didn't, since Deku was very carefully, and very neatly, copying all his words into a bullet point list on his piece of paper. "I don't really know what you want to do with your quirk, but if you wanted to be a hero, you could probably use your quirk really well in rescue situations and first aid stations. You'd be a really good person to team up with on missions, because you could heal injuries as you went. Another career you could consider is a field medic or even just working in a hospital." Eri gave an unconscious shudder and he rubbed his free hand up and down her arm to calm her down. "Or you could do what Recovery Girl does here at you, if you wanted. But if you wanted to be a hero, something you could probably work on is hand-to-hand combat, because if someone managed to get their quirk past you, you'd probably have a lot of trouble beating them with just your quirk, at least without rewinding them really far." He looked worried all of a sudden. "But if you're going to learn hand-to-hand, you should wait a bit and make sure to ask Aizawa-sensei first, okay?" She nodded. A possible thing for your costume would be some sort of armor to cover your horn, like this." He drew a little sketch to the side and Eri smiled. She really liked watching Deku draw. "Also, your quirk really only seems to work on living things, so you might want to practice on plants, that way you don't hurt anyone. I think right now it's based on touch, but eventually you'd probably be able to rewind anything within a close range, and you'd be able to do multiple things at once with a lot of practice." He finished writing the line he was on and handed her the sheet of paper. "There you go." Skimming her eyes over his writing, Eri found that she could read it pretty well. There were a couple words she didn't know, but his handwriting was very neat when he made a conscious effort for it, and he'd managed to make his sentences very simple just for her. She beamed up at him. "Thank you, Dekuni." He choked on empty air and then smiled at her. She liked his smile, it reminded her of sunshine. "Anytime, Eri-chan. Let's go find Aizawa-sensei, okay?" She nodded, slipping down from his lap. He grabbed his uniform jacket from the back of his chair and pulled it over his shoulders, grabbing his backpack on the way out the door. In the hallway, she asked to get picked up, and beaming, he scooped her up in his arms and helped her onto his back. When she was comfortable, they started off again, going to find the nice Aizawa man. In the hallway, the only one they passed was the chopping hands boy, and 𝐂𝐲 smiled shyly at him as they passed, pressing her cheek against the back of Deku's collar. She was still tired from the events of last night, but it was easier to relax into Deku now, because he had saved her from another nightmare. 𝐸𝐸 couldn't really express the feeling she felt for Deku, but it was warm and sharp and safe and scary all together. She liked the feeling. She snuggled closer into his back as they stepped outside. Maybe 𝐸𝐸 could make Deku a Quirk notes page, too. He would maybe like that. Deku dropped her off at the teachers' dormitories, brushing off the many thank yous that Aizawa-sensei gave him, before grinning at 𝐸𝐸 and leaving her alone with Lemillion. 𝐸𝐸 liked Lemillion very much. But Lemillion was always smiling, and that made 𝐸𝐸 very worried for him sometimes. People who always smiled were people who didn't let themselves feel hurt, and Deku and the dog feelings teacher both said that it wasn't always a good thing to hide the hurting. 𝐸𝐸 often found herself wondering what hurts Lemillion was hiding with his smile. They had to be very big hurts, if he had to have such a very big smile to cover them up. She spent the day reading over Deku's Quirk notes for her, and recreating them for him. She even drew a picture of him in his costume, although it wasn't as good as the drawing he'd done of her, and it took her a couple tries to get it to a place she was satisfied with. Eventually though, she was happy with what she'd made, and all she had to do was wait until school ended so that she could give it to Deku. Izuku was really tired. It was taking all the energy he had to just stay awake in class, and Aizawa was definitely noticing, although he was kind enough to not comment, and Izuku was pretty sure that Aizawa had intentionally let him fall asleep on his desk during homeroom. Staying up until 2 in the morning was a really bad idea, although he was glad he'd done it because it meant he was awake to help 𝐸𝐸. But then he'd fallen asleep with 𝐸𝐸 on the floor. Honestly, Izuku, how hard would it have been for you to climb onto the bed with her? Seriously. So now he had a giant crick in his neck and his right shoulder was all jacked up and he had the worst bedhead, and he'd woken up about an hour earlier than usual because he was so uncomfortable, and also he'd had a moment of inspiration about Kaminari and couldn't fall back asleep. So now he was falling asleep in class. He was duly paying for his crimes. Somehow, he managed to make it through the whole day, surviving only through a combination of zero shooting tape at his head every few minutes, and Bakugu's random but very loud outbursts. Aizawa was sending him alternating pitying and annoyed looks as he dragged himself out of his chair and through the doorway, but honestly, Izuku couldn't find it in himself to care. He might have actually fallen asleep as he was walking down the hallway, if 𝐸𝐸's big red eyes hadn't snapped him out of it as he turned the corner to the front. She was hopping from foot to foot in the hallway, smiling at the people who passed her, and listening to Togator as he gave an animated telling of something or other, but she didn't look that interested, honestly, and she was clearly waiting for someone. Her expression brightened considerably when she saw him, and she dragged Togator forward, pulling him down the hallway to Izuku. She was holding a little folded-up piece of paper, and she held it out as she approached, trying to give it to Izuku, even from all the way down the hallway. They met somewhere in the middle and Izuku took the paper from her as she moved it in his face, excitedly telling him that she'd made something special and could he please look at it. Smiling tiredly at her, he unfolded it and stared, going bright red as he looked it over. It was honestly the cutest thing 𝐸𝐸 had ever given him, and that included the ridiculous drawing of Deku beating up Kaken she'd done a few weeks ago. At the top of the page was a really good drawing of Izuku in his hero costume, considering that a 6-year-old had done it. Underneath that was written, 𝐸𝐸's hero, Deku Quirk, strength and green lightning seems to give off green light and also makes Deku very fast, makes Deku strong. Makes Deku very safe. Deku has safe arms. Side effect of Quirk. Improvements to costume, wear a cape or sash to hold 𝐸𝐸 in. Practice on trees or things that won't get hurt. Or warm left side. Very easy to get hurt. Be careful when fighting. Izuku stared at the page in front of him, somewhere between laughter and tears because her attempts were hilariously adorable and also so sweet. He was too tired to deal with all the emotions swirling around in him, so he gave in and just burst into tears. She looked very concerned, and she released Togator's hand so she could reach up and try to stem the flood coming out of his eyes. Sorry, he gasped, rubbing his sleeve over his eyes to try to minimize damage to the paper. This is just the sweetest thing ever, thank you so much. "Are you happy?" she asked, leaning forward on her toes, something she tended to do when she was worried and didn't know what to do. It made her look kind of like a bird, like she was just about to hop forward and take off. "So happy, Eri-chan," he said, smiling through the tears. "I love your drawing, and I love the epithet on my name, thank you very much." "She worked on it all day," Togeto said proudly. Izuku managed to give him a tight, teary nod. "Thanks, Eri-chan," he whispered, holding the paper close to his chest. "I'll keep it forever." This week was bad for Deku. Eri knew because she had bad weeks too, sometimes. Her bad times weren't quite the same as Deku's, but she could still tell. Both of them went quiet on their dark days, but Deku got fidgety and Eri fell still. Deku's eyes widened as he searched for all available information, and Eri shut her eyes to close out the world. Deku buried himself in school, and Eri hid in her room. Their bad days were different. But Eri knew how to tell when Deku was feeling upset. He tried to hide behind smiles, but they never quite seemed to reach his nervous eyes. He flinched at loud sounds more often than usual and went quiet around the spiky mean person. Eri could understand that, because she also didn't like loud sounds when she was having bad weeks. She also could tell Deku was feeling bad because he seemed to want to spend as much time as possible with Eri. His shoulders stayed all tight until he saw her and everything about him changed, and the light came back on in his eyes. Eri noticed that. So, because she knew that she was the only one who could cheer Deku up, she decided that during this bad week, she would make it her personal responsibility to pull Deku into a good week instead. She would cheer him up. The question was, how? She sat on his lap in class and made him Quirk notes, and told him to draw Deku safe arms, because that always cheered her up. He drew it, and she definitely felt calmer with his cheek pressed against the side of her head and his steady breathing humming against her back. Deku also seemed calmer at first, as his pencil reliably skated across the page, making a rough and appealing masterpiece. But when Aizawa-san came to get Eri, he sagged and the tiredness fell on his back again. If Deku only was happy when Eri was around, then she'd just have to spend as much time with him as possible. She convinced Aizawa-san to let her have a sleepover with Deku again. Aizawa-san looked tired too, but in a different way. He only looked tired when he was looking at Deku, like he also could see that something was wrong, and he also wanted to help. But he was resigned to Deku's mood where Eri was determined to fix it. That was the difference between her and the adults. They saw hurt and they didn't know what to do, so they didn't do anything. But Eri wanted to be someone who saw hurt and fixed it, whether or not she knew how. That's who she wanted to be. Deku's hero. It would be easier if she didn't have such a bad quirk, but Deku said that eventually, if she kept practicing, she'd be able to use her quirk without hurting anyone or herself. And Eri was excited to be able to use it like that. She just didn't like the in-between part. But that didn't matter right now. Right now, she had a Deku to make happy. She skipped to his room, ditching Aizawa-san in the front entry, and knocked. A few seconds later the door opened, revealing Deku's tired face. He had nasty purple marks under his eyes and his entire body screamed sad and confused and hurt and tired. As his eyes drifted down to meet hers, his expression brightened up and his shoulders relaxed. Good. That meant Eri's efforts were working. Deku-ni! Eri shrieked, drawing out his name and lifting her arms toward him in excitement. Eri-chan, he exclaimed back, scooping her up in his arms before she even had to ask. He nuzzled his face into her stomach, snickering when she squealed that it tickled. I asked Aizawa-san and he said we could have a sleepover. Deku, can we? Can we? The crazy lemon demon had taught her all about puppy dog eyes earlier this week, and now she was doing her best work, squeezing her hands together and widening her eyes. Deku gave her a suspicious look and then sighed. You've been spending too much time with Kirishima-kun, he said before giving her a wide grin. But of course we can have a sleepover. What do you want to do? Thoughts. Reading. Cooking. Drawing. Eri scrambled through her thoughts, trying to think of what Deku would like best. She liked all the things he said, but what would he like? What would bring the happy light back into his eyes? She thought through all the things that made her smile, like Deku's hugs and green costumes and candy apples. And then she remembered the school festival when Deku had been dancing and there were pretty lights and he had surprised her with her very first candy apple. She grinned. She knew what she wanted to do. Pushing him back into the room, she explained rapidly, I have an idea, but it's going to take me many minutes to set up, so you stay in there and don't come out until I tell you to, okay? Deku looked surprised, but also very interested, and he nodded. Okay, Eri-chan. With a firm nod, Eri pulled the door shut between them before running down the hall. In a moment she found Uraraka talking to the chopping arms person in the hallway. Uraraka-san, she wailed, barreling into Uraraka's legs and wrapping her arms around them. I need a fa. The bubbly pink girl looked surprised, but she still crouched down in front of Eri, making their eyes level. What's up? I need you to go to Deku's room and make him happy until I come to get him, Eri said brightly, clasping her hands together and bouncing up and down on her toes. A distraction mission, the chopping arms person said, chopping his arms through the air. May I assist you, Uraraka-san? Uraraka looked like she thought something was very funny, but she just nodded and stood up, smiling at Eri-chan. We can be your distraction, yeah. Eri nodded, grinning at the two of them as they headed off toward Deku's room. Then she turned and ran for the staircase, heading for her next stop. She skidded to a halt in front of the 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐫 girl's door, smile widening as she heard the muffled sound of American rock playing from inside, and knocked. Jiru-san, she said brightly when the door opened, revealing a very annoyed and suspicious-looking Jiru face. Could you help me with something? Jiru's expression softened as she looked at Eri, opening the door a little wider. Sure, sweetie, what's up? I want to cheer Deku-kun up, because he's all sad and lonely right now, and I was wondering if you could help me. Eri asked politely, flashing puppy dog eyes upward. One eyebrow raised, Jiru said, have you been hanging out with Kirishima-kun again? Please, Jiru-san. 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐫 girl smiled. Sure, of course. What are you thinking? I was thinking that Deku likes surprises. Eri said, bouncing on her toes again. And then I was thinking about how much I loved watching everyone singing and dancing. So I was wondering if you could play your guitar for me and I could sing for him. Jiru's eyes lit up, and then she shifted her voice down low, like she was on a serious mission. Okay, let's do this. Operation Cheer Up Deku. We're going to need some people on damage control. Eri giggled, slipping into the role. Damage control has been taken care of. Uraraka and chopping arms person are with the target now. Eyebrows furrowing together, Jiru's lips mouthed through the phrase, chopping arms person, like she was trying to figure out who that was. Eri thought it was pretty obvious, but she still waited for Jiru to figure it out. A moment later her expression cleared in recognition and she laughed. Oh, Ida and Uraraka are the distraction team, good. Her sneaky voice came back. We'll need to get some supplies. We'll need some twinkle lights, don't you think? Eri nodded, delighted at the addition to her plan. Think we can get Momo-san on that? I'll find her and ask. Eri said, already turning to go down the hall. No need, Jiru said, dramatically whipping her phone out from her pocket. I'll use this super high-tech communication device to contact Momo-san. You start thinking of what songs you want to sing. Quick, into the super secret base. She ducked into the room, Eri sprinting in behind her. Eri liked dangling ears girl. Around most of her classmates, she was quiet and blunt. But around Eri, she tended to loosen up, with a more playful nature. She acted with Eri a lot more like she acted with the sparky drawl guy. Comfortable. To be honest, Eri didn't really know why people liked being around her. Sometimes people were very tense around her, like they thought she was about to explode, but most of the time she made people more relaxed. She didn't know why. Maybe it didn't really matter. Jiru-san finished her phone call before turning back to Eri with her hands clasped in front of her. Want to practice? She asked, digging through her stuff and pulling out her guitar case. Yes. They practiced for about 15 minutes, Jiru occasionally stopping to give Eri some pointers. Then Yorozu walked in, arms full of twinkle lights, and asked where she should put them. Jiru and Eri fell silent, both thinking about this new issue. Let's go to Deku's room and make him close his eyes while we put them up, Eri said decisively after a moment. Jiru and Yorozu shared a look, lips twitching upwards. Honey. Yaoyorozu said, crouching down next to Eri. Does Midoriya-kun know you call him Dekuni? Because that is literally the cutest thing ever, Jiru added, packing up her guitar. Eri nodded several times, beaming. He told me I was his little sister too. Jiru and Yaoyorozu looked at each other again, both of them grinning from ear to ear. That is the cutest thing ever, Jiru repeated, pulling out her phone. I'm texting Mina-san, give me a sec. She finished her text and locked her phone before starting out the room. To Deku's room, she announced, pulling her guitar out with her. Yes. Eri agreed, still not entirely sure what Jiru and Yaoyorozu were smirking about. Almost the moment Jiru's door closed, they heard a high-pitched scream from the floor above, and then thundering footsteps. Pink-horned girl appeared a second later, out of breath. You call him Dekuni, she shrieked, jumping up and down in excitement. Holy SHT. I'm texting everyone, this is so exciting. Overreaction, Jiru muttered, pulling her guitar over her shoulder and heading for Deku's room. Eri hummed in agreement. They traipsed down to Deku's room, pink-horned girl still gushing. Eri tucked Yaoyorozu and Jiru out of sight of the door and pushed it open. Dink, close your eyes, she commanded, as all three members of the room looked up in curiosity. You really do call him Dekuni? Pink-horned girl squealed, that wasn't a prank. Deku looked really overwhelmed, so Eri turned to Uraraka. Uraraka-san, make Deku-kun close his eyes. Smirking a little, Uraraka covered Deku's eyes with her hands, ignoring his protests. Eri motioned Jiru and Yaoyorozu in, climbing onto Deku's lap to distract him from the sounds of things being set up. Jiru snickered at Deku's interesting interior decorating skills, but the sound was drowned out by Ashido's excited screaming. Midoriya-kun, this means you have to adopt Eri, by law. But wouldn't that make him her dad? Uraraka said, looking a little confused. I'm sorry, Ashido-san, Chopping Hands person said. But that isn't actually a law. By law of the Heights Alliance, then. That's not a thing. Deku's eyebrows furrowed together. Is that Jiru? No, Eri lied innocently. Who are you and what have you done with Eri? Yaoyorozu and Jiru waved their empty hands at Eri, showing that they were done. Eri nodded and wiggled off Deku's lap as Yaoyorozu set the lights to a flashing setting. Oh, I'm videoing this, pink-haired girl Ashido said, whipping out her phone as she realized what was going on. Videoing what? Deku asked, sounding vaguely panicked. It's not a bad thing, Deku-kun, Uraraka said, grinning as Jiru pulled out her guitar. Actually, I think this is really cute, you're going to love it. Eri straightened out the front of her skirt, looked at Jiru for confirmation that everything was ready, and then gave Uraraka a small smile and nod, giving her permission to move her hands away from Deku's eyes. Deku's green eyes opened just as Jiru started playing her guitar and Eri began singing along, hands clasped tightly in front of her. He gasped and started crying immediately. No joke. Within 10 seconds of Eri starting to sing, Deku was crying. She'd thought there would be a longer time between the two events. Ignoring the flooding floor, Eri sang all the way until the end of the song and then dived into Deku's arms. You're crying, Deku, she gasped, burying her face in his shirt. Happy crying, eh? He choked, using his free hand to wipe his streaming eyes. Promise. Smirking, Jiru stuffed her guitar back into the case and started pulling down the lights. All right people, show's over, let the guy cry in peace. That was adorable and now I have blackmail. Midoriya-kun crying doesn't work as blackmail, Mina. He does that all the time. Fine. I'm sending it to the group chat, then, you heartless soul. The room cleared quickly, Uraraka patting Deku on the head as she exited. Luckily, Deku's room was on the second floor, so they didn't have to worry about any people below him getting upset about the flooding. The door clicked shut behind Uraraka and Eri wiggled around until she was sitting on Deku's lap. Are you happy, D? She asked, looking up into his eyes with concern. He gave her a watery smile. Yes, Eri-chan. So happy. Eri wrapped her arms around his back, holding him close while he finished crying. Deku was happy. Maybe it wouldn't last after she left, but so far, she was doing her job well. Anyway, So Eri and I were wondering about games we could play. Izuku said into his phone. He was holding it against his cheek with his shoulder, multitasking as he dried and put away dishes in the kitchen. His mom was on the other end, giving him endless advice about interacting with kids. Izuku had never been more grateful to her in his life. I tried building a fort for her and we've been trying different hobbies, but what do kids like to do? Did you try tea parties? She might like to hang out with the girls in your class, they probably have a lot of fun stuff to do. You know, I thought that too, but then she started really liking being around Kirishima-kun, so they've been spending a lot of time together, and now she's into boxing and rock music. The other day, I witnessed her throw a fantastic punch into Kaken's nuts. She didn't. Oh, she did. Izuku grinned as he recalled the memory. Kaken's contorted face was priceless, and he looked seconds away from bursting into a long chain of swearing. But, as usual, he managed to hold it in for Eri's sake. It really did look like it was taking all of his strength to not explode. I think Kirishima-kun might be a bad influence, actually. Because she did it, and all he said was, "That was manly." Oh goodness. That girl needs a mother figure in her life. Hey, yeah. I was actually thinking about coming over to visit, what do you say? I'd love that, he answered enthusiastically, shifting the phone to his other ear so he could reach up and open a cabinet to put the glasses away. Maybe you could meet her. She said she's curious about you more than once, although I think the concept of someone having a nice mom is kind of weird to her. Well, now I have to come up. Let's show her what a good mom looks like, yeah. Okay, then I'm going to hang up and call Aizawa-san. Does tomorrow work for you? Eri has therapy tomorrow, so maybe the next day. Or actually, Izuku considered for a long moment, leaning against the counter and shifting the phone back into his hand as he tried to predict what Eri's mood would be for the rest of the week. Actually, yeah, ask if you can come by tomorrow after her therapy. I think that might be nice for her. She'll be tired though, so we'll have to be calm, okay? Yes. Of course. I wouldn't want to scare her. So you call Aizawa-sensei then. Will do. Love you, sweetie. Love you too. Bye. He hung up, weighing his phone thoughtfully in his hand. Eri tended to be skittish around adults, especially new parental figures. This meeting with his mom could either be the worst idea in the world, or something really good for her. He was hoping for the latter, obviously, but either way, it was probably good for Eri to meet a nice mom. Especially when it was Izuku's nice mom, who she'd asked about more than once. The way she asked was always really sad, like, "Did your mom tell you your quirk was a curse too?" To which Izuku had to explain that he didn't have a quirk for a very long time, and his mom was very sad about it, but she loved him anyway. Eri had fallen silent for what felt like ages after that, thoughtfully turning it over in her mind before saying softly, "Deku-kun, what's love?" and breaking Izuku's heart. He tried to explain, but he wasn't entirely sure he'd gotten the point across. There's no good way to describe love, it's just fuzziness and fear all wrapped up in one package. Eri didn't really seem to understand the concept, so he told her it was okay, that she would understand it when she felt it. She'd given him a long, quiet look after that, and then had turned silently back to her coloring, lost in thought. So now, for her to make contact with Izuku's mom and see love in action, it would probably be a good experience for her, regardless of how she reacted to meeting a new parental figure. The next day, Izuku skipped happily down the halls to get Eri from Hound Dog's office. Aizawa had jumped on board with the idea in moments, explaining that his problem child and Izuku did in fact notice the possessive pronoun was already an excellent influence in Eri's life, and it would be helpful to her to meet his mom. So, the plan was a go and Izuku was excited. He hadn't seen 𝐒𝐭 in a couple weeks, and he really wanted to see if Eri liked her or not. He knocked excitedly on Hound Dog's door, hopping from foot to foot, excess energy making it hard to hold still. The door opened a minute later, Hound Dog's face peering out suspiciously until he realized who it was and nudged Eri out the door. She looked tired, as Izuku expected, but at the sight of him, her face split into a happy smile. "Deku-kun," she murmured, walking up to him and hugging his leg. "Eri-chan. I have someone I want you to meet, if that's okay." She nodded, raising her arms to get picked up. He raised an eyebrow and her arms fell back to her sides, disappointed. Could you pick me up, Deku-kun? Yes. He turned around and crouched down so she could scramble onto his back. She climbed up, tired arms looping around his neck, and buried her face in his shoulder. Who are we meeting, Deku-san? She asked as he carried her through the hallways, headed toward the Heights Alliance. Well, you know how you were asking about my mom. Her body tensed a little against his back, but she nodded. Well, she's here. Do you want to meet her? She hesitated and then nodded again. Is she really, actually nice? So nice? Then yes. Izuku grinned at her over his shoulder and then continued walking. He was trying to take it slow, since she looked so tired, but it was hard when he wanted to shift into full cowling and sprint. Eri was breathing softly with her face pressed to his neck, chest rising and falling against his back. She was so clearly tired. It was simultaneously really cute and really scary. She usually was a little ball of energy, a quiet ball of energy, but still. Are you sure you're okay with this, Eri-chan? He asked as they approached the dorms. I don't want to make you do anything you're not ready for. She shook her head against his shoulder. No, I want to meet your nice mom, she said quietly. You talk about her sometimes and it makes your eyes happy, and I want to see your happy eyes again. Izuku's lips quirked up in a half smile and he nodded. Eri's filters seemed to be down right now, and she was just saying whatever came to mind. Again, cute, but scary. She could be terrifyingly observant sometimes, but she didn't usually share her observations. Happy eyes it is. I can do that. You'll tell me if I do the rude thing, she asked, nestling her head into the crook of his neck. They'd been working on Eri's bluntness lately. It was really cute about 9 out of 10 times, but it was also a bad habit for her to get into, walking up to people and calling them person with weird sticky uppy hair, or girl who chews and talks at the same time. So Izuku had been trying to warn her when she was being a little bit rude. Of course, Eri-chan, but I don't think my mom will mind much, either way. Because she's a nice mom, Eri murmured. Exactly. He climbed up the stairs to the Heights Alliance and pulled open the door, feeling Eri wiggling around on his back so she could kick her shoes off without needing to get set down. A moment later he heard 2 distinct plops on the floor and he grinned, moving on and leaving the shoes haphazardly in the front entranceway. Ida might yell at him later, but that was fine. People could easily avoid the small shoes of a 6-year-old, and it would take a feat of nature for someone to trip over them, although Kaminari might be able to manage it. As he entered the common room, he heard a gasp that sounded distinctly like his mother, and turned his head as she walked up to them, eyes shining happily. Oh, is this Eri-chan? She's so sweet, look at that hair. Izuku grinned, turning to look at Eri. Eri-chan, this is my mom. You can call me Midoriya-san or Inko, or you can just call me Izuku's mom, whatever's easiest, his mom said, clasping her hands together in front of her chest, like she really wanted to reach out and touch Eri's hair but was trying to hold herself together. Hello, Inko-san, Eri said politely, arms tightening around Izuku's shoulders. Her breathing was still steady against his back, but he could tell she was nervous. Izuku glanced around the common room, breathing a sigh of relief as he found it was empty except for them. That would make this a lot easier. Eri-chan, has anyone ever braided your hair? Inko asked, fingers twitching a little. Eri shook her head, giving Izuku a curious look. Braiding, she asked. Think, like, what Nejiya-chan does sometimes, he explained, but a little more complicated. Frowning thoughtfully, Eri nodded. Would you show me, Deku's mom-san? Izuku had to bite his lip to keep himself from smiling. His mom's eyes lit up. Come over here and sit down, she said excitedly, leading them over to the couch as Izuku crouched down to let Eri off his back. She gave Izuku a hesitant look, as though she wasn't sure if it was safe. He nodded and she dashed off after Inko, settling down on the couch in front of her. Izuku wrapped his arms around his mom as he followed and she smiled, rubbing a hand through his hair. I missed you, Izuku, she said, turning into the hug more fully. I missed you too. I wanted to tell you, All Might said I'm getting way better with my quirk, and that I can probably up the power output a little if I wanted. Wow, Inko's eyes shined with excitement. You're growing up so fast. Oh, shush, Izuku said, laughing. She swatted at his arm. I'm serious. Eri was looking between the two of them thoughtfully. You're what's called family, she asked softly as they looked at her. Izuku nodded. Right, Eri? She fell silent as 𝐿𝐭 settled into the couch next to her and started running her fingers through her hair. Izuku would have been worried at the quietness, if it weren't for her relaxed posture and thoughtful expression. She didn't seem tense at all, just thoughtful. It was pretty normal for her to be thinking very hard after her therapy sessions. 𝐿𝐭 cast him a worried look, expression asking if everything was okay. He nodded, giving her a small smile, and her shoulders slumped in relief as she started a braid on the side of Eri's head. I don't have a family. Eri asked finally, voice confused and a little sad. Of course you do. Izuku snapped immediately, somewhat offended. 𝐿𝐭 shot him a warning look for tone and he blinked. Oh, sorry, Eri-chan. He as A started looking anxious. That was a bad tone for me to use, sorry. That was a rude tone, she asked, eyebrows twisted up for clarification. Right, that was me being rude. Sorry. And now I say, it's okay. Yep. Good job. He thought back to her question, trying to figure out how to address it. Families. There are 3 types of families, he began, sitting on the floor in front of them so Eri could look at him easily while his mom braided her hair. There's family that's like BLD family. Like, my mom and I. And you and your parents. The people you're born with. That's one type of family. But my parents are not here, Eri said flatly. Izuku gulped, nodding and sending a nervous glance at 𝐿𝐭, who looked equally lost at how to deal with this. Alright. That's one type of family that you don't have, he clarified. Eri nodded in understanding. And in family like that, the people don't have to like each other, he continued. They can, like me and my mom, but if you think of like, he fished for an example of a family not liking each other that wouldn't trigger Eri. Like Grandpa and Chisaki-sama, Eri provided quietly. Izuku's shoulders slumped down. Right. And Todoroki-kun and his dad. Eri nodded. They discussed Todoroki's family before, when Eri had been persistent about asking why Todoroki always looked so sad. 𝐿𝐭's eyes furrowed questioningly, but she didn't say anything. Izuku would probably get interrogated about that later, but right now he was trying to focus on Eri and couldn't spare an explanation. So there's that type of family, which you don't have anymore. Then there's a second type, which you don't have now, but you could have later, Izuku continued, trying to keep his voice light as Eri looked a little dejected. She perked up a little. That's family that you fall in love with, he explained, watching his mom's nimble fingers pick up a new strand of hair and twist it into the braid. An example of that would be like, Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei. Or, the crazy lemon demon and spiky mean person. Eri suggested. Izuku tipped his head to the side. Was there something between those two that he'd missed? Maybe. I'm not sure about that one. But he would definitely be paying attention to that now. Like you and Uraraka-san. Izuku felt his face go hot. What? Izuku, honey, is there something you want to tell me? 𝐿𝐭 asked, fingers stilling as she gave him a stern look. No, nothing's happening. Eri giggled. Her eyes go all happy when she looks at you. And you get shaky hands when she talks to you. Izuku spluttered. What? No. No, it's not, your face is bright red. Eri exclaimed, pointing. Shush, he demanded, burying his face in his arms to hide his deep blush. Eri broke into peals of laughter, 𝐿𝐭 chuckling next to her. Moving on. Izuku yelled, pulling his head out of his arms to redirect the conversation as Eri kept explaining all the ways that Izuku and Uraraka looked at each other. 𝐿𝐭 was definitely laughing at him now, and he didn't want to deal with this right now. Especially not in the common room, geez. The last type of family is one that you do have, he pressed, ignoring his mother's snickering. That's family that you find, like me and Uraraka-san and Ida-kun and Todoroki-kun. Isn't that friends? Eri asked, tipping her head to the side. It's closer than friends. I'm friends with Yorozu-san and Jiru-san, but they are not family. Like how Kirishima-kun is friends with me, but his family with Kaken and Kaminari-kun and Ashido-san. Eri nodded. So I have that kind of family. Yes, you do. How do I know who that family is? Eri asked, squirming around a little as her eyes darted around the room, like she thought she'd find the answer in there. Him. It's kind of like the love thing we were talking about a few days ago, Izuku said thoughtfully. Who do you think you love? You. Izuku felt his heart stop. What? You're my family, Dekuni. Inko's eyebrows shot up and she looked at him, fingers freezing in Eri's hair. It is all warm and scary, like you said. And my family is also, Todoroki-kun. And Lemillion. And Nejiya-chan. And the crazy lemon demon. And Aizawa-san. And Okiko-chan. Izuku was still staring at her in shock from her first answer. Oh, Eri, he groaned, leaning forward and dropping his head into her lap. You are so unbelievably sweet. You're my family too, Eri-chan. Really? She shrieked excitedly. Yes, of course, Eri-chan. Izuku could feel the tears coming to his eyes and he desperately tried to push them back down. Luckily, right now his face was pressed against Eri's knees and no one could see the breakdown he was having. Yes, we're family. Eri squealed in excitement. I have a family too, Deku's nice mom-san. That you do, Inko said, finishing tying off Eri's hair and dropping it down over Eri's back. Thank you for braiding my hair, she said, pushing Izuku off her lap. I want to go tell Todoroki-kun he's in my family, so that he gets happy eyes like Dekuni. She jumped off the couch, running for the stairs. Izuku turned and gave his mom a look of complete shock. Then he burst into tears. Honey, Inko said after a few minutes of him crying and blubbering about how that was the most nice thing Eri had ever said to him and he would never recover and oh my god when did she get so cute. Honey, stop crying for a second, I have a question. Rubbing his eyes with his fists as he tried to calm down, Izuku nodded. How hard would it be for me to adopt that girl? Izuku stared at his mother for a solid 10 seconds. Are you serious? He asked, eyes wide. Dead serious. You have to call Aizawa-sensei, he whispered, still staring at her. Right now. Call him. Inko picked up her phone and made a call. Eri hadn't ever had a girl's day before. When Deku said his nice mom had suggested it, Eri wasn't sure about whether or not to try it, but now that she was actually here doing it, it seemed like it was going to be fun. Maybe not as fun as punching things with the crazy lemon demon Kirikuan as he insisted she call him, claiming it was manly, but still fun. It was a no-school day, and the girls in the dorm were dedicated to making it Eri's best day ever. They didn't know that nothing could beat the day of the school festival, but that was okay. They were trying, and that's what counted. Eri came over to the Heights Alliance bright and early for breakfast. Ashido used her overwhelming enthusiasm to get the sugar baking boy to cook it for them, so it was sweet and tasty. Eri liked the sugar baking boy's baking and cooking skills very much, especially when he helped Deku and Eri make their own food. He didn't say much while everyone was eating, but he didn't really need to, because the Invisible One and the pink-horned girl were chattering at high speeds and no one could get a word in edgewise. Uraraka slid into the seat next to Eri, Yorozu hovering over her shoulder. We have a plan, she said dramatically, slamming a sheet of paper on the table, which was covered in doodles. Everyone fell silent, looking at Yorozu and Uraraka expectantly. First thing, we're going to go to the swimming pool. Uraraka said excitedly. I got permission from Aizawa-sensei and Momo-san has volunteered to make Eri a swimsuit, so we can hang out there all morning if you want. Eri raised her hand hesitantly and everyone looked at her. I don't know what a swimming pool is, she said, worried she would make someone angry by how little she knew about things. There was a short pause and then Uraraka said, oh, of course you don't. It's like a big body of water that you go into and, float in and stuff. It's okay if you don't know how to swim, we can stick to the shallows for now. Or we can teach you, the frog girl suggested with some enthusiasm. Eri smiled and nodded. Next. Scavenger hunt. Momo will be setting that up while we're all at the swimming pool. I am so excited for this, the pink-horned girl said, bouncing in her seat slightly. We're going to beat the CRP out of this scavenger hunt. Language, Ashido-san. Then we're going to eat lunch. And then we're going to do arts and crafts, like drawing and making paper sculptures and stuff. Then we'll have a tea party, thanks again to Momo-san and Seitu-kun. Then we're going to paint our nails and then we're going to do some puzzles or board games or something like that. Then dinner and a movie. And then it will be time for you to go. Okay. Eri nodded. It sounded like this was going to be a very fun day, full of lots of different activities to try. The only thing that might make it better would be having Deku or Lemillion with them to do it. After taking some measurements as Eri ate, Yorozu made a green swimsuit in a similar style to Deku's hero costume. Eri liked it very much. Uraraka and the frog girl left the table to help Eri put it on. It was tighter than Eri expected, but the frog girl, who Uraraka was calling Zuchan, explained that it was supposed to feel like that. When they came back, everyone was in their swimsuits, except Yorozu, who was making little scraps of paper and laying them out face down on the table, frowning in concentration. She made a Lemillion-themed beach towel and handed it off to Uraraka without looking up, and Eri took it happily, wrapping it around her shoulders. They headed off for the swimming pool together. When they got there, Aizawa was also there. He wasn't wearing a swimsuit. Eri frowned at him. "Is he swimming too?" she asked, pointing. Uraraka glanced over as the pink-horned girl started snickering. "No, he's just here to supervise, since it's your first time in a pool and we're not known for our self-control." "Now I can't get the image of Aizawa-sensei in a swimsuit out of my head," Jiru said, wrinkling up her nose. Aizawa shot her a glare and she squeezed her eyes shut, shaking her head violently. "Thanks, Eri. You've poisoned my brain." Eri knew that Jiru wasn't being serious, so she giggled nervously. "Sorry, Jiru-san." There was a splash and Eri looked around to see the water displaced around what must be the invisible one. It was kind of funny to look at, like there was a person-shaped hole in the water. "Hagekyu Toru," the pink girl yelled, storming over to the side of the pool. "You can't just jump in without me. JRK." She executed a perfect dive into the water and Eri stared in awe. "Wow, that was cool," she enthused, walking carefully to the edge of the pool and sticking a toe in. It was a little warmer than she expected, and she smiled. "Watch this, Eri-chan," Zu said, taking a running start and executing a triple flip with a spin into the pool. Her head popped out of the water a second later and she smiled widely. "I don't usually like to show off, but swimming pools are my happy place." "Peace, that's nothing," Uraraka said, throwing her towel to the side and holding her hands a few inches apart as she started to run. She launched herself off the ground, hands meeting each other, and floated across the pool, flipping about 10 times in the air before pressing her hands together again and dropping into the pool, sending up a huge splash. She emerged a second later, grinning as Eri cheered. "Want to go to the shallow end with me?" Jiru offered, holding out her hand for Eri's. Eri nodded. "Yes, but Deku said to start telling people." She hesitated, watching Jiru's hand carefully. He said I should say when I don't like something. And, I don't really like holding hands very much," she finished, training her eyes guiltily on the ground. "Oh," Jiru said, sounding surprised, but not angry. Eri glanced up to see Jiru's eyes were very wide. "Sorry, Eri, I didn't know. How about this?" She crouched down, holding out a pinky. "We can link pinkies instead. That way we're still together, but we're not doing anything to make you uncomfortable." Eri's eyes lit up and she happily wrapped her pinky around Jiru's. "Okay. Thanks, Jiru-san." "Sure. Why aren't you jumping in?" Eri asked as they walked down to the shallow end. Jiru screwed up her face, wiggling her dangly earpieces around. "The end of my ear jacks can't get submerged in water, or they'll be damaged. So I usually stick to the shallow end. But she held a finger to her lips. "Don't tell anyone because it's a secret and I don't want everyone knowing my secret weakness." Eri nodded, giggling a little at Jiru's dramatically serious expression. "Okay." They waded in, Eri gasping as the water felt much more cold when her whole body was in it. Jiru told her to move around to warm up, so she ran laps on the bottom of the floor, laughing about how much harder it was to run in water. Soon enough she was feeling warmer, and she asked 𝐤𝐸 to teach her how to swim. After hesitating for a moment, 𝐤𝐸 turned and yelled at 𝐬 to get her butt over here. 𝐬 swam over faster than 𝐼 could even believe was possible and then started leading 𝐼 through the motions of how to swim. 𝐼 wasn't expecting to be very good at swimming, but it turned out that when one had a frog as a swim teacher, it was surprisingly easy to pick up. Every step was laid out very carefully for her, and soon enough she was swimming awkwardly around the shallow end, trying to figure out how to kick and slide at the same time. The pink-horned girl 𝐻𝐻𝑖do and the invisible one 𝐔𝐸𝐽 were cheering her on as she figured it out, which helped inspire her to get better faster. After a while, her arms got tired and she stopped her swimming attempts to splash some water at 𝐻𝐻𝑖do, who gasped dramatically and pretended to die in the water. "I'll avenge you, Mina-san," 𝐔𝐸𝐽 screamed, splashing a huge wave at 𝐼. This quickly turned into a huge splash battle, 𝐤𝐸 holding her 𝐒𝐩𝐽𝐽's way up over the water to protect them as she became 𝐼's human shield. With backup from 𝐬 and Uraraka, 𝐼 won decisively, 𝐻𝐻𝑖do and 𝐔𝐸𝐽 ceding defeat. "Hey, 𝐼-chan," 𝐻𝐻𝑖do said, smirking mischievously. "Come here for a second and look." She had her hands clasped together, half submerged in the water. 𝐼 waded over and peered down at 𝐻𝐻𝑖do's hands, as 𝐻𝐻𝑖do squeezed them together and a long stream of water shot out at 𝐼's face. Spluttering, 𝐼 fell backward into the water. "You tricked me," she shrieked as she found traction on the ground and pushed above water again. She restarted the splash war, sweeping a huge wave over 𝐻𝐻𝑖do. They splashed around in the water for another hour, Aizawa-sensei half-watching them with a bored expression on his face. Then, 𝐤𝐸 waved her 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 around excitedly, informing them, "Momo-san has sent the signal. It's scavenger hunt time." With a series of whoops and giggles, all the girls climbed out of the pool, drying off and taking showers before they headed back to the Heights Alliance. They were all talking at once, giggling and interrupting each other. 𝐼 stayed quiet, but she liked the chaos around her. She didn't really feel alone when she was with these people. As they left, she gave Aizawa a little wave. He looked surprised, but a soft smile came over his face immediately after and he waved back. 𝐼 knew that Aizawa liked to pretend to be mean and scary, but really he was very caring and nice. So she smiled and sprinted after the girls. The scavenger hunt started immediately upon their return, Momo explaining the rules. They just had to follow notes around, and the biggest rule of all of them was that 𝐼 had to read all the clues out loud before they started looking for the next one, so that she could work on her reading. And apparently there was some sort of prize at the end. They started wandering around the dorm, 𝐻𝐻𝑖do and 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐽 excitedly yelling over each other as they found clues. Their enthusiasm was contagious, and soon enough they were all running through the dorms, knocking on some very confused-looking boys' doors and demanding they be allowed to go through their room to find the clue under their pillow, or in their desk, or behind their bookshelves. The best one was Todoroki. He opened the door, took one look at 𝐻𝐻𝑖do's eager expression and then turned around and disappeared into his room. After a moment, he came back, holding a small cake tiredly. "I honestly have no idea what's going on," he said, handing it off to Uraraka. "But Uraraka-san came in here 2 minutes ago and told me that when you came I was supposed to give you this cake and tell you that you haven't reached the end yet." 𝐻𝐻𝑖do looked at the cake in confusion. "Is it telling us to go to Seito-kuen's room? But didn't Momo say that all the clues needed to be read to help with 𝐼's reading comprehension?" "Maybe," Uraraka said, frowning at the cake thoughtfully. "Maybe we're supposed to eat it. Like, maybe she somehow baked it with the clue inside." "Todoroki-kun, help us eat the cake," 𝐼 commanded, pointing at it. He sighed and vanished into his room again, returning with forks. "She said I wasn't allowed to give these to you until you figured that out," he explained, handing them out. They sat down in the middle of the hallway, stuffing cake into their faces and Todoroki's face, until 𝐔𝐸𝐽 made an excited noise and dug her fingers into the middle of the cake, pulling out a piece of heatproof paper. Shoving the rest of the cake into Todoroki's arms, all of them crowded around the note as 𝐼 read haltingly, "Congratulations. You have 4 more steps until the end." "4 more stairs, 4th floor," 𝐻𝐻𝑖do screamed, sprinting down the hallway. "Or the 4th step from the top on the 5th floor," 𝐬 suggested, taking off with them. "Same thing," 𝐻𝐻𝑖do shrieked. They ran around the dorms, Eri barely able to keep up, and found the last 4 clues. They bunched up around the last one. One L asked stop. In his ROM. He doesn't K now he has the final clue, but then again, his always liked surprise ESF from Eri, hasn't he? Eri and Jiru shared a look as the other girls started trying to figure out who in their class liked surprises. Deku, Eri said definitively, turning and running down the hallway. Midoriya-kun likes surprises. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 asked, bounding after Eri. Since when? Since always. She breathed, taking the stairs 2 at a time. It's just that no one pays attention. How did Momo-sen know that? Zu asked speculatively. She helped us plan a surprise for him last week, Jiru explained. Oh. The singing thing. Ashido gasped. Yep. Eri skidded to a halt outside of Deku's door, banging on it. Deku-kun, she shouted. Open the door and let us go through your room. He opened the door a half-second later, looking exceptionally confused at the gaggle of girls in front of him. Is this for the scavenger hunt, then? Yes. Eri squealed, pushing past him and looking around carefully. Nothing screamed prize at her though, and she turned around, confused. Jiru held out the last clue to her. Read it again, I think there might be something else. Eri took it back, looking it over. Some of the letters are bolded. She exclaimed, pointing. At first I thought it was just a weird writing mistake, Jiru explained as everyone looked at the note. But then I remembered Momo-san has perfect handwriting. So it's intentional. Eri, do you think you can read what it says, or do you need help? Frowning at the letters for a moment, Eri said slowly, look left. They all looked left. There was Deku, and then behind Deku on the wall there was a rough sketch of an apple. Kitchen, apples, Deku, you're coming, Eri yelled, seizing his wrist and dragging him out the door. The girls all giggled and followed her to the kitchen, where, sure enough, Yorozu was waiting with a bunch of candy apples. Oh! Deku said, expression clearing as Eri released a happy shriek and ran for the apples. That was the prize at the end of the scavenger hunt. I was wondering why you told me to be so secretive about it. Momo smiled. I hope everyone had fun. The cake thing was awesome, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 told her, passing an apple to Eri. Todoroki-kun looked so confused. Seitu helped with that. Lunch? Zu asked, reaching for the fridge door. Sandwiches anyone? Sandwiches, Eri agreed, as she took a huge bite of her candy apple. Can Deku stay and be a girl with us today? She asked around her mouthful, nodding her head at him. He was standing awkwardly to the side, like he didn't know what he was doing. Blushing bright red as everyone looked at him, he waved his arms in front of him defensively. Oh. It's okay, I don't need to but, you do though, Ashido said, tipping her head to the side. It was a special request from Princess Eri, Queen of the Unicorns. You have to stay now. No choice in the matter, Jiru agreed, deadpan, as she took a bite of a candy apple. You get a sandwich, Momo offered, holding one up as if that was going to be the deal breaker. He gave them all a weak smile. Okay. If Eri wants, and no one minds, I'll stay. Eri won't stop talking about you anyway, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 pointed out. Now we can talk about other things. Does this mean someone gets to paint Midoriya-kun's nails? Uraraka asked, a wicked smile forming on her lips. He gave her a terrified look as Momo handed out the sandwiches. I vote her-chan does it, Ashido said, matching Uraraka's grin with one of her own. That way he gets the most out of this experience. It'll be appealing, Jiru agreed, mouth full of sandwich. Resigned to his fate, Deku sat down next to Eri, putting his head down on the counter in melodramatic defeat. Don't be mean to me, he sniffed. Eri patted his back. Don't worry. I'll make sure to make your nails appealing. I'm sure you will, he said, demeanor changing as he looked over at her brightly. And we'll make sure to take pictures so we'll remember forever. Eri beamed. But first, Momo said, waving the schedule in the air. Arts and crafts. Deku perked up immediately, eyes shining with excitement. Arts and crafts. Yes. He bounced up and down in his seat, words falling out in a rush. I love you, thanks for inviting me, when do we start? Eri laughed, butting her horn into his shoulder. Eat first. Draw later. He snorted and Eri saw some of the girls exchange looks, like that was unexpected. I didn't think that was weird at all. Deku snorted all the time. It was what he did when he didn't feel like laughing. But maybe he didn't really laugh much around everyone else. They finished lunch quickly, Deku spurring them on with pure enthusiasm about arts and crafts. Then they moved into the common room, spreading paper and pencils and crayons all over the table. Deku immediately grabbed a sheet of paper and a pencil, starting a sketch. Is it bad that I honestly didn't know you liked drawing, Midoriya-kun? Ashido asked as she taped two pieces of paper together. He made a non-committal noise as he swayed pencils, sticking one of them sideways in his mouth for later. Deku doesn't talk about how much he likes drawing, Eri said as she colored in the drawing she was making of the swimming pool. He didn't even think he was very good until a little while ago when Midnight Sensei noticed and gave him many compliments. But he is very good and whatever he makes I want to hang up on my walls. Deku blushed, ducking his head and taking the pencil out of his mouth. I'm not that good, Eri, he protested, trying to shift his sketch out of sight. Really, I just sketch things sometimes. People don't need to make such a. Jiru snatched his sketch out from under his arms, looking it over. Then she looked up at Deku in shock. What do you mean, you're not that good? Are you kidding me? If I could draw like this, I would. Ashido took the sketch as Jiru struggled with words. Then she gave Deku a very serious look. We need to work on your self-esteem, she announced, holding it out for the world to see as Deku buried his face in his arms. It was a drawing of all the girls, presumably from the perspective of Deku's door when he'd opened it to Eri's yelling. They were all leaning forward eagerly, excited, almost demonic expressions on their faces. He'd added Momo into the back corner of the drawing, laughing behind her hand. They looked happy and they all looked like very close friends. It was really an amazing drawing, even in its half-baked stages. Midoriya, Momo said firmly, turning from the sketch to look at him. Why have you been hiding this? Make another one. Can I finish that one? He asked weakly, as everyone started scolding him for not bragging about his art. Ashido gave it back without a second's hesitation. Of course. And then we're taking a picture and printing out copies, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 said as Deku immediately moved to cover the sketch with his arms. Eri grinned. I call the original. Deku gave her a horrified look, as though he hadn't expected her to team up against him. It's a deal, Uraraka agreed, folding a piece of paper into a tiny crane. All attention turned to her as everyone oohed and ahed over the origami, leaving Deku to finish his sketch in peace. After a couple hours, everyone was getting bored. Ashido had made several terrible paper monstrosities with an abundance of tape, and she insisted they were fine art, pretending to be offended when Eri laughed and shook her head. Deku had finished his sketch and Momo had taken a bunch of pictures of it from different angles, to his embarrassment. Then people had started giving him commission orders and he was finishing up his fourth sketch now, grinning as 𝐒𝐭𝐻 talked his ear off about the troubles of being invisible. Uraraka was surrounded by a bunch of origami animals, and was hard at work trying to make a lotus flower. She had several failed attempts to her left and she was growling under her breath as she tried to get the petals to fold outward. Gah, I give up, she yelled finally in frustration, chucking the paper across the room. I want tea. Tea, I say. Momo laughed, getting up. Okay. I'll make tea. Picnic. Ashido suggested, hopping lightly to her feet with a hopeful expression on her face. Picnic, Momo confirmed after a moment of consideration. Someone get a blanket. Couldn't you just make one? Zu asked, tipping her head to the side. Momo looked startled and then laughed, rubbing her forehead. Oh yeah. I forgot I can do that. How do you just forget your quirk? Ashido snickered, tailing Momo into the kitchen. I had a lapse in mental fortitude, Momo snapped, glaring half-heartedly. Eri giggled and looked at Deku, who smiled back at her. Are you sure I'm not ruining your day? He asked, suddenly looking concerned. She laughed and shook her head. No, Deku-ni. You're making it better. He gave her a relieved smile and then slid a sketch across the table to her. She looked down and squealed in delight. It was a drawing of her, wearing her Deku costume, and holding a candy apple with a happy smile spread across her face. "I love it," she shouted, showing it to Uraraka, who was curiously trying to peek. As she looked at the drawing, Uraraka playfully swatted Deku on the arm. "Deku, you're so talented. Why have you been holding out on us?" He blushed and started stuttering out protests as Momo returned with a teapot in one hand and a very heavy-looking basket in the other. Zu jumped up and took the basket, carrying it with her strong arms. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 emerged from the kitchen a moment later, holding a large blanket and smirking smugly at Momo. They set up in a clearing in the trees just outside the Heights Alliance. Momo poured them all tea and then brought out snack after snack until 𝐸𝐽 was absolutely sure there couldn't be anything else in the basket. And then she brought out even more snacks. Tea in the clearing was nice. They didn't talk about much, mostly just sat in the shade and relaxed, occasionally making comments about the weather or the tea. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 and Jiru seemed to be taking turns intermittently teasing Deku, who did an excellent job of taking their jabs, either by just smiling and letting them tease him or biting back. The first time he made a snappy comment back, they looked stunned and both of their mouths hung open as they stared at him in shock. Then 𝐻𝐸𝐽 started cracking up, and the real insult war started. Deku definitely won. He didn't respond to most of their attempts to bait him, but when he did it was a swift and painful takedown. 𝐸𝐽 actually laughed a few times, and he shot her a grin whenever she did, evidently grateful for the support. The others all contented themselves on watching, occasionally throwing out tips Zu or insults that could have been used to retort 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Uraraka was having the most fun, cheering every time someone got a good one in. Momo just watched, drinking tea and smiling from behind her cup. When they had finished the tea and most of the snacks were gone, they packed up, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 and Jiru sulking over their loss. Deku, meanwhile, was looking decidedly smug. They left the dishes in the kitchen to deal with later and Yorozu started making nail polish. 𝐸𝐽 felt bad for making her use her quirk so much, but she promised she didn't mind, so 𝐸𝐽 supposed it was okay. As Yorozu started taking color requests, frowning in concentration, Deku nudged 𝐸𝐽 and led her over to the couch. He sat down in the middle of it and gestured to her to sit on the floor in front of him. Then, tongue sticking slightly out of his mouth in concentration, he picked up some hair from the side of her head and started pulling on it gently. 𝐸𝐽 didn't know exactly what he was doing, but it felt nice, like when his nice mom had braided her hair, so she sat still and let him work at it. It took a full minute for the other girls to notice, but when they did, they all immediately started taking pictures, without a second's hesitation. "Deku, why are you so good at so many things?" Uraraka complained, plopping down on the floor next to 𝐸𝐽, facing Deku. "A braid crown? Really? I don't think I could even do that." "It took a lot of practice," he explained, picking up another piece of 𝐸𝐽's hair and adding it to all the hair he already had. His hands were centered in the back of 𝐸𝐽's head now, and most of the hair on the left side of her head was pulled up. "Do you need a hair tie?" Momo asked, making 1.5 seconds and handing it off. "Thanks," he answered, taking it and sticking it between his teeth so he wouldn't lose it. "Hey, Deku, can we do your hair too?" 𝐻𝐸𝐽 asked, grinning wickedly. He made a non-committal noise with his mouth, keeping his concentration on 𝐸𝐽's hair, and 𝐻𝐸𝐽 ran around the couch to mess with Deku's thick green curls. "Oh," she gasped. "Your hair is so soft. How have you hidden this from us?" she demanded. "Sorry," he grunted around the hair tie. Uraraka was on her feet in an instant, reaching over 𝐸𝐽's head to pat Deku's hair. "Oh my god, Deku-kun, seriously. It's like a fluffy potato," Zu suggested. Everyone stared at her, Deku's fingers stopping in 𝐸𝐽's hair. "What?" Zu looked like she didn't know why she'd said that. Actually. Let's just pretend I didn't say that." Uraraka burst out laughing. "A fluffy potato? What potatoes are fluffy? You were looking for a noun and I gave you one. Stop laughing." But Zu was laughing too, so 𝐸𝐽 knew she wasn't actually upset. "You know, it is like a fluffy potato," 𝐻𝐸𝐽 said. "If you took a potato and made it fluffy, it could feel just like this." Weird thought, But if you covered a potato in green curly fluff exactly like Deku's hair, it would feel just like Deku's hair, 𝐤𝐸 said dryly. Deku laughed and continued his braiding. I like it, 𝐬. Fluffy potato. You should draw it later, Uraraka suggested, sitting back down next to 𝐴. Maybe I will. What color or colors would you like your nails to be? Momo asked, pushing the coffee table out of the way as she sat down in front of 𝐴. Green like Deku. Green like Deku it is, Momo agreed, producing a dark green shade and gesturing for one of 𝐴's hands. 𝐴 placed her hand curiously in Momo's, gasping as she dipped a small brush into the green liquid and started painting it onto her nails. Will it come off? She asked concernedly. Yes. We can take it off whenever we want, or we can just wait for it to chip off by itself. The only thing is, you have to make sure you hold your hands very still while it dries, 𝐤𝐸 warned her, settling down next to Momo and starting on her own nails with a very dark, borderline black, purple color. And what color would you like, Deku-kun? Uraraka asked innocently as she started doing her own nails in baby pink. 𝐴 could imagine a scowl on his face. But, instead of protesting, he just answered, I think maybe red. Like your shoes? Momo asked, not taking her eyes off 𝐴's nails. Yes, please. Sure, we can do that. A few seconds later, a small bottle of red nail polish dropped out of her thigh to the floor. Can I have a hair tie, Yomomo? Ashido asked from behind Deku. 𝐴 had to resist the urge to look and see what damage had been done to Deku's hair, especially when he released a heavy sigh. He removed a hand from 𝐴's hair and a moment later, Ashido thanked him exuberantly, so 𝐴 guessed he'd handed off the hair tie he'd been given earlier. Looking up from 𝐴's nails, Momo passed him a new one, which he took wordlessly and put between his teeth again, so he could have full use of his hands. Is it weird that you're putting those in your mouth? �パ asked, rolling over on the floor so she was on her stomach, legs swinging in the air as she painted her fingernails a light blue color. The brush looked like it was floating, and it was strange seeing the polish almost magically stick in thin air. Like, you're eating Yomomo. But he's not eating it, Uraraka protested, looking up from her nails. Liking Yaomomo. Ashido suggested. That's not how it works, Momo said. And that's really gross, 𝐤𝐸 added, glaring at �㑑. Sometimes I worry about what goes on in your head, and now is definitely one of those times. Eating Yaomomo, honestly. Deku picked up the last piece of 𝐴's hair and twisted it into the braid. After that, it only took him a few more seconds to finish and he tied it securely with the hair tie, dropping his hands to his lap. 𝐵 used her free hand, which had yet to be painted, to reach up and curiously pat at the braid. It was tied in a circle around the crown of her head. It felt very pretty. I guess it kind of makes sense, Deku said, now that his hands and mouth were free. Like, you're producing it from your body, so it's kind of like eating you. But also, I guess it brings up questions about what exactly a body is. Like, now that it's separate, is it still part of your body? Or has it become something different? Is your body a fixed thing? Does that include stuff like vomit? Is sweat a part of your body even after you've wiped it off? And is your body really something that you own, or is it just like a vessel to hold your soul in? Because cells change out every 7 years, so technically you get a new body every 7 years, so does it really? God, you're such a nerd. Ashido said, plopping down on the couch next to him and unscrewing the top of her teal polish. I love it, keep talking. He laughed a little and 𝐵 smiled. Deku had been laughing a lot more today than he usually did around people from class. That meant he was relaxed and feeling more comfortable than usual. It made 𝐵 feel more comfortable too, now that Deku could be himself. Momo swayed hands, instructing 𝐵 to keep her painted nails from touching anything. Anyway, Deku finished, a bit sheepishly. If putting a hair tie in my mouth was me liking Uraraka, then you guys are smearing her all over your hands right now. Ashido looked at him in shock and then burst out laughing. Oh, you're right. This conversation is getting weird, 𝐬 said, beginning to paint her toenails a bright, sunshiny yellow. It's been weird the whole time, 𝐤𝐸 argued, waving her hands in the air to try to get her fingernails to dry faster. After 𝐵's fingernails had dried, She turned around and looked up at Deku, whose hair was braided into a big spike on top of his head. It was funny to look at, and she giggled. He wiggled his eyebrows at her, making a face. "Do I look like a princess?" She laughed and shook her head. "No." Grabbing the red nail polish, she started on Deku's nails while Momo worked on her toes. Eri wasn't any good at painting them, and she got nail polish all over both of their hands, but he told her she was doing a great job, so she kept trying. Meanwhile, 𝐤𝐸 and Uraraka had both finished and they were cheering Eri on while helping 𝐻𝐻𝐾 try to paint something she couldn't see. As soon as everyone's fingers and toes were dry, Deku promising Eri that he loved the work she'd done on his, Momo pulled out some puzzles and Eri began excitedly putting them together with Uraraka, Zu, and 𝐤𝐸, while 𝐻𝐻𝐾 and Ashido pulled the braid out from Deku's hair and started redoing it into something more complicated, taking a ton of hair ties and bobby pins from Momo. Deku rolled his eyes exaggeratedly, but let them do what they wanted. "So, Eri, I see you like puzzles," 𝐤𝐸 said as Eri finished one and moved to the next. She nodded. "I like trying to figure out where each piece should go and then trying to place it perfectly in. It's very, She paused, searching for the word and giving Deku a look for help. "Organized," he suggested. That. What else do you like to do?" Zu asked. "Forts." Uraraka, Ashido, Deku, and Momo all laughed at that. "Have you ever played The Floor is Lava?" 𝐤𝐸 asked, raising her eyebrows like it was a big secret. Eri shook her head, abandoning her puzzle ventures to lean in closer while Ashido and 𝐻𝐻𝐾 both started laughing. "It works like this," 𝐤𝐸 said, lowering her voice. Ashido and 𝐻𝐻𝐾 gave up on Deku's hair and came closer. The floor suddenly, magically, one day turns into lava. It's a villain attack. Hurry, get on the couches. Spurred on by the sound of Ashido and 𝐻𝐻𝐾 shrieking, everyone jumped onto the couches, standing awkwardly on the cushions. Eri laughed as she looked at the floor and realized it wasn't actually lava. They were playing a game, she realized, and she leaned in as 𝐤𝐸 continued to explain. "The only way to stop the lava is to get from here to Zuchan's room and have every person here knock on her door, one at a time." Eri gulped as she realized that Zu's room was all the way on the top floor of the building, the furthest from the elevator or the stairs. "Here are the rules. You can't touch the floor, or you die. The quirk doesn't work on things that are already here around us, like the puzzles or the couches. So if you drop a cushion onto the ground, it won't melt, and you can stand on it. And the elevator is out of commission. Can you complete this mission, hero leader?" Eri gave a determined nod. "For those of you who aren't the hero leader," 𝐤𝐸 said, looking around at her classmates, "you don't get to call the shots. Eri has to make all the decisions, or the villain wins." "Okay." Everyone gave 𝐤𝐸 serious nods, except Deku, who was beaming at her for some reason. "Okay," Eri said cautiously, taking the lead. "So, the floor is the only lava thing, so Zuchan, you could use your quirk to stick to the walls as soon as we get close enough. And Okako-chan, you could float." Uraraka and Zu gave each other surprised looks before nodding at Eri. 𝐤𝐸 looked impressed. That was nothing to Deku, though. He was grinning from ear to ear, looking really, really excited by what Eri had just thought of. If Momo-san makes things out of her body, that means that nothing she makes will be able to float in the lava, Eri said thoughtfully. So Momo-san, Ashido-san, 𝐤𝐸-san, 𝐻𝐻𝐾-san, and Deku-kun will have to somehow cross the floor, because I don't think Okako-chan can float all of us at the same time. Then there's the problem of the stairs. She considered for a moment, trying to figure out how to get them all up without touching the floor. Finally, she nodded. "Okay, let's get the couch cushions on the floor. We'll need 9 of them, at least. The more, the better." "We can do 12, Uraraka said, counting all the cushions." "That's great." Everyone started scrambling over the couches, pulling off the cushions from the seats and back of the couch and throwing them to the ground. Eri hopped onto one of them, wobbling for a moment until she regained her balance, and then she started shifting the pillows around, trying to get them in a line. As soon as another one was flat, she asked Deku to come down and help her move them. Eventually, they had 8 cushions lined up in a row on the floor, and more stacked up at the end. "Okay, Okako-san, You need to be at the back, 𝐼 told. Huh. Uraraka nodded and swayed places with Jiru, carefully stepping over to the back cushion. So, take one of those pillows and make it float, and then pass it to Jiru-san, who's going to pass it to Hagakure-san, and so on down the line until it gets to Deku-kun. Wow, that's a great idea, 𝐼. Uraraka said, picking up a cushion and passing it to Jiru. They pushed it down the line, Uraraka starting another cushion at 𝐼's request when the first one was halfway. They continued this way until there were 4 cushions on the ground in front of the line. Everyone hopped forward a few cushions, and the process started again. In a few minutes, they were at the stairs. 𝐼 told Zu to climb up the wall to the top, which she did gladly. Then 𝐼 had Uraraka float the 5 extra cushions up to the top. Zu caught them on the 5th floor and placed them down, using her long tongue to position them before telling Uraraka to release them. Then 𝐼 told Uraraka to start floating people up. She started with Deku, who looked a little nervous, but allowed himself to be nudged up the gap between the flights of stairs. He pulled himself along as he floated, using the stair railing to move himself upwards. Zu helped him at the top, getting him onto the first cushion. Then it was 𝐼's turn. It was a weird feeling, getting all floaty and gravityless. By the time she'd made it to her cushion, she had decided she liked the floaty feeling, and she wouldn't mind doing it again. After Momo, Ashido, and Hagakure had all made it up, 𝐼 told Uraraka to float up the next 5 cushions. They positioned them carefully on the floor in the hallway, and then everyone moved forward on the cushions, making room for Uraraka and Jiru to join them. A moment later, Jiru appeared, and Hagakure carefully helped her down to a cushion. Uraraka came up a moment later, looking a bit sick, but mostly fine. She landed and released her quirk, sighing. Zu hopped down from the ceiling to join them on the line of cushions. Okay, 𝐼 said happily, clasping her hands together. Okako-san is getting tired, so we're just going to have to slide the cushions across the floor. They continued pushing the cushions forward in a line until they'd reached Zu's door. Then 𝐼 directed them all forward until they'd all knocked. We won, 𝐼 announced after Uraraka had tiredly let her knuckles fall on the door. That was really impressive, Jiru said. I wouldn't have thought to use the quirks like that, besides Momo-san's, which I purposefully ruled out at the beginning. Yeah, nice job, 𝐼. Deku agreed encouragingly. You even paid attention to when Uraraka was getting tired. You were like a real hero leader. Everyone started praising 𝐼 and telling her what a great job she'd done, until she was blushing and couldn't stop. Is it dinner time? She asked, hoping to get out of this weird compliment bubble she was in. Yes, Uraraka yelled, doing a fist pump in the air, tiredness forgotten. I love food. Let's clean up really quickly first, Momo said, gesturing at all the pillows on the floor. Inspired by the thought of udon soup, they all hurried to chuck the cushions down the stairs and reposition them on the couches. When all the cushions were back, they crowded into the kitchen, everyone working to make udon soup. Bakugo stormed in when they were almost done, and Deku leaned down to whisper into 𝐼's ear. 𝐒-chan, go over to Kaken and ask if he wants you to paint his nails. A grin spread across 𝐼's face. 𝐼 knew that Bakugo wasn't very nice to Deku. She knew this because when Deku was having bad days, he didn't like being around Bakugo, and also Bakugo was always calling him mean names. So whenever Deku got that tricky look in his eye when Bakugo was around, 𝐼 knew to do what he said first and ask questions later, because whatever Deku said to do was usually some form of small revenge, and 𝐼 loved the idea of helping Deku get that. So she sidled up to Bakugo, grinning widely. Hey, Kaken, she asked, widening her eyes in a look the crazy lemon demon Kirikuan would have been proud of. Can I paint your nails? In her peripheral vision, she could see Deku trying really hard not to laugh, hiding his face behind Uraraka. Bakugo was staring at her, clearly torn on whether or not to swear loudly and stomp off, or swear loudly and let her do it. It was looking like it was going to be the first one, when Momo, who seemed to have a good idea of what was going on, swooped in and held out a bottle of bright orange nail polish, eyebrows raised expectantly. So Bakugo swore loudly and sat down in the middle of the kitchen floor, holding out his nails for 𝐼 to paint. 𝐼 caught Deku's eye and he grinned, giving her a double thumbs up. Smiling, Eri settled down in front of Bakugo, uncapping the orange polish and carefully starting on his right thumb. He held perfectly still and stayed quiet, except when Ashido made a teasing comment and he snapped at her. Everyone ignored them, working around them as they finished the soup, until the crazy lemon demon Kirikuan walked in, saw what was going on, and yelled, "That's so manly." "Me too, Eri-chan." Red. She smiled at him and nodded. When she was done with Bakugo's fingers, she moved straight into doing the crazy lemon demons, as Bakugo grumbled angrily to himself and shot some death glares at Deku, who was effectively ignoring him. As she worked, she got progressively better, and Kirikuan's hands actually didn't have too many mistakes on them by the time she was done. When she'd finished with him, they ate dinner. Momo made extra for Bakugo and the crazy lemon demon Kirikuan, who had unintentionally become participants of the girls' day by this point. After dinner, Uraraka put on a movie. Eri couldn't bring herself to pay attention. She was tired by this point, after an exciting day, and she'd managed to convince Bakugo to stay and watch the movie by pulling him to the couch and sitting on him. His chest was really, really warm, so instead of watching the movie, she snuggled into it and let herself fall asleep. When 𝐻𝐿 walked into the Heights Alliance to pick up Eri-chan, it was to find Bakugo sitting resolutely on the couch with Eri curled up on his lap. Ashido and Uraraka were snapping pictures and giggling, and Midoriya was in the corner of the room, hair tied up in the weirdest way, looking like he was trying really, really hard not to laugh. "Wake her up and you die," Bakugo growled at all the girls and Kirishima, oddly enough, who were flocking around him. "Well, I'm going to have to wake her up to get her back home," 𝐻𝐿 said dryly. All heads in the room turned to look at him. "No you won't, dumbass," Bakugo said. "I'm gonna carry her." Ignoring Bakugo's choice of words, 𝐻𝐿 lifted an eyebrow and shrugged, turning around. "Okay, then. Hurry up." Bakugo stood up more gently than 𝐻𝐿 would have imagined he was capable of and carefully stepped across the room to the door, shoving his feet in his shoes. He followed 𝐻𝐿 out, wrapping his arms closely around Eri as the night air hit them. They didn't say anything the whole walk back, and Bakugo looked like he might explode if 𝐻𝐿 made any comments, so he stayed silent, leading Bakugo into the teachers' dormitories and Eri's room. Bakugo laid Eri down in her bed, and left her there, closing the door behind him with a soft click. Sighing, 𝐻𝐿 rearranged the covers so they were actually on top of Eri, where they were supposed to be. Bakugo was a little clueless when it came to little kids, but at least he was actually making an effort with Eri. Then again, Eri just naturally had that effect on people. She made people want to make an effort with her. Sleeping in her bed now, she looked peaceful, like a little princess with her hair delicately done up on top of her head. 𝐻𝐿 vaguely wondered which of the girls had done that. She looked happy, anyway, and as 𝐻𝐿 carefully exited the room and shut the door behind him, he knew that Eri had had a really good day. Maybe they'd have to do it again sometime. Shinsu Hitoshi didn't like his quirk. There were some days when he woke up and he just absolutely hated it. He hated the idea of what it could be used for, he hated the way it made people look at him, he hated its natural passivity. Hitoshi wanted to be a hero, and the biggest reason he wanted to be one is so he could prove everyone wrong about his quirk. He wanted to prove that his quirk wasn't a villain's quirk, that he could use it for good just as well as he could use it for evil. He wanted to take his bullies' words and shove them back down their throats. The people at UA knew he was trying to be a hero with his quirk, but none of them made fun of him for it or told him it was impossible. None of them were cruel or biased against him. Some of them were skittish, sure, but none of them said hateful comments to his face or even behind his back, to his knowledge. They just appreciated his quirk for what it was, a quirk. A dangerous one, but a quirk nonetheless. It was weird, to say the least. Hitoshi was used to people avoiding him and refusing to speak to him. He was used to bullies trapping him in a corner and thinking of increasingly creative ways to keep him from talking. So it was strange that people at UA didn't really seem to care about his quirk. It made him wonder what the difference was between these people and the ones he'd grown up with, because these people who had the most to fear from villains were the ones least likely to suspect that he was one. They just raised their eyebrows when he mentioned his quirk, shrugged and said, "I've seen worse, and anyway, I bet I could beat you in a fight." They probably could, in all honesty. Hitoshi wasn't great at hand-to-hand combat. Or any combat. That's why he was practicing. He'd been in the gym alone today for way longer than he had anticipated, and when he glanced up at the time, it was to realize that he had completely missed homeroom, and he was a little late to first period. While he didn't think he really had to worry, as it was Midnight's teaching period and she would probably just be pleased with Hitoshi's dedication, it still wouldn't be a great idea to take his sweet time getting to class. He shoved his gym uniform into his bag, tying his tie as quickly as he could and feeling very grateful he actually knew how to tie a tie, unlike a certain Hero Corps student, and started for class. As he hurried down the halls, trying his best to look casual, he thought he heard a little whimper around the corner of the hallway to his right. He froze, looking at the hallway he was in. It was close to room 1C, so he could probably just ignore the noise and keep going, but that noise wasn't a happy sound. After hesitating a moment longer, he turned to look down the hallway to his right. There wasn't another sound, but he thought, if he really strained his ears, he could hear some panicky-sounding breathing down the hallway. He'd just have to be even later then, he thought to himself as he started down the hall. Hopefully this was worth it. Peering around in his search for the source of the noise, he walked carefully down the hallway, trying to keep his steps light, so he didn't startle whoever was down here. About halfway down, as he was becoming sure he was imagining things and was going to be expelled for going crazy, he saw a little silvery bundle on the floor in the doorway to one of the classrooms, and he froze. It was hard to tell behind the mass of silver hair, but it looked like a tiny little girl, curled up in a ball and pressed into the door of the classroom. Her eyes and mouth were squeezed shut into thin lines, and she was breathing heavily through her nose, clearly trying to not make any noise. Hitoshi wasn't exactly sure what was going on. He vaguely entertained the idea that this could be a villain, panicking because she was about to be found by the teachers, and then he almost slapped himself. Panicking, she was panicking, and he was just standing there. What was his quirk even good for if he was just going to stand idly in front of someone having a panic attack? He crouched down as close as he dared, and said softly, "Excuse me." A shudder went through her body and she curled in on herself even more, if that was even possible, turning her head away from him. He noticed a tiny horn poking out over her thick hair, and he was distinctly reminded of a very panicky unicorn. Mentally, he started going through everything he'd ever learned from his own panic attacks. He liked it when people held his hand. It gave him something grounding to focus on, like it was keeping him attached to earth. Then, he liked soft voices and people who reminded him how to breathe, and people who told him everything was okay, even when he knew everything definitely wasn't. There was something soothing about being told everything was going to be okay, even if it felt like a lie. Is it okay if I touch your wrist?" She shook her head violently and he nodded, making a mental note for later. Doesn't like people touching her wrist or hands, probably. "Okay, I won't. Can I touch your knee?" He cast out his mind, hoping for a verbal response when she hesitated, but then she just gave a very tiny, shaky nod and he reached out and placed his hand over her knee. A shudder went through her body and he inched closer. "I can calm you down faster if you say something to me," he said as he began soothingly rubbing circles into her knee. Eyes still pressed closed, she opened her mouth. Nothing but breathy gasps came out and she shut it again, making a strange squeaky humming noise in the back of her throat. "Okay, that's fine. Can you open your eyes?" Another shudder racked her shoulders and she slowly inched open her eyes, focusing them on Hitoshi's tie. They were big, bright red eyes, and Hitoshi couldn't help but think that they made her look way more mature than someone her size should be. "Good job," he said, shifting very slowly so he was sitting next to her, hand still on her knee. "Now, let's focus on breathing, okay? Just breathe with me. You can put your hand on my chest if you want." She slowly uncurled one of her hands and placed it uncertainly on his chest. He intentionally exaggerated his breathing, making his chest rise and fall in big motions, and after a few false attempts, the little girl started matching his breathing, eyes closing halfway as she started to relax. "Nice job. I'm really proud of you," he said warmly. Her eyes flickered up to his nose, before she caught herself and shifted them back to his chest, breath catching in her throat. "Nothing here is going to hurt you," he reminded her, starting to rub tiny circles into her knee again and desperately hoping that that was true. "Everything's okay now." "I need," she said haltingly, in her appealing clear voice. I need Deku. Hitoshi's eyebrows shot up, and he accidentally released his quirk in surprise. Midoriya, he choked, voice coming out a lot sharper than he intended. Her eyes flickered up to his expression and then she winced, curling in on herself again. Yeah, we can find Midoriya-kun, if you want, Hitoshi said, trying to soften his voice again. It was too late now, she was all hunched over. He resisted the urge to sigh or hit himself in the forehead. They'd been making so much progress. He reached out his quirk again. What's your name? It was quiet, almost so quiet he couldn't hear it, but she answered, A. And Hitoshi had her. He grabbed the thread to her mind with all the strength he could, surprised by how much she was fighting it. Apparently she didn't like people messing around with her brain. But he only had to hold her until she calmed down, so he kept his focus on her, ordering, Okay, take some deep breaths and calm down. Remember that you're safe here, and that everything's okay. Know that it's not this place that's freaking you out, but your own fear, and that it's okay to be scared. Relax, it's going to be okay. He kept his hold until her body relaxed into the door frame and her breathing was even, and then he let go, hoping this would work. He'd never actually used it for panic control, but a lot of people, Midoriya included, had suggested that he could. She opened her eyes again, meeting his immediately this time. They held each other's gaze for what felt like a long time, but Hitoshi wasn't going to be the one to look away first. He would continue this staring contest until she decided she was comfortable enough to pull away. Finally, she said, voice all choked up, you have an appealing quirk. Hitoshi didn't know how to break it to her that he had a bad quirk, so he just stayed silent. Her eyebrows furrowed together as if she could read what he was thinking. Deku, she said again, a little more insistently this time. She scrambled up to her feet, faster than Hitoshi would have thought was possible for someone who just had a panic attack, and anxiously hopped from foot to foot as he slowly climbed to his feet next to her, muscles protesting after being cramped up for so long. I was lost and so I got very scared, she explained to him as he worked his way up. I don't know where I am in the school and so I couldn't find Lemillion or Aizawa-san or Deku-kun. And now I still don't know where this is, but you are big and tall and wearing a red tie, so I think you know where we are. And you said you know Deku-kun. He nodded, surprised by the torrent of words. She bobbed up and down in place, looking searchingly down the hallway. Yeah? Class 1A is this way, he said, starting down the hall to the left. His own classroom was the other direction, but surely Midnight would forgive him for being super late because of this. Right. Sleepy purple cat man. Eri asked, tailing him. Can you carry me on your back? I like it when Deku-kun carries me on his back because it's safe there, and you feel safe just like him. Blinking at the nickname, Hitoshi crouched down and helped her onto his back. She happily wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling herself tightly into him. Very safe, she told him. He had to smile at that. How on earth had Midoriya found this one? And how had he gotten her to like him so much? It only took him a minute to carry her to 1A. She was light, and he had long legs, so it didn't take them long at all before he knocked on the 1A classroom door and poked his head in, interrupting Present MIC's English lecture. Midoriya took one look and he was on his feet, crossing the classroom faster than should have been humanly possible. Eri-chan, he said, looking really worried. Eri wiggled off Hitoshi's back and ran to hug Midoriya around the legs. Deku, she wailed. I was so very lost and the sleepy purple cat man found me and calmed me down. Okay, he said, picking her up and settling her on his hip. President, could you maybe text Aizawa-sensei and tell him Eri's at 1A? I bet he's worried. Sure thing, little listener. You go with Eri-chan and Shinsu-kun into the hallway while you wait, so I can continue my lesson in peace. He nodded, carrying Eri out the door again. In the hallway, he sat down with his back against the wall, and put Eri in his lap, arms circling protectively around her. Hitoshi stood awkwardly to his side, trying to think of ways to extract himself from this situation and get to class. Okay, Eri-chan, will you tell me what happened? Eri nodded. I was having one of those bad moments, when the world gets all tippy and my hands get tingly and I feel very achy, so I wanted to find you or Aizawa-san before it got really bad, because you always know how to make the tippiness go away. But then I got lost. I didn't know where I was anymore, and it just made the world even tippier. And then it felt like the hallways were trying to eat me, and I knew that Chisaki-sama was coming. So I hid in a doorway. And then it didn't feel safe to move at all, so I held very still and tried to breathe quietly. Then, the sleepy purple catman came and said things in a nice, soft voice, and it made me worried for him because the only people who ever know how to make the tippiness go away are people who also have dark days, like me. He helped me remember how to breathe, and then he asked me my name, and when I told him, I fell asleep. And then when I woke up again, I felt all better. He has very big pretty purple eyes that are like stars, kind of. They reminded me of what the stars look like when we go away from all the lights at nighttime and look up. And he has purple fluffy hair, like a cloud. I think he has a really pretty quirk, but when I told him that, he made that face that you make sometimes when someone tells you it's okay to ask a teacher for help. Hitoshi had no idea what that last part was, but Midoriya seemed to understand, because he was nodding and chewing thoughtfully on his bottom lip. Then I told him to carry me on his back and make me find you, because I was tired and didn't want to walk, and his back is safe like yours. Not as safe, because it's purple, not green, but still very safe. And do you feel okay now? Midoriya asked her, ducking his head down a little so he could look into her eyes. She nodded vigorously. I feel so much better. Because the sleepy purple catman knows how to deal with the darkness and has a appealing quirk. Okay. But why doesn't he like his quirk, Dekuni? She looked genuinely confused, tipping her head to the side. Midoriya's eyes flickered up to meet Hitoshi's. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, almost daring Midoriya to answer that question. He didn't really care what Midoriya said at this point. It's not like he could possibly know why Hitoshi didn't like his quirk. People didn't get to know that, unless he told them. But then again, Midoriya was shockingly observant, like 𝐂𝐸 seemed to be, and he seemed to be really good at making people trust him. So while it came as a surprise when Midoriya answered, it wasn't too big of one. Remember when I was telling you about how quirks are like knives, 𝐂𝐸-chan? 𝐂𝐸 nodded, big eyes looking over at Hitoshi too. Midoriya nudged her a little and she turned her head to meet his eyes instead. Well, sometimes people see a very sharp knife and assume that the person who owns it is going to do bad things with it. This seemed to make perfect sense to 𝐂𝐸, who was nodding, even though Hitoshi had no clue what was going on at this point. Shinsu-kun has a really dangerous quirk, just like yours, 𝐂𝐸, Midoriya told her. He could use it to do a lot of really bad things, just like he could use a knife to do bad things, right? She threw a look at Hitoshi, tipping her head curiously to the side, and then looked back at Midoriya. What bad things could he do with his quirk? She asked, eyebrows furrowing. Well, he could make people do things they don't want to do, he explained lightly. Hitoshi was surprised by how nicely he said it, like the prospect of that didn't really bug him. Then again, Midoriya had proven that he was capable of breaking out of the brainwashing, so maybe it really didn't bother him that much. Her eyes widened in understanding. Oh! So sometimes, when people meet Shinsu-kun, they think that he's not going to be able to do good things with his quirk. They think his quirk is a bad quirk, just like Overhaul told you yours was. Hitoshi didn't know who this Overhaul guy was, but he instantly decided he didn't like him. But you said quirks can't be curses. That's right, they can't. But sometimes people are mean and assume that people with powerful quirks are just naturally going to be bad people. 𝐂𝐸 bit her lip, thinking hard. So, the sleepy purple catman Shinsu-kun. The sleepy purple Shinsu-kun is afraid of his quirk like me because people have always told him it's a very bad quirk, so he doesn't know how to see how appealing it is. Hitoshi's lips twitched at his new nickname. He honestly didn't know how 𝐂𝐸 had figured out he liked cats before, but either way, he didn't mind being called the sleepy purple Shinsu-kun or the sleepy purple catman. Both of them were really, really cute, and while he was trying to project his inner Aizawa and keep a straight face, it was so hard when all he wanted to do was hug this tiny little girl. Right. Midoriya shifted around a little. Now, 𝐂𝐸, you were also talking about how people who can help you out of the panic attacks are people who also have them. Can you tell me who all those people are? She nodded. You, Shinsu-kun, Todoroki-kun, sometimes Aizawa-san, and Kirikuan. Hitoshi vaguely wondered why Midoriya was having panic attacks. Surely he'd never been bullied because of his quirk. He had a hero's quirk. It wouldn't matter if he couldn't control it, because people would be so impressed that he had such a powerful one. Aizawa made sense. He had a non-physical quirk like Hitoshi's, and people probably weren't all that jazzed about a guy who could make their quirk disappear. Todoroki's scar pointed at there being something going on somewhere in his life that wasn't a good situation. Kirishima made less sense than those two, but maybe because his quirk was so defensive, he'd had some trouble in middle school. Midoriya was clearly thinking hard about this, trying to figure out how to explain something to A. Hitoshi decided he wasn't going to stand awkwardly in the hallway anymore, and he sat down in the middle of it, looking expectantly at Midoriya, who blinked at him in surprise before giving him a shadow of a smile. Well, screw him for being curious, but this conversation was adorable and Hitoshi wanted to know where it was going. Accepting that he wasn't going anywhere, Midoriya turned back to A. Well, Eri-chan, remember when I told you that my quirk didn't come in for a very long time? Eri nodded, like this was old news, but all that was very new to Hitoshi. A lot about Midoriya suddenly made sense. Well, my quirk didn't actually come in until the first time I came to you, he explained to A. That made Hitoshi stare at him, because that would mean that Midoriya's quirk came in the day of the entrance exam. And he still took it. Even though he was functionally quirkless when he walked in. That must have taken some dedication. So, before that, a lot of people were very mean to me because I was useless and couldn't do anything, Midoriya continued explaining. You mean because they thought you were useless? Eri corrected him, looking almost stern. He looked taken aback, blinking a little. Alright, he said. He said it more like he was trying to move on than because he was agreeing with her. Anyway, sometimes when I have bad days, like you've noticed, it's because I'm remembering stuff like that. Both of them turned to look at Hitoshi as one. So the sleepy purple Shinsu man probably has bad days because he remembers people saying mean things about his not-a-real curse quirk, Ei surmised thoughtfully. Midoriya nodded, making a humming noise in the back of his throat. And that's why he knows how to deal with my bad days, she continued. Because he has bad days too sometimes, so he knows what to do when other people have them. Exactly. Eri wriggled out of Midoriya's arms and walked over to Hitoshi, expression very solemn. Midoriya didn't make any move to stop her, eyes flickering up to something over Hitoshi's shoulder, and then back down, so Hitoshi just watched her warily. She crouched down in front of him, like she was probably used to people doing with her when they wanted to say something important. Sleepy purple Shinsu-kun, she said seriously, you have a very appealing quirk, and you can do many, many good things with it. You can help people like me have good days instead of dark ones, so you shouldn't be angry at your quirk. After hesitating for just a second, and glancing back at Midoriya, she reached for her sleeves and rolled them up. Hitoshi recoiled visibly as he saw all the scars she had littering her arms. Where on earth had she gotten so many scars? Who would do that to a tiny little girl? And what on earth was her quirk that made people tell her it was a villain's quirk? Some people are very mean, she said, holding out her arms as proof. But we can't always help what other people are like. We have to know that other people don't always know what's true and what's not true, or that sometimes they say bad things on purpose to hurt you and keep you below them. Hitoshi glanced up at Midoriya in shock, to see that the piece of broccoli looked close to tears. He had a wobbly smile spread across his face, like he'd never been prouder of someone in his life. Hitoshi returned his gaze to A, eyes wide as the tiny unicorn lectured him. I think, she said quietly, that you shouldn't listen to people who say things like that. You should listen to people like me and Deku-kun, who think you can help many, many people with your kind quirk. She reached out a hand to him, setting it on his knee, like he'd done when he found her earlier. Do you think we can be heroes together, with our not actually cursed quirks? Completely stunned, Hitoshi nodded. The whole hallway was silent for a long time, Eri smiling contentedly at the end of her lecture, and starting to roll down her sleeves again. For the love of God, Midoriya, came Aizawa's tired voice from behind Hitoshi, breaking the silence. Hitoshi twisted around to see him leaning against the wall. He looked like he'd been there for a long time. How the hell do you get her to say stuff like that? Midoriya gave him a bewildered look as 𝐂𝐲 smirked, turned on her heel, and trotted back to him, wrapping her skinny, scarred arms around his neck. I have absolutely no idea, he said over her shoulder as he returned the hug. I think she does all the work. No, that was definitely you, Hitoshi said, regaining his composure and smirking. Of course it was you, Dekuni. Eri told him, pulling away and laughing. She had an adorable laugh, silvery and warm, like summer rain. You say nice things, and you're so very understanding of other people. It makes me want to understand them too, so I just copy what you do. And so when you tell me there aren't any bad quirks, I believe you and want to tell other people too. Midoriya's tears were back, and this time they spurted from his eyes, soaking the hallway. Eri, Midoriya wailed. Why do you make me cry all the time? Eri giggled. Dekuni, that's not my fault. You just have a lot of tears to give. No more crying, Aizawa said, pushing off the wall and coming over to get Eri. You'll flood the school. Midoriya nodded, rubbing at his eyes. Shinsu, Aizawa said as he leaned over and picked Eri up. You are now part of the Eri committee. You have no choice. We have meetings every Monday after school in Hound Dog's office. Hitoshi thought he might be joking, but neither Aizawa nor Midoriya were smiling, and 𝐂𝐲 was just contentedly resting her head on Aizawa's shoulder. Wait, seriously? Yes, seriously, Midoriya said, standing up and brushing himself off. They are actually really helpful meetings. Everyone gets up to date on how 𝐂𝐲's doing. And it means you now have babysitting 𝐂𝐲 rights. Okay. Aizawa started down the hallway. Go to class, Shinsu. I'll send Midnight an email about why you're late. Oh okay, thanks. Thank you, Shinsu-kun. Eri called over Aizawa's shoulder as they disappeared down the hallway. Hitoshi gave Midoriya a bewildered look. Yep, Midoriya said, nodding knowingly. That's Eri for you. As Midoriya left Hitoshi in the hallway to return to class, Hitoshi only had one thought. His life was about to go through a major change, and it was all going to be because of a tiny unicorn. The Eri committee had meetings every Monday and Izuku didn't ever miss a single one. At first, just he, Eri, Aizawa, Hound Dog, Nezu, and Togeto were present, along with whatever teachers had a moment. That quickly grew to include Nejiya, Amajiki, and Uraraka. And from there, Todoroki and Kirishima were added. His mom hadn't been invited in yet, and Aizawa always got really touchy when she was brought up for some reason, although Izuku had a feeling it was about the issue of custody, which the two had been bickering about for weeks. Izuku couldn't understand why they didn't just compromise with joint guardianship, but whatever. They were adults, they could figure it out. But anyway, now Shinsu was joining the Monday meetings. This would be his first one. Izuku didn't know what to think of Shinsu. On the one hand, he had always seemed really angry and put off with everyone, especially people in the hero course. On the other hand, Eri had opened up to him immediately, which was practically a miracle. It usually took a lot of effort to get Eri to talk to new people. And Shinsu had calmed her down from a panic attack, which immediately put him in Izuku's good books, because calming Eri down could be really hard sometimes. And he'd stayed to help Eri stay calm, even when he could have left. And Eri seemed to find common ground with him, and he'd helped her work through her own mental block regarding her quirk, and oh, so, never mind. Izuku liked Shinsu, then. He knocked on the door to Hound Dog's office to announce his presence before opening it, eyes skimming the room for Eri. She wasn't there yet. Instead, the room held Hound Dog, Nezu, Uraraka, and Todoroki. The third years had a meeting they needed to be at for post-graduation planning, so they weren't coming today, unfortunately. Uraraka's eyes lit up as she caught sight of him, and she waved him over to her and Todoroki. Hound Dog glanced up from the very one-sided conversation he was having with Nezu, but returned his attention to the principal as soon as he saw who had entered. Izuku crossed the room and settled down next to Uraraka. 𝐂𝐲's not here yet, she said, smiling at him. She's coming with Aizawa-sensei, I think. And Principal Nezu said someone else was coming today too. Do you know who that is? Izuku nodded. Shinsu-kun. Her smile faltered. 𝐶𝐻 as in the purple guy. The one who you beat in the sports festival. He nodded again. Oh. Uraraka looked like she didn't know how to feel about that. Izuku couldn't blame her. Why? Todoroki asked bluntly. Izuku shrugged as the door opened a crack and Shinsu hesitantly stuck his head in. I guess Eri likes him, he answered, lifting a hand and waving at Shinsu with a bright, slightly forced smile. This was going to be so awkward. Shinsu made eye contact with Izuku and immediately looked very relieved. He came in and stood in front of the three of them, hands in his pockets as he arranged his expression into something resembling boredom. Sup? Hi, Shinsu-kun. Uraraka said, voice sounding a little strained. How are you today? Fine. Good. Good, that's, she cleared her throat, good. Eri is not here yet, Izuku informed Shinsu, stating the obvious like Uraraka had earlier. Shinsu nodded. So, Uraraka peeped after a moment of awkward silence. You're trying to get into the hero course, right? Yep. That's cool. How's that coming? It's fine. Oh. Good. She was trying so hard. Izuku decided it was time for him to step in. Maybe if the two of them were both trying to make conversation, this would be easier. Maybe we should get you caught up on, all the stuff going on with A, he suggested. Uraraka looked extremely relieved and jumped on it at once. Oh, yeah. We've learned a lot and now that you're here, we need to get you up to speed. Right, Todoroki-kun. She turned and gave him a somewhat desperate look. Right, he said, blank-faced. Shinsu shrugged. Sure. Okay, Uraraka looked at Izuku expectantly and Shinsu slowly turned his head to look too. Izuku swallowed as he struggled to find words. Why was this so hard? It was just Shinsu. He could do this. Okay, so, Eri, oh, that's why this was hard. Because, no one should ever have to go through what Eri had at just 6 years old. And for Shinsu to learn about it all at one time, that was going to be rough. We should probably start at the very beginning, he said with a sigh. Uraraka nodded in agreement. So Izuku told Shinsu everything about Overhaul and the 𝐒𝐻𝐻 and the mission to get Eri. The mission was still kept as a heavily guarded secret, especially Eri's involvement in it, so he kept his tone very serious so Shinsu would understand the gravity of the situation. When he'd finished telling the original story, with Shinsu silently staring at him in shock almost the entire time, there was a long pause before Uraraka said, this is all super top secret so. You can't talk to anyone about this except us and a few other people. Shinsu looked like he was still struggling to wrap his mind around the whole thing. Who would I tell? He asked, sounding pained. Good point, Izuku said, nodding. No one would want to hear that story. So, now we have Eri, and he trailed off, trying to think of how exactly to explain how Eri is doing. She's a little messed up and, panicky. A lot, he said finally. Which, you saw. But she's getting better. Much better, Uraraka agreed. She lets Aizawa-sensei pick her up now, Todoroki added. Exactly, he said, trying to sound enthusiastic. Shinsu looked a little sick. So, right now we're working on getting her to ask for things she wants, because she tends to get nervous when she wants something, which, again, totally makes sense. Yeah, it's got to be hard. Uraraka said. And, we're trying to also get her to think that her quirk is a good thing but you have to be careful with that one, Todoroki interrupted, to everyone's surprise. When you talk about it, you have to make sure to not directly contradict anything she says, or she gets very confused. Alright, Izuku said. We've been using what we call the knife analogy, which is basically that she can use her quirk to do good things or bad things, but her quirk isn't inherently bad. It's just a tool she can use, like a knife. We're also trying to get her to not hate her scars. Hound Dog joined in from the other side of the room, interrupting Nezu, who just kept talking like nothing happened. And we're trying to help her find hobbies. Uraraka said. So far, she really likes drawing. And cooking, sometimes. She likes making forts, too, so we've had some pretty intense fort wars in the dorm. She also likes to sing, but she'll only do it with Deku or Jirusan, because she's really shy. She's starting to like quirk analysis. Izuku gave Todoroki a confused look. Wait, really? Where did that come from? Uraraka laughed at him. That came from you, silly. You do it all the time, of course she likes it. The door slammed open and Eri ran in, squealing. Kirishima came in a moment later, arms outstretched for her as he lumbered around like a bear, chasing her around the room. She dived right into Izuku's arms, giggling. Digni, use the green sparks to make Kirikuan go away, she said. After a moment's consideration, Izuku activated one for all full cowling at 1% and Eri poked him as Kirishima froze across the room. Don't actually do that, she whispered. I wasn't going to, he whispered back, but Kirishima-kun doesn't know that. A grin spread across Eri's face and she buried her face in his chest for a moment. Okay, she giggled. Izuku deactivated one for all and stuck his tongue out at Kirishima to make Eri laugh. The spiky-haired boy smiled and gave him a double thumbs up. Package delivered, he said. Eri laughed again. She caught sight of Shinsu and smiled widely, waving. Aizawa walked in through the open door, looking very tired. That was explained a moment later, as Present MIC walked in behind him, chattering loudly to him, Midnight, and Power Loader. That's everyone. Nezu announced, standing up on a chair to give himself some height. Anyone have anything to share? Eri tentatively raised her hand and everyone looked at her, surprise showing on many of the teachers' faces. She didn't usually talk very much in these meetings, just sat quietly and listened, and sometimes answered a question. Sometimes one of the teachers would take her out into the hallway so everyone could talk about more sensitive stuff without her there. Yes, Eri-chan. Nezu said. She put her hand down, hesitating. Izuku met her eyes and gave her a reassuring smile. Twisting her hands in the back of his shirt, she murmured, I was wondering if I could ever go out of the US school. Where do you want to go? Izuku asked immediately, before the other teachers could mess something up. She relaxed a little in his arms, just like he'd hoped she would. Eri needed encouragement before answers, and whatever the teachers were about to say would not have been that. I was thinking. I'm not sure, she said with a frown. I was just wondering. Because I don't usually see new outside things. And that's okay, too, if I can't go out, she said with a nervous glance at the adults. I don't want to make you. She kept talking but her voice became so quiet that Izuku couldn't hear her, even though he was sitting right next to her. Izuku cast a glance up at Aizawa, who appeared to be having a non-verbal conversation with Present MIC, consisting of a lot of interesting facial expressions. Nezu was thinking, one paw rested on his chin. The other teachers were looking at him or Hound Dog. We could do that, Nezu said finally, interrupting the silent conversation. It, of course, all depends on where exactly you want to go, but we could take you out of the campus. With Dekuni or Tagata-san? Eri asked, voice regaining some confidence. Definitely, Aizawa said. And probably a few teachers, but you wouldn't need to see us if you didn't want to. I could go with you, she suggested, looking up at him through her eyelashes. We'll think about the logistics of that, Nezu said. How about you start thinking of places you'd like to go, and then we can treat them on a case-by-case basis. Brightening considerably, Eri nodded. Anything else? Hound Dog asked her in a kind tone. Eri bit her lip, glancing at Izuku out of the corner of her eye. When she saw him looking at her, she tensed and looked away again. I would like to talk about Deku-kun, Shinsu-kun, and Todoroki-kun, she said, looking at Hound Dog instead of anyone else. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed in surprise. What was there to talk about regarding him? And those two specifically. Hound Dog looked surprised too, but he nodded at her to continue. She took a deep steadying breath, and said, they have nightmares and bad thoughts too, and I want them to also be having help here for it because sometimes it makes me very nervous. About how they are doing, she said all in a rush. Slipping off Izuku's lap, she gestured at Todoroki. Todoroki-san doesn't like his scar and sometimes he has panicky moments in class, but he pretends he's fine. She moved to point at Izuku, who felt his body caving in on itself. Izuku-kun goes panicky with things like loud noises or dark spaces, and he has nightmares just like I do. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 always feels like no one likes him. And I want them to be helped just like you all help me sometimes when I'm feeling, She gestured vaguely at her arms and her horn, tingly. Hound Dog and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 shared a look. I think that's a great idea, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said finally. Probably all of Class 1A should have therapy. Me too, Uraraka said, sounding just as surprised as Izuku felt after that dissection of his psyche from 𝐸. And also, Mr. Hound Dog, 𝐸 said, bringing attention back to her. 𝐒𝐬𝐽-san doesn't sleep and also needs help sometimes with the dark tippy moments. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked betrayed, but 𝐸 had a point. Nezu clapped his paws together, looking immensely pleased for some reason. Well, therapy for all of Class 1A and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 it is. Although, I should tell you that Midoriya-kun has recently started coming here for help with the dark tippy moments, and so has Bakugo-kun, but for a different reason. 𝐸's eyes widened. Oh, yes. Kaken needs it too for when he yells and Deku-kun flinches. Uraraka looked curiously at Izuku as he winced. All of this was true, but did it really need to be spoken about right now? Wonderful suggestion, 𝐸. Anything else? She nodded, gaining confidence. I would like ice cream for breakfast every day. Izuku snorted into the palm of his hand. The teachers were all sending each other amused looks, and only Shinsu and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had managed to keep a straight face. Even Todoroki was smiling a little. Kirishima was unabashedly laughing. And I would like candy apples for lunch, she continued, starting to count on her fingers. I would like to live in a castle, so maybe we could get 𝐿𝐼mentos to make one for me. And I would like to have more colored pencils and Sailor Moon mangas. Sweetie, Midnight said kindly. I'm very sorry, but you can't have ice cream and candy apples every day. Or, unfortunately, live in a castle. But we can give you more pencils and Sailor Moon. 𝐸 considered that, and then nodded thoughtfully. Okay, she said brightly, before scrambling back up to Izuku's lap. When she was up, she turned and whispered to Kirishima, did I do it right? He nodded enthusiastically. Perfect. I'm telling you, start big and work down, it works every time. Izuku rubbed his forehead tiredly, although deep down he was trying not to laugh. Kirishima could be such a bad influence. But then again, 𝐸 needed some mischievousness in her life, so he'd let it slide. As long as she didn't start doing that to him, he would let Kirishima continue to teach her how to persuade the teachers to give her things. Besides, she so rarely asked for things she couldn't get, it was nice seeing her intentionally get rejected. 𝐸 perked up. Hey, can Shinsu-kun be in Deku's class? Shinsu sighed heavily as everyone in the room started trying to explain how Shinsu was trying to get into Deku's class at the same time. I'm working on it, he mouthed. She smiled. Because I need a new coloring buddy, 𝐸 announced. Izuku gave her a look of horror while the room settled down again. Am I being replaced? 𝐸 laughed. No, silly. I'm sharing. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her into a hug. And you're doing a great job of it, he told her encouragingly. She smiled brightly. Thank you, Dekuni. Okay, where did that come from? Shinsu said, looking a little annoyed, or maybe just confused. Why does she call you that? Izuku and 𝐸 shared a look. Why not? 𝐸 asked finally, before jabbering about Sailor Moon for 10 minutes straight while the teachers unsuccessfully made several loud attempts to move on. As she gave an in-depth character analysis to Shinsu about the main characters of her favorite manga, Izuku smiled at her. Dekuni and 𝐸-chan. Why not? 𝐸 had recently been wanting to explore the school more and more, which was fine, except for that Izuku actually didn't know where they were right now. They'd managed to find the entrance to the secret tunnels, which Izuku had only heard rumors of. He could imagine Nezu was delighted by the idea that he and 𝐸 had found one of the entrances. Izuku had told 𝐸 they couldn't explore those tunnels yet until he knew they were safe. But 𝐸, being 𝐸, gave him those stunningly adorable puppy dog eyes. Thanks a lot, Kirishima and Izuku yielded, internally scolding himself for being so weak. So now they were army crawling through a tight little space that Izuku was 90% sure was a passage to hell, 𝐸 giggling quietly in front of him. Dekuni, this is so fun, she tittered. So fun, Izuku said. He did not like tight spaces. Nope. Not one bit. It was dark and it was close on all sides and he could get stuck at any second. This was not fun. It was, in fact, the opposite of fun. Deku, Eri said, sounding worried. She was small enough that she managed to turn around in the hallway, facing him. Are you okay? Eri's eyes narrowed. No, you're not. You don't like the tiny tunnel. Izuku sighed, setting his forehead down on the cool metal below him. He had the distinct impression they were in something disguised to look like an air duct. You're right, I don't. And why is that? Izuku intentionally closed his mind to the many bad memories that were piling up in his head. I've had some bad experiences with tight spaces. From your dad or from Kaken? Let's not talk about this, Izuku said immediately, shutting both of them out from his mind again. He couldn't deal with that right now, not when he was already on the verge of a panic attack. Eri didn't say anything for a long time, and Izuku might have thought she'd left, if it weren't for her warm breath on his head. Well, then we'll have to find a way out. Of the tiny tunnel, she said decisively after what felt like an eternity. There are bigger tunnels somewhere. We'll just find those. She wriggled around again and started crawling through it, Izuku right behind her. There are lots of things I don't like, she told him cheerfully from up ahead. Izuku could tell she was trying to distract him and felt simultaneously annoyed and proud. I don't like, being alone by myself. And I don't like adults. Or doctors or hospital things. Or, needles. It's okay to be afraid of some things. She told him encouragingly. He hummed non-committally. She was so sweet, trying to cheer him up. That's what you always tell me, she muttered. Even when I'm having a really bad time. It's true, he said, voice a little higher pitched than he would have liked as the tunnel got narrower, if that was even possible. Being afraid of Eep. Being afraid of things is perfectly normal. Eep, agreed. But it's getting wider, just give it a little bit of time. Thanks. A moment later, the tunnel started to widen up again, and Izuku felt himself able to breathe more freely as he felt the space around him open up. Soon enough, there was space for him to stand, and he did so immediately, resting his head on the cool metal walls of the tunnel as he let his panic fade away. Eri hopped anxiously from foot to foot next to him. Are you okay, Deku? I'm very sorry that I made you go through a tunnel that made you scared. Not your fault, he said, waving an arm weakly at her. We didn't know it was going to get so small. But then, she looked up and down the dark tunnel. How do we get back out? Izuku groaned, imagining crawling back through that small vent. I have no idea. Just then, the wall next to them opened up and a girl with very distinctive pink hair stuck her head in. I thought I heard voices in here, she exclaimed loudly. Izuku squinted in the dull light to see who it was, and then his eyes widened. Hatsumai, he said, instinctively moving in front of Eri, who was caving in on herself. The one and only. I thought I was the only one who'd found the tunnels. You probably were, we only just found them a few minutes ago. Well, I was just going to lunch and wanted a not crowded shortcut, so if you'll excuse me, she started pushing into the already tight space, body pressing against Izuku's as he awkwardly flattened himself against the wall to get out of her way. Excuse me, is this a way out? Eri asked, pointing at where Mai had just come in. Mai finally seemed to notice Eri. Her eyes immediately went huge. A tiny girl. Eri curled in on herself a little and Izuku used an arm to nudge her behind him again, where she stood clutching at his breathed leg and staring up at Mai with wide red eyes. I heard that there was a little girl on campus but I didn't believe it until now. Mai exclaimed, leaning over to try to get a closer look at Eri, who just edged further around Izuku. Where did you come from? Does your quirk rely on your horn? How fragile is your horn? Do you need horn armor? I have so many babies for you to try. So many ideas. Are you going to be a hero? When you're a hero and need support gear, you should choose Hatsumai, Izuku interrupted, giving her a pained look as she was walking in circles around him, chasing Eri, who was continually shifting to put Izuku between her and Mai. What? She asked, finally stopping and meeting his eyes. You're making Eri uncomfortable, he said flatly, nodding down at Eri, who now had her head buried in his leg. Ah, sorry, tiny girl. Do you want to try horn armor? I can WHP something up really fast for you, just need some measurements and I'll have a baby for you in no time. How are you having babies? Eri murmured, barely lifting her head from Izuku's leg. I make my babies. Mai exclaimed, pushing past Izuku again as she headed for the exit to the tunnels. Sometimes they explode, but that's a sign of progress. She climbed through the exit again, Izuku following close behind with Eri, just glad to be out of the tunnels. They walked out into the support course room, which was interesting. Izuku had to wonder how many entrances and exits there were to the tunnels. He felt bad about how little he wanted to find out, especially because Eri really seemed to like exploring through them. Maybe he could get Kirishima to go no, that was a terrible idea. Maybe he could get Asui to take Eri into the tunnels again. She was responsible, and she didn't mind tight spaces. Surely that would be okay. Her babies explode. Eri whispered to Izuku, looking horrified. Her inventions, he corrected, in explanation. Oh. Mai was already at a workbench, humming tunelessly as she grabbed materials and tools, occasionally exclaiming something incomprehensible. Come over here, she demanded after a moment, pointing at Eri. Eri flinched and hid behind Izuku again. Mai, he said, dragging out her name a little in exasperation. You have to talk a little more nicely to Eri-chan, okay? Say, could you please come over here for a moment? Mai pouted a little. That's too many words. Why would I waste so much energy on so much pointless talking? It's okay, Eri said bravely, stepping out from behind Izuku, little hands clenched by her side in determination. I will go over there. When Izuku didn't stop her, she walked gingerly over to Mai, placing her feet carefully until she was right where Mai wanted her. Her body was a little tense, but she looked set on doing it. Why would I need a horn armor, baby? Eri asked, when she'd successfully managed to get over to Mai. To protect your quirk, of course. Mai said, chuckling. With a confused expression, Eri asked, but, why protect my quirk? Mai stopped moving, fixing Eri with a curious and somewhat affronted look. Because it's your quirk. And therefore it is amazing and appealing and needs to be safe. But my quirk is a bad quirk, Eri protested. Izuku suppressed a sigh. He'd thought they were improving with this. Mai considered that for a moment before dismissing it with a brief no, and then turning back to her work. No, Eri repeated, eyebrows furrowing. No, your quirk isn't a bad quirk, Mai explained, grabbing a tape measure and starting to twist it around Eri's horn. Nobody's quirks are bad quirks. Would you say Izuku-kun's quirk is a bad one? No. Dekuni's quirk is the most perfectest quirk. Even though it breaks all his bones when he uses it at full power. Mai asked, and Izuku felt relief wash over him as he saw where Mai was going with this. Izuku-kun's quirk hurts him, is it still a good quirk? Eri nodded emphatically. Yes. Because Dekuni doesn't let the quirk hurt him, he makes sure it does only good things. Izuku suddenly wondered how he would feel if he'd been born with one for all, instead of given it when he was ready. He probably still would have been bullied for having a quirk he couldn't control, and he definitely wouldn't have been able to control it at that age. He'd be constantly having to suppress it, so people would still shut him out, this time for having a quirk that was too powerful. And he, like A, would probably hate his quirk. He'd wish he'd been born with a quirk that was easy and safe, like everyone else's. All at once, Izuku felt like he could understand Eri's feelings about her quirk much better. Well, if you're so worried about your quirk being bad, why don't you just make sure it does only good things too? Mai pointed out, setting down her tape measure and flipping open her laptop. I'm going to 3D print this, she muttered. It's very hard for me to decide what things my quirk does, Eri protested, but Izuku could see her mind working at a mile a minute trying to figure out Mai's point and her position on it. Very hard but not impossible, Mai answered, sounding like she was only half paying attention now. Very, Eri trailed off, thinking. Finally, she turned to Izuku with wide, confused eyes. Dekuni, will my quirk be a good quirk if I try to make it work how I want it to? Do you think I can do that? Do you think I can make my quirk into a good one? 𝐒𝐿 smiled, feeling it warm up his face. Yeah. I think you can. A huge smile spread across Eri's face and she turned and hugged Mai around the waist. Mai absent-mindedly patted her on the head, very much focused on her computer. Horn armor. To protect my quirk. And then, she looked back at 𝐒𝐿. Do you think we could tell Aizawa-san that I want to try to make my quirk into a good one? He nodded. I think he'd love it if we did that. Printing. Mai shrieked as Eri quivered in excitement. Come back in 2 hours, I need lunch. Without any further explanation or conversation, Mai disappeared into the wall. 𝐒𝐿 and Eri shared a look. Aizawa-san. 𝐒𝐿 suggested. Eri nodded. Aizawa-san. What Shouter wanted to do was sleep in his sleeping bag and drink one of his many juice packets. Instead, he was standing in his sleeping bag, blearily watching Midoriya and Eri both try to enthusiastically explain something at the same time, talking over each other in their excitement. And then Mai said, we found the pink-hair crazy lady Tunnel's horn armor. Eri thinks of her quirk like my quirk was. He has a bad quirk too. It's not a bad quirk, it's, sorry, not good control quirk. That's better, but what is happening? That was Shouter, interjecting on what was quickly becoming the most confusing conversation of his existence. Eri frowned at him. I want to learn my quirk, she said seriously. Shouter looked at Midoriya, who was grinning from ear to ear. She wants to learn her quirk. Midoriya mouthed excitedly, bouncing on the ball of his feet. Well, then, Shouter said, returning his gaze to Eri with a soft smile. Finally, she was starting to want to use her quirk. Shouter wanted to find Hatsumai and give her 1,000,000 extra credit points for this. When do you want to begin? Eri beamed. How about after school, Eri? Midoriya suggested, crouching down next to her so he was at eye level. That way we can go eat lunch now. Eri nodded enthusiastically. Lunch. Then, grabbing Midoriya's hand, she dragged him out of the room, already detailing all the food she wanted to try in the cafeteria. Shouter zipped himself back up into his sleeping bag. As much as he wanted to help Eri, he was glad they decided to put this off until after school. His juice packets were waiting, after all. When Aizawa walked into Izuku's room with Eri one afternoon, Izuku immediately knew something was wrong. It was starting to be an instinct with him, Eri's mood. He just knew how she was feeling. It took one look, and he knew she was having a rough time of it today. Her eyes were hollow and lifeless, her hand was hanging limply in Aizawa's, and she looked absolutely miserable. The door had barely opened when Izuku was out of his seat and pulling Eri away from Aizawa, crouching down to wrap his arms around her. She held still, body trembling almost unnoticeably in his embrace. The moment was reminiscent of when Izuku had first met Eri, and she had seemed terrified to move, almost terrified of the closeness between them, because it was so unfamiliar to her at the time. Izuku sometimes forgot how fragile she was. All the progress they made could be swept away with the tiniest breath of the wind, and Eri's happiness was often dependent on the most undependable of things. Deku-kun, she whispered finally. I am very scared. I know, Eri-chan, he answered. Thank you for telling me. What happened? Eri's body stiffened in his arms and her chin dropped down to his shoulder. I did a bad thing, she whispered. Izuku raised his eyebrows at Aizawa, silently asking what was going on. Aizawa gave him a helpless look, showing that he knew just as much as Izuku did. What is it? Izuku asked gently, trying to keep his voice light. What bad thing did you do? He was almost completely sure that whatever she did was nothing, and the panic was coming from her old Chisaki habits instead of anything new. She shook her head on his shoulder, breath coming faster. Hey, please tell me so I can help you, he said pleadingly, tightening his arms around her in a fruitless attempt to calm her down. After what felt like an eternity of Eri's short, halting breaths coming and going next to his ear, she said quietly, I ripped my dress. Izuku wanted to cry. Why was she freaking out over such a small thing? Why had Chisaki ruined her like this? He'd poisoned her brain and now she was panicking over something as small and stupid as ripping a dress. Knowing it probably wasn't even a big rip. "Can I see?" he asked, pulling away a little. She nodded, eyes wide with what Izuku hated to admit was fear. He didn't like the feeling of her being afraid of him, he didn't like it at all. It made him feel like he was doing something wrong, and he wasn't. It was all Chisaki. Who knew that overhaul could have such a lasting impact on everyone's lives, even though he was imprisoned and as far away from Izuku and Eri as was humanly possible. Eri pulled back and lifted the end of her skirt to show Izuku a long gash up the side of her dress. "How'd you do that?" he asked, with real interest. It was quite a long tear for it to have been an accident. She ducked her head submissively. "I fell," she said quietly. "Oh. Are you feeling okay?" He couldn't see any scratches, but it was hard to tell from this angle. Eri gave him a short nod, eyes still downcast. "Oh. Are you going to hit me?" Eri murmured finally. Tears flooded Izuku's eyes and he wrapped her in a hug again so she wouldn't see it. "No, Eri," he choked out, pulling her as close to him as he possibly could without hurting her. "I would never do that." "Aizawa-san didn't either," she said, voice laced with confusion. "That's because he loves you," Izuku told her. "Why?" Izuku couldn't stop the sob that came out of him at that question. Eri fidgeted a little but he refused to let her go now. "Why not, Eri-chan?" "I tore the dress," she said. "And you have a lot more dresses." "I'm wasting money." "It's not a waste." "Yes, I am." "Eri," Izuku said, voice stern as he pulled away and tried to get her to look at his eyes. She flinched at his tone and he let it go quiet and kind again, even though all he wanted to do right now was scream. "You are not a waste." "Okay. You're not." "But no buts. You're not a waste." "Deku-kun, it's Nissan." It was Eri's turn to start crying now, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Why do you want to be my Nissan?" she sobbed, punching his arm with a tiny, frustrated fist. "Why, when I'm so useless and cursed? I just waste all the space." "You aren't a waste of space." Izuku cried, catching her flailing arms and holding them still. "Yes, I am," she screamed, trying to wrench her arms out of his grip. Aizawa shifted in the doorway. He cut himself off as Izuku shot him an angry look, non-verbally telling him to be quiet. Eri was freaking out and having two people talking to her right now was too overwhelming. "Why are you all lying to me?" Eri demanded, struggling to get her arm free. "Why are you telling me you care about me when you can't?" "Why can't I?" Izuku demanded right back. He could feel his emotions flaring and he made a concerted effort to force them back in check. He needed to be calm right now, so the sobbing, overprotective Izuku needed to go away. "Because I'm useless," Eri shouted. Izuku froze and with an animalistic scream, Eri managed to rip an arm out of his grip. She proceeded to punch him in the arm again so he caught her hand once more and held it still. "Eri, please stop hitting me," Izuku said, somehow managing to keep his voice steady and calm. In the doorway, several heads appeared and Aizawa started shepherding people away, talking to them in hushed tones. Ignoring them, Izuku said, "I want to tell you a story." Not stopping her efforts to fight him, Eri breathed, "What kind of story?" "My story." Eri stopped moving, eyes widening. "Do you know what Deku means, Eri?" She shook her head. "It means useless." Eri's mouth dropped open. "Kaken gave me that nickname when I was 4, Izuku told her, because I didn't have my quirk yet. And every day of my life, people would call me useless." Eri's expression filled with sadness and understanding. "Deku, people told me I wasn't worth the space I was taking, and that I'd never be able to do anything worthwhile with my life. Do you think that's true, Eri-chan?" She shook her head, still staring at him. "Then why would it be true about you?" "Because I'm not as special and wonderful as you are, Deku-kun. If you'd met me before I got my quirk, before I was special and wonderful, would you think I was a waste of space?" There was no hesitation before she answered, "No." "Why?" "You make me happy." "Well, you make me happy. And Aizawa-sensei, and Uraraka-san, and Todoroki-kun, and Togata-senpai, and everyone else here, you make them all happy too." Eri's chin wobbled and she relaxed, falling forward into Izuku's chest. He wrapped his arms up around her instinctually, protecting her small frame from all the pain in the world. "Neeson," she whimpered. "Why are you so nice to me?" "It's because I love you, Eri-chan." "But why?" "I don't know. Love doesn't always need a reason." Eri didn't seem to have anything to say to that, so she just stayed in Izuku's arms. His legs were starting to cramp up and it was a little uncomfortable, but he didn't care because right now all that mattered was the little girl in front of him. "Eri," he said finally, "I need to tell you something, so listen closely, okay?" She nodded into his shoulder. "Overhaul told you he was hurting you because you were being bad, but that's not true, okay? He was hurting you because he was bad, not you. Does that make sense?" Eri didn't answer. "People who love you aren't ever going to hit you or do what Overhaul did to you," he said, trying desperately to get her to understand. "We show you we love you by hugging you, like this. Not hitting you." Eri's hands twisted tighter over his back. "Deku's arms are so safe because they are full of love," she murmured. Izuku breathed out a relieved sigh. "Yes, Eri. Exactly. Yuraka-san, your birthday's coming up soon, right?" Deku was saying when Eri and Aizawa came into the 1A dorms one day in December. He was sitting in the common room with Okiko, Ida, Todoroki, and Zu, who Eri was coming to realize were his closest friends. "Yeah. I'm not really expecting anyone to do anything special though, so you don't have to worry about it," she said brightly, waving him off. "Why would someone do something special?" Todoroki asked, tipping his head to the side. Everyone turned to look at him, some of them looking more confused than others. "Because that's what people do on birthdays, Kiro. We'd plan a party or something and pay for it for Okiko-chan." "A party," he repeated, eyebrows furrowing a little. "Are you okay?" Okiko asked, looking very concerned. "Sometimes I wonder if you're even human, Todoroki-kun." "I'm human. My father isn't." "Whose father is, really?" Deku said, looking at the ceiling. "Both of you." "What's a birthday?" Eri asked, looking back and forth between Aizawa and the group in the common room. All their heads snapped to look at her, eyes suddenly gleaming with excitement. "Eri-chan." Okiko gasped. "You're here." "We were not made aware of this visitation," Ida said, chopping his arms in the air. "It's a last-minute thing," Aizawa explained, using one hand to nudge Eri towards her friends a little. "Togetta's busy and I need to go to a meeting. Do you think you could?" "Not a problem," Deku said, holding out his arms. Eri ran straight into them, wrapping her arms around his neck as he lifted her up and set her down in his lap. "Maybe come back in like a couple days, or a month, or even, a couple years, and then you can have her back." "I'll be back in 2 hours," he said dryly. Okiko pretended to pout. "That's barely enough time to make a fort." "Then don't." Aizawa turned to go and left, pausing at the door to give Eri a small wave and a half-smile before he disappeared. "Did he just smile?" Zu asked, looking at the door. "The world must be ending," Okiko mused. "All his smiles are usually the evil I made a pop test and you're all going to fail smiles, not whatever that was." "That's his Eri smile," Deku explained. "What's a birthday?" Eri repeated her question from before, looking between all the teenagers. Her eyes landed on Todoroki, who shrugged. "Don't look at me, I have no idea." "Todoroki-kun," Okiko said, looking affronted. Poking Eri lightly in the side to get her attention, Deku said, "A birthday is the day someone was born. Sometimes on people's birthdays, we'll have a party or a nice dinner or cake." "Cake?" "Yep." "When is my birthday, then?" Deku looked lost. "1 second." He fished out his phone, fingers fumbling a little as he tried to open it super quickly. He held it up to his ear and waited for only half a second before words started tumbling out of his mouth. "Hi Aizawa-sensei, everything's fine and I'm sorry to interrupt your meeting but I thought maybe you wouldn't be there yet, but anyway, do we know when Ei's birthday is?" He always talked faster when he was talking to teachers, almost like he was trying to talk over himself. It was like he was nervous that if he didn't say everything quickly enough, he wouldn't be allowed to finish. Eri could understand that. Sometimes she felt like her words weren't fast enough either. After a little pause, Deku said, "Oh, Yeah, that's why I was asking, because I wasn't sure that. He waited again, listening closely to the faint sounds of Aizawa's voice that were coming through the phone. Okay. Okay, yeah, good idea. Thank you. Sorry again. No, okay. Okay, boo-bye. He turned to A, dropping his phone down. So, we don't know when your birthday is exactly, Eri, but it's probably sometime in December or January. It might even be, he paused for dramatic effect, and Eri leaned in closer, today. Today, she said excitedly, wiggling around. Deku had a way of making her excited about things she didn't understand. He was an exciting person to be around. Today could be my birthday. It could be. Deku-kun, what day is it? The 21st. December 21st, does that sound like it could be your birthday? December 21st is my birthday, I'm very sure. Deku nodded, looking serious. Then we need cake and candles. Yuraka-san. Okako was already on her feet, headed for the stairs. I'm on it. And Asui Itsu-chan. He turned bright red as he said, sorry, Tizurin, could you find Yorozu-san? Sure, Kiro. She hopped away. Deku and I will handle invitations. He also disappeared before Deku could get another word in, but Deku looked fine with Ida's self-appointed task. He turned to Todoroki. And then, Todoroki-kun, I would assume you don't know the happy birthday song. It's in English. There's a song, he asked, looking somewhere between disbelief and confusion. A song? Eri squealed, very excited. Yes. The happy birthday song. Sing it, Deku-ni. You have to sing it, please. Well, we're going to sing it when you cut into the cake. But first Todoroki-kun needs to know how the song goes. Can we invite Shinsu-kun to my party? Eri asked, mind whirring so fast she barely processed Deku's last sentence before moving on to her next thought. And my? Sure. Who else? Aizawa-san. And Nezu-san. And Yamada-san. And Deku's mom-san. I can call my mom and she can be here virtually, he said thoughtfully, frowning into empty space. He returned his gaze back to Eri and smiled. Anyone else? She considered briefly. Tougeta-san is busy today, she said sadly. That's true. But maybe Nejiya-chan and Amajiki-san. He nodded, pulling out a sheet of paper and writing all this down. Sure. And I can text Tougeta-senpai and see if he'll still be busy in a couple hours. If he's not, then he can come too. Eri wiggled around on his lap excitedly. Deku-ni, I'm going to have a birthday. He laughed, making Todoroki give him a startled look. You're having a birthday right now, Air-chan. Jiru came into the room. I heard something about Todoroki-kun not knowing about birthdays, she said, raising her eyebrows. At him. I can teach you the song, if you want. Todoroki opened his mouth, but Deku got there first. Great idea, thank you. To A, he added, let's go find Nejiya-chan and Amajiki-senpai. Eri nodded and started trying to slide out of Deku's lap to go to the door. Before her feet could hit the floor, though, he scooped her up and shifted her to his back before sprinting out the door, using his quirk to give them a boost. She shrieked in delight, before burying her face in his neck and giggling as he ran. It was barely any time at all before they skidded to a halt outside of Nejiya-chan and Amajiki's door. Deku set Eri down and disappeared inside. A moment later he returned, smiling widely. Are they going to come? Eri asked, feeling worried suddenly that they wouldn't be able to make it. It's a surprise, he said, but the grin on his face told Eri it was a yes. Her face split into a smile and she flung her hands up in celebration. Yay! Yay, he laughed. Eri clung to Deku's back as he ran around the school at her direction, finding all the people she wanted to invite. He would find them, talk to them very quickly in a hushed voice, leaving Eri to wonder what exactly was going to happen at her party. Mai was the most excited of everyone, beginning immediately to talk about all the babies she had that would be great to have at a birthday party. Deku said she could bring whatever she wanted as long as it didn't explode, which she agreed to after a moment of pouting. Finally, everyone had been invited, and Deku took Eri back to the 1A dorms. She waited patiently for another hour, waiting and waiting for the time of her birthday party to finally be here. While she waited, Deku explained to her what happened on birthdays and what parties traditionally looked like. He told her that she was 6 years old and so she was now turning 7 years old, and so she would have 7 candles on her cake. And everyone was going to sing to her and she could cut into her cake and eat the first slice. Eri thought birthdays were very exciting because there was cake and friends, but otherwise she couldn't see the point in having one. What was so special about her turning another year old? She couldn't understand it. At last, the time for the party came. Everyone arrived at almost the same time, 𝐂𝐩𝐻𝐼 and 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐼 and Mai and 𝐵𝐻𝐼 and the bad part of you who Eri had invited on a whim and Hound Dog and 𝐁𝐂 and Loud Voice and 𝐼𝐳𝐻𝑜ur and even lemillion. Eri was given a sort of crown hat to put on her head. Everyone else put one on too, so she didn't feel all alone. She wiggled around in excitement as all her friends talked to each other, laughing and talking. Even Deku looked like he was having a good time, even though he was getting teased unrelentingly by 𝐂𝐻𝐼. 𝐶 brought out a cake just as Eri started to wonder why people had birthday parties when they could just have regular parties. And then, as everyone began to sing, she understood that this party was different because it was about her and how much she had grown in the last year. It was special because it was only her friends here, no one else's. She let them finish the song, Todoroki looking decidedly confused the entire time, and then blew out her candles and cut the first slice of cake, guided by Deku's hand. 𝐶 always made the best cakes, and this one was no exception, with tiny little icing apples drawn onto the top of the cake. They weren't real apples, which was disappointing, but the sweet taste of the cake made up for it. Everyone else got cake too, chattering and laughing over each other. Even 𝐁𝐂 looked to be having a better time than usual, his usual amused grin expanded into a full smile. As Eri looked around at all her friends, she realized they really were more than just her friends now. They actually were becoming her family, her first family. Her real family. Her eyes caught Deku's and she suddenly understood what love was. It was wanting to spend every moment she could with Deku, because he was so kind and so smart, and it was being afraid when he wasn't there because she didn't know if he was okay. It was hating his scarred arms for being marks of old pain, but loving them for being a part of who he was. And it was knowing when it was okay to tease him and when it was time to give him kisses instead. Love was feeling safe when she was with him and scared when he was in danger. It was soft and fuzzy, but also sharp and terrifying at the same time. Eri loved Deku. She knew that now. It felt like a big secret, one she was holding all by herself. Was she supposed to tell him? Todoroki didn't know how to cook, and Izuku was tired of trying to eat his attempts at cooking at dinner. Ida had tried to pair everyone in the class up with inexperienced and experienced people grouped together, so no meals would be completely heinous, but not even Yorozu could fix Todoroki's bad cooking. As such, Izuku decided to pull Todoroki into the kitchen for a cooking lesson. Why katsudon? Todoroki asked, frowning at the recipe. It's my favorite, Izuku explained, although, now that he was thinking about it, maybe he didn't want to try eating Todoroki's version of his favorite food. You know what, he said, plucking the recipe out of Todoroki's hand, let's make your favorite food instead. What do you like to eat? Cold soba, he said tonelessly. Izuku sighed. Bland. Like Todoroki himself. Internally scolding himself for thinking that, he nodded and started pulling out the ingredients they'd need for that recipe. Why do you like cooking? Todoroki asked, watching Izuku struggle with an unwieldy container of noodles. Because, he answered, heaving the noodles onto the counter, it's relaxing. I don't think it's relaxing. That's because you're not good at it, Izuku told him honestly. Then he explained, it's nice, having a list of steps to follow. When you know how to do it, you don't even have to think anymore. Like riding a bike. He pulled up a recipe on his phone and pulled himself up on the counter to pour over it while Todoroki considered his words. Uraraka walked in, glanced at the two of them and then opened the fridge, digging through one of the drawers. I don't know how to ride a bike, Todoroki said thoughtfully. Izuku almost dropped his phone. He stared over it at Todoroki, not even sure how to respond to that. I'm sorry, Uraraka said in a falsely sweet tone, frozen with the fridge door open. Could you repeat that, Todoroki-kun? I don't know how to ride a bike, he repeated. The door to the fridge slammed shut behind Uraraka as she gave him an appalled look. How old are you? 15, he responded, taking what was probably a rhetorical question as literal. I think it's probably time you learn to ride a bike, Izuku said, closing out of the recipe on his phone. They could make cold sober another day. Learning to ride a bike was more urgent. Do you think Eri? He trailed off, because he already knew the answer. It was rare for anyone to know anything about Eri unless he knew first. And she had never told him she knew how to ride a bike, which meant chances were high that she'd never tried it before. Okay, he said, hopping off the counter. Let's go find Eri. Uraraka, are you going back up? She nodded, opening the fridge again and emerging a moment later with an apple. I'm really busy with homework right now, she explained. This is all I wanted. Could you ask Yorozu-san if she'd make a few bikes for us? One Eri size and one Todoroki size. Sorry, I know she's the floor above you, Uraraka nodded. No problem. Izuku shot her a relieved look. Thank you. In the meantime, he gave Todoroki a disgruntled glare. We're going to go find Eri-chan. Todoroki nodded docilely. Sounds good. Izuku texted Aizawa and then started putting ingredients away, sighing internally. Todoroki really did need to learn how to cook. But catching up on his childhood was more important, and especially important if it provided an opportunity for Eri to have a childhood experience too. Within 20 minutes, Eri was outside Heights Alliance and Yorozu had dropped off 2 bikes, sending Todoroki a pitying look as she left. Riding a, what did you call it, Izuku-kun? Eri asked, frowning at the bikes. This was a new development. Where Eri had previously always called him Dekuni or Deku-kun, she was now scattering a good number of Izuku-kuns and Izuku-nias in there too. Izuku suspected this was because he'd told her where his hero name had come from, but neglected to tell her about Uraraka's contribution to the name's history. A bicycle, he said. Bicycle, she repeated, frowning at it. It looks like it's going to fall over. That's why yours has training wheels. Eri frowned at Todoroki's bike. Why doesn't Todoroki-kun's have training wheels? Because, Izuku looked at Todoroki, trying to come up with a better reason than his older. Todoroki has a little bit better balance than you. After a brief moment of consideration, Eri nodded. So, Izuku said, suddenly unsure of how to teach them how to ride a bike. He'd had to teach himself, after Kaken got his first bike. His dad hadn't been there to teach him, and his mom had been busy at the time. So he'd gotten his own bike and he'd taught himself. Then Kaken had pushed him over and he'd gotten a really bad scrape on his knee, but that was beside the point for now. How about I just show you, first? He asked, taking Todoroki's bike and climbing onto it. It was a little big for him, but if he pointed his toes, he could reach the pedals okay. He pushed off and rode the bike in a little circle. Eri clapped, an excited light coming into her eyes. I want to try, she said, practically jumping up and down. Okay, Izuku laughed, climbing off Todoroki's bike. He helped Eri climb onto her bike and explained the basics of how to ride it. She started off all wobbly, but after a few minutes, she had the hang of it, although she was heavily relying on her training wheels. Now she was biking around in circles in front of the Heights Alliance, grinning. Izuku turned to Todoroki, expression serious. Your turn, he said. Todoroki looked unsure. Is it safe? I mean, Izuku frowned. You're not going to die, but it can hurt if you fall over. That maybe wasn't the most reassuring thing he could have said. You'll be fine, he said, leading Todoroki over to his bike. I promise. He gave Todoroki the same instructions he'd given Eri a moment before. So, the faster you go, the easier it will be to keep your balance, he finished. Ready to try it? No. Todoroki frowned at the handles, turning them to the right and then to the left. Izuku waited patiently. It's really fun, Todoroki-kun. Eri said encouragingly, going around in another circle. Giving a little tight nod, Todoroki put his feet on the pedals while Izuku held his handlebars for him. Now just pedal yourself forward a little, Izuku said. Todoroki pedaled a little and Izuku walked next to him, one hand on his handlebars. One of the windows above them opened and Uraraka's head poked out. You can do it, Todoroki-kun. Woo. He glared at her. Izuku smiled and waved. Hi Uraraka-san. Hi, Deku-kun. How's it going? He threw a thumbs up at her, and, laughing, she disappeared into the building. This isn't that hard, Todoroki said, after they'd gone in another slow circle, Izuku holding the bike upright. Ready to try by yourself? Izuku asked, starting to lift his hand off the bars. The entire bike wobbled and Todoroki's eyes widened. Oh, you're doing all the work. Not all of it, Izuku protested. You're doing the pedaling. Todoroki gave him a look that clearly said that's not what I meant and then gave him a firm nod. Let go. I want to try by myself. You can do it, Todoroki-kun. Eri shouted. Just try to go quickly, Izuku said. Even I have trouble staying upright when the bike is going really slowly. Deku sounds like you can do it, Eri said, riding up to them and stopping abruptly next to Izuku. He smiled at her. You're right, it does. Ready, Todoroki-kun. Ready. Izuku pushed him off and after a few shaky pedals, Todoroki managed to bike in a straight line without falling over. That is, he managed to bike in a straight line without falling over for about 20 seconds, and then he apparently forgot how to stop, and so ran straight into a tree. That was really good. Izuku exclaimed as Todoroki untangled himself from the bike and started looking himself over for scratches. Eri cheered in agreement, running over to Todoroki and producing a band-aid from seemingly nowhere. Do you have a boo-boo, Todoroki-kun? She asked, brandishing the band-aid like a sword. Because I have a boo-boo fixer. Shuzenji-san always says to have a band-aid with me just in case. Todoroki pointed at one of his hands, which had a little red scrape across the palm. Nodding seriously, Eri kissed it and then put the band-aid over it, something she'd probably seen Recovery Girl do 100 times. There, all better. That was terrifying, Todoroki whispered to Izuku as Eri ran off again to get back on her bike. Yes, running into trees can be a traumatic experience, Izuku agreed. Brightly, he added, want to try again? Todoroki looked at the bike on the ground and then at Izuku. Yes. Okay. Izuku picked up the bike and looked it over. The chain had fallen off, but other than that, there was nothing wrong with it. Give me a second. He sat down next to the bike, carefully pulling the chain back on. When he was done, he stood up, wiping his greasy hands in the grass. Todoroki climbed back onto the bike. Brakes are here, Izuku reminded him, pointing at the handles. Todoroki nodded and then pushed off the ground, trying to bike all by himself. It took him a few more tries, but he got the hang of it eventually. And Ai, who asked Izuku to take off her training wheels a moment later, was a natural. Even if Izuku had to deal with Todoroki's disgusting meals for a couple more days, at least he'd help Todoroki and Eri fit another piece of their childhood into place. Kuda had his bunny in the common room today when Eri came over. Her eyes immediately went to the rabbit and widened. Izuku-ni, she gasped, staring at it. What is that? Izuku glanced over at the bunny and then back at Eri. It's a rabbit. It's just like me, she whispered. It has white hair and red eyes too, but no horn because it's not Quirk, she caught herself, tipping her head to the side. It doesn't have a quirk, I mean. Izuku smiled. You're right, it doesn't have a quirk. And it does look a lot like you. Is the rabbit nice? She asked, edging closer to it and glancing up at Kuda through her eyelashes. Do you want to hold her? Kuda offered quietly, holding the bunny out carefully. With a tiny nod, Eri held out her arms. Kuda gently set the rabbit in her arms and she gasped, staring at it with huge eyes. It's so soft, she whispered. It wiggled around in her arms for a moment and then relaxed, sitting in her grasp. Eri hadn't actually met Kuda yet, Izuku realized suddenly. They'd only really seen each other in passing. This is Kuda-kun, by the way, Eri-chan, he said as she stared at the bunny. You're very quiet and your head looks like a rock, Eri told Kuda, glancing up from the bunny. That would be the rude thing we talked about, Izuku said, nudging her in the shoulder. Oh. I'm sorry, Kuda-san. She bowed her head a little, being so careful with the bunny. Izuku was proud of her for being so gentle and careful with the little animal. I'm learning to not be rude. It's okay, he murmured, sitting on the ground in front of 𝐼 and getting ready to put the rabbit in her arms. And I am quiet sometimes, yes. And my head does look like a rock. It's okay. I would be quiet a lot too, if I was around little animals like this all the time, 𝐼 said, lifting a hand and very carefully running it down the bunny's back. She's just a cute little baby, she cooed, nuzzling her face against the rabbit's fur. Do you have any more animals? She asked as the bunny started trying to get back to Kuda. She held the rabbit out carefully and Kuda took it back, petting it gently. I don't have any here, but you could go to the zoo if you wanted to see more. The zoo? She asked, glancing at Izuku. It's a place where there are all sorts of animals, he explained to her. I've always found zoos kind of sad, Uraraka said from a nearby couch. All the animals look so lonely and unhappy. I don't want to see unhappy animals, 𝐼 said decisively. On second thought, Izuku thought going to the zoo was probably not a good idea. She probably didn't want to look at a lot of animals stuck behind bars, trapped where they couldn't move far, put on display for everyone to see. It might remind her of when she was with Overhaul. She was sort of caged then too. Well, we could go to the aquarium, Izuku suggested. What is that? She asked. It's where there are a lot of fish. Fish? They're animals that live in water. 𝐼's eyes widened in awe. Inside the water? Yes. But how do they breathe? They have gills, Kuda explained, handing his bunny to Ashido as she came up, squealing in excitement. So they can breathe underwater. Wow. Yes. Aquarium, Izuku-ni. Let's ask Principal Nezu. She started for the door. I wonder if we could get Kota to come to the aquarium too, Izuku said thoughtfully. It was probably about time 𝐼 started to hang out with kids her age. Who's Kota? She asked, already at the door, trying to put on her shoes. He's someone I met at a training camp, he said, trailing after her to the door. He's just a little younger than you are. 𝐼 stopped pulling on her shoes to frown at Izuku. Younger than I am? Yeah, like? You know how I'm older than you. Well, you're older than Kota. Is he a little baby? She asked, finishing putting on her shoes and hopping from foot to foot while she waited for Izuku to finish pulling his on. No, he's 5. Oh. Finishing pulling on his shoes, Izuku jumped to his feet and started out the door with 𝐼. And after the aquarium, she asked as they went, can we eat candy apples? Izuku laughed. Sure, 𝐼-chan. 𝐼 wasn't sure how she felt about this boy. He was her size, which was weird. She didn't have to look up. Was that a normal thing? Were people at you just very big? Or maybe she and this boy were just very small. He had a weird hat. And he was wearing red shoes, like Izuku's red shoes. 𝐼 thought that was kind of funny. Was he copying Izuku? Also, he was frowning a lot. 𝐼 didn't mind that he was frowning, but it was weird how much he was frowning. People at you didn't frown nearly as much as this boy was frowning, not even Kaken. He looked very sad and very angry. This is Kota-kun, Izuku said, gesturing at the little boy. He's younger than me, 𝐼 said uncertainly. He didn't look much younger than her. Shorter, though. Yes, he is, Izuku said, looking at her with an almost nervous face. He looked back at the boy. Kota-kun, this is 𝐼-chan. She lives at UA with Aizawa-sensei. Hello, Aizawa-chan, he said, shuffling his feet. 𝐼 shook her head. It's just 𝐼-chan. Everyone knew that. Hello 𝐼-chan, he corrected. Hello, she said warily. He was so short. She tugged on Izuku's sleeve. Izuku-ni, he's very short. I'm not that short. Kota said in a scolding, angry voice. 𝐼 blinked in surprise. People didn't usually talk to her like that here. Was that rude? She asked, turning to Izuku. Yeah, that's rude, Kota said, scowling. She hadn't asked him the question, but he looked kind of hurt and offended, so she bowed a little and said, I'm very sorry, Kota-kun. Are you two ready to go? Izuku said, with the worried face again. Kota crossed his arms. I guess. 𝐼 nodded excitedly. We're going to the aquarium to see lots of fish. Fish. She couldn't figure out the plural. You can just say fish, Kota said, giving her a not very nice look, like she was being weird. "Oh, sorry. Fish." Kota rolled his eyes. Eri wasn't really sure that she liked Kota very much. "Okay," Izuku said, looking between the two of them. "So we're going to go with Ragdoll, okay?" "A hero?" Eri asked, smiling. "Yep. A really good hero." "She's not a hero anymore though because she doesn't have a quirk," Kota said as they started to get into the car he'd come in. Eri noticed Izuku's shoulders stiffen, and even though she didn't know why he didn't like that, she knew if it made Izuku uncomfortable, it was probably bad. She glared at Kota. "That's not nice." Kota looked confused. "It's true, though." "That doesn't mean it's nice. You're short, but it's not a nice thing to say to you." "I'm not short." Eri had never had a conversation like this before, with all the fast-talking back and forth. It was really weird. She wasn't sure if she was allowed to keep it going. "Yes, you are," she said, glancing at Izuku to see if she needed to stop. He didn't seem to mind, so she continued, "You're shorter than I am." "I'm younger than you are." "Of course I'm shorter than you." "I'm short for my age," Eri said. Recovery Girl had told her that once. "That means that if you're shorter than me, you're short for your age too." Kota didn't seem to like those facts. He crossed his arms and looked out the window. "Izuku," Eri called up to the front. "Was that the rude thing?" He twisted around in his seat to look at them. "No, that was just an argument. Sometimes people disagree on things and fight with each other. But we should try to stay calm when we argue, okay?" "Okay." She turned to Kota again. "Why do you wear that weird hat?" "It's not weird." "Okay. Why do you wear it?" "I just like it, okay?" "It has horns like I have a horn," Eri said, pointing at the hat and then her horn. Kota rolled his eyes and Eri felt a little hurt. "Izuku-ni." "Still normal, Eri. You're used to all the you are teenagers, but this is how little kids act. A lot of people your age act like Kota's acting." "Well, I don't like it," she said decisively, frowning at Kota. "It's the rude thing." "I can still hear you," Kota snapped angrily. "I know," she said, a little confused. Of course she knew he could hear her. Was she supposed to not know that? "You're sitting right there. Should you not be able to hear me?" Kota turned to give her a very baffled look. "You're really weird," he said finally, not answering the question. "Well, so are you," Eri said honestly. "We're here," the ragdoll hero person said from the front. They climbed out of the car, Eri taking Izuku's hand the minute she could. The Kota boy wasn't very nice. They walked into the aquarium and Izuku talked to Kota for a while, which made Eri feel a little angry and annoyed, even though she didn't really understand why. She just wanted Izuku to talk to her instead. The ragdoll hero person came with them and talked to Eri for a little bit while they got tickets and went into the aquarium. She was a very nice person, and Eri liked her a lot. Eri told her she didn't think not having a quirk was a bad thing, and that Ragdoll could still be a really good hero, which made Ragdoll cry for some reason. And then they went into the aquarium and Eri completely forgot about Kota and Izuku and Ragdoll. It was so blue, everywhere. And there was a lot of water and a lot of little things in the water. And the little things were all sorts of bright colors and they had eyes and some of them had stripes and they looked right at Eri and she looked right back and they were also appealing. "These are fish," Izuku said to Eri. Kota was busy looking at a really big gray thing in the water on the other side. "What's that?" she asked, pointing. Her eyes were super wide. "That's a shark." "Wow. And it lives underwater too." "It lives in the ocean." "Wow. This is really cool, Izuku." There were many more rooms with many more fish and a lot of water. Eri saw an octopus and some weird flat things that Izuku called stingrays and something called an eel and a lot of fish. Everything was so colorful and she loved it all. Kota loved it too. Sometimes, when he saw something really cool, he'd call Eri over and they looked together. By the time they came out of the aquarium, she decided she didn't mind Kota very much. Actually, she kind of liked Kota. He was a little mean sometimes, but in a nice way. "Kota-kun," she said very seriously when they were in the car. "Do you like candy apples?" Izuku started laughing, for some reason. But Eri didn't care. especially when Kota nodded equally seriously and said, yes. Izukuni. Eri ran into the common room clearly seconds away from a full-blown panic attack, and Izuku jumped up in an instant, crouching down for her. He scooped her up in his arms, holding her close to him. You're okay, Eri? It's okay. Would you tell me what's up? There's something wrong with my mouth, she sobbed, pressing her forehead into his shoulder. Everyone in the common room was staring at them, so Izuku started out of the room, annoyed with their lack of tact. Uraraka hopped to her feet and followed them out, which was fine. One person with them was fine. Everyone's eyes on them was not. What's wrong with your mouth? Izuku asked when they were in the entrance hall, far away from the prying eyes of one, who was crying now and couldn't put together a coherent answer. Is there BLD in your mouth? She shook her head, crying harder. Izuku glanced up at Uraraka, trying to understand what was going on. Uraraka was frowning at Eri too. Her eyes flickered to Izuku's and she shrugged. She didn't know what was going on either. Figuring whatever it was probably wasn't too urgent if there wasn't BLD, Izuku directed his focus to calming Eri down first. That's okay, we'll figure it out, he said, shifting around until he was sitting on the floor and Eri was curled up in his lap. Just take some deep breaths, okay? Breathe with me. In, out. Nice job. Think you can do it again? She nodded weakly, eyes pressed shut. Okay, in, her little chest rose and Izuku fought a smile. She was so cute. And out. They did that a few more times, Uraraka settling on the floor next to them and breathing with them, smiling encouragingly at Eri when she opened her eyes. Feeling better? Izuku asked, trying to help her sit up. Something's still wrong in my mouth, she sniffed. Okay, could you explain what it is? Eri opened her mouth wide and he looked into it. Nothing looked wrong. I don't see any. She pushed her tongue forward into her front bottom tooth and it tilted forward a little. Izuku couldn't help it, he started laughing. Uraraka gave him a confused look and started trying to peer into Eri's mouth to see what it was. Hey, sweetie, Izuku said, trying to stop laughing and failing miserably. Hey, you have a loose tooth. Uraraka made a little "oh" sound and covered a smile with her hand. I know. Eri said, looking very worried. It's going to fall out, Izukuni. And then I won't have my teeth anymore. That's not how it works, he said, managing to condense his laughing into a smile. Uraraka smiled encouragingly. Don't worry, and everyone loses all their teeth. She looked horrified. I'm going to lose all of them. And then they'll grow back really strong, Izuku said, smiling encouragingly at her. Yeah, Deku-kun and I lost all our teeth too, Uraraka said. And then they grew back into adult teeth, see? She bared her teeth to show them to Eri, who looked at them curiously. And the adult teeth don't fall out. Or, they shouldn't, Izuku corrected her. Suddenly realizing Eri was here by herself, he started looking around, almost expecting Aizawa to just be staring at him. But he wasn't here. Eri-chan. Why are you all alone? She sat back, wiggling her tooth curiously with her finger. I asked Aizawa-san if I could come over here and ask you about beaches. And then on the way over I felt the tooth move and then I got very scared for a moment. Oh, I see. Deku-kun, Uraraka said, eyes wide. Is Eri-chan suggesting a beach day? I think she is, he said, nodding seriously. Eri-chan, would you like a beach day? Yes. Uraraka and Izuku shared a look and then Izuku grabbed his phone, clicking through it until he got to Nezu's number, a recent addition. Okay, I'm asking Nezu-san if we can go to the beach. Which one? Dagobah. That one's covered in trash. No, it's not anymore. She looked surprised. Since when? Izukuni cleaned it in the summertime, Eri said, peering at Izuku's phone screen while he waited for Nezu to reply. You did? Yeah. By yourself? Sort of. Yeah. Uraraka was quiet for a long time. Then, wow, that's really cool. A text popped up from Nezu. Everything is set up, meet at the gates. Izuku shook his head in disbelief. Sometimes it felt like Nezu had a plan for everything, before a plan was even needed. Okay, we're going to meet at the front gates. Let's get Yorozu-san to make some beach stuff, yeah. Yes. Eri, while I'm talking to Yorozu-san, would you go to my room and grab your and my swimsuit? You know where they are. Eri nodded. Do we need the towel thingies too? Yes please. She ran off, looking excited to have a job to do. I'll be right back, Uraraka said, standing up and holding out a hand to help Izuku up too. He took it, hopping to his feet. Okay, thanks Uraraka-san. Sure. They split up. Izuku found Yorozu in the common room. Hey Yamamoto, could you make some beach stuff for Eri? She nodded, standing up and walking over to him. She pulled up the front of her shirt and little sand buckets and toys started falling out of her stomach. She handed them to Izuku. Do you want an umbrella too? Yes please. A moment later, she pulled one out of her torso, handing it over. There you go. Thank you so much. Eri ran back in, holding their swimsuits and towels. Yorozu looked at their full arms. 1 second. She concentrated HRD on something and then pulled a big bag out of her arm. You can put everything in that. You're a lifesaver, thanks, Izuku said, taking it from her and starting to put sand toys and their swimsuits into it. Not a problem. Uraraka came in and started folding their towels and swimsuits, tucking them into the bag. Thanks Yamamoto, she said, grinning. Why does Uraraka get to come? Kirishima said, crossing his arms in a pout. Izuku looked at her and shrugged. She asked. Class trip to the beach. Kirishima suggested. Everyone in the common room cheered and Izuku, sighing, pulled out his phone again. Nezu, so everyone else found out about the beach thing and they all want to come now. I thought that would happen. Don't worry, everything is still ready. Have everyone who wants to come be at the gates in 10 minutes. How do you do that? Envim, I don't want to know, will be down in 10 thanks. Okay, you can all come. Kirishima did a little fist pump. Yes. And then the common room went crazy. Everyone started running around, getting everything they'd need. I'll pack snacks. Yorozu said, opening the fridge and producing a few more bags out of her leg at the same time. So now everyone is coming? Eri asked, watching the chaos. It would appear so, Uraraka said, shaking her head as Kaminari almost ran straight into a wall in his rush to get ready. 10 minutes later, 21 kids were standing behind the gates of U, holding bags of all the stuff they'd need for a beach day. They got in a bunch of cars, all driven by the teachers. President MIC wasn't even trying to hide his excitement about a class trip to the beach, talking very loudly and enthusiastically to anyone who would listen. At the beach, Izuku helped Eri put on her swimsuit in the bathroom and then sent her outside while he changed into his. When he came outside again, it was to find Ashido trying to explain how to bury people in sand. But why would I want to? Eri asked, confused. Because it's fun, she said. Eri considered that. Then, no, I don't think so. I want to do the sandcastle making thingy. I read about it. She caught sight of Izuku. Remember when I read about that, Izukuni? He nodded. I do. They headed down to the beach, leaving Ashido to change. Want to feel the water, Eri-chan? Asui asked as they came down. She nodded. They ran down to the water together, Izuku hanging back to watch. He was suddenly really glad Asui had come with them. That way if there was any sort of water emergency, they would be totally fine. Eri felt the water with a toe and came running back screaming. It's so cold, she squealed, jumping up at Izuku who caught her at the last second, thanking the universe for quick reflexes. Izukuni, it's so much colder than the swimming pool. That's because it's the ocean. Where the sharks live. Yes. Eri frowned, looking at the ocean. Then she shook herself a little bit and grinned at Izuku. Sandcastle. Sandcastle. They sat down right on the spot and Izuku pulled out some buckets. Wait, I am the Sandcastle Emerson, Kirishima said, walking up to them. I want to help. Okay. Kirishima was, admittedly, really good at making sandcastles. Their first sandcastle was a little ambitious and it collapsed in on itself about 5 minutes in. Eri scowled. They tried again, with a little bit of a simpler design, Kirishima directing onlookers to bring water or more dry sand. Eri went on a hunt for seashells with Uraraka and came back with her hands full. "It's perfect," she said when the sandcastle had finished. "Picture," Ashido said, waving a disposable camera around. "Everyone hold still." The entire class crowded around the sandcastle, grinning. Present MIC came up and took the camera away from Ashido, nudging her toward the group. She joined in, smiling widely, and he took a picture of all of them. Eri looked at Izuku. "This is really fun," she whispered. He grinned. "We just got here. There's so much more fun stuff to do at the beach." The rest of the day passed slowly, but it was the good type of slow, where everyone was savoring every moment they had together and letting the day go lazily by. They played in the water, they buried Ashido in the sand, they made pretty pictures with seashells in the sand. By the time they got back into the car, Eri was exhausted. "I think," she said sleepily, leaning against him, "we should do that again." Izuku hugged her closer. "Okay." She fell asleep with a smile on her face. Izuku was having a bad day. Eri could tell. She could also tell that Todoroki knew Izuku was having a bad day. It had taken Eri a while to learn how to understand what Todoroki was thinking. Some people it was really easy to know with, like Ashido, who had the most obvious facial expressions ever. Some people, like Todoroki, made it really difficult for her to know what they were thinking. She'd figured it out now, though. His expressions changed very little, but his eyes told everything. Today, Izuku was doing the flinching thing and Todoroki's eyes were saying, "I can see you're upset and I don't know what to do about it." Okiko was also watching from the common room, but Okiko was one of the people who was easy for Eri to understand, and her face was saying, "Izuku's upset and I know how to help, but if I do people will realize I really like him." So Eri decided she had to use Todoroki to cheer Izuku up right now, not Okiko, even though Okiko would probably be better at it. "Todoroki-kun," she said loudly. Izuku looked up, a tired, dazed look in his eye. "Todoroki-kun, what's your favorite thing about Izukuni?" Izuku blinked, suddenly looking a lot more awake. What Todoroki seemed to have caught on. "He's always ready to help me with whatever I need help with," he said. "What about you?" "So many things," Eri said, wiggling around in her seat. "He calms me down when I'm stressed out. He's really good at fighting and he's nice to practice with. He draws really cool pictures. He taught us how to ride bikes. He doesn't pretend to be happy when he's sad. He gives the best hugs. He's very funny." Izuku turned and buried his very red face into the couch cushion. "Stop," he groaned. Eri hugged his arm. "Love you, Zukuni. Cheer up. Why are you so cute?" He ummed into the pillow, sounding very pained. "What other childhood experiences are we missing out on, I wonder?" Todoroki said thoughtfully. Izuku's head popped up, that light in his eye that meant he had an idea. "Have you ever been on a roller coaster?" "What's that?" Eri asked when Todoroki's eyes went huge. Izuku's phone was out in an instant. "I'm texting Nezu." Those were starting to be Eri's favorite words. Amusement parks were definitely a different thing. They were full of these big tall wiry structures and a lot of different smells. And there were so many people. Eri liked big crowds of people. It was easy to get lost in them, and no one would be able to find her if they were looking. She always had an escape in big crowds, with so many people around. Still, she didn't want to lose Izuku, so she pulled on his sleeve and asked if he would carry her. He smiled his big smile and picked her up, lifting her onto his back. Todoroki looked a little uncomfortable around all the people, and unsure of what they were going to be doing in the park. Izuku just gave him a smile too and started in, glancing back to make sure Todoroki was following. As they walked through big crowds of people, Todoroki stuck close to Izuku and Eri looked happily around. There were so many colors. Bright reds and yellows and blues all stacked up right next to each other, with all kinds of people walking in the middle. There was a man stuck in an invisible box. Eri pointed. "Izukuni, does he need help?" "That's a mime, Eri-chan. He's just pretending to be stuck." The mime found the invisible door to the invisible box and stepped out, looking faintly surprised. "He's faking it?" Eri asked, looking thoughtfully at him. "Yes. It looks so real though. He must be very talented, Todoroki said gravely. I don't think I could do that. I think I could, 𝐂𝐲 said. But maybe not as well as he can. She pointed at some clouds of pink on sticks. A person was handing them out and a smaller person to her right was putting some of the cloud in his mouth. What are those? That would be cotton candy. It's food. Does it taste like candy apples? They both had the word candy in them, so she figured they must be kind of the same thing. The textures are different. They look like clouds, Todoroki said thoughtfully. Eri nodded in agreement. Can we try some? She asked, tightening her arms around Izuku's shoulders and then releasing them so he knew she was talking to him. He thought about it for just a minute and then smiled. Of course, Eri-chan. Let's go over here. He started weaving through people, Todoroki so close Eri could have touched him if she moved her arm even just a little. She thought maybe he was stressed out for some reason, but she couldn't think of why he would be. So she just quietly let him hang as closely as he wanted to her and Izuku. Maybe he was just worried about losing them. Izuku got 2 cotton candy things and gave one to Eri and one to Todoroki-kun. So, you can either bite right into it or pull it off in tufts like this. He reached out and pulled a piece of pink cloud off the puff, sticking it into his mouth. He said, smirking with closed lips. Eri grinned and pulled off another tuft, putting it in her mouth. It was so much better than candy apples. Izukuni, she said, eyes wide. Izukuni, she couldn't get past that, so she just pulled another tuft off and started shoving as much of the pink cloud in her mouth as she could. Todoroki curiously pulled a piece off of his cloud and stuck it hesitantly into his mouth. His eyes widened. It's so sweet. It's like a cloud, 𝐿 agreed, mouth full. And now my fingers are sticky. She held them out and showed them to Izuku. We can wash them off in the bathroom when you're done. She nodded, abandoning use of her fingers and just ripping pieces of cotton off with her teeth. It's like candy, Izukuni. It's like if you took candy apples and only ate the candy part and made it all fluffy, that's what this is. It's the most amazingest thing I've ever tasted. She turned her head to look at Todoroki. Right. He smiled tensely at her. Why were his smiles always so tight and small? Right. Eri finished her cotton candy and Izuku took her into the bathroom to wash her hands. When they came back out, he held out the cone the cotton candy had been on before she ate it all. What's this? He asked, almost triumphantly. Todoroki peered curiously at it. A paper cone. Eri suggested. Right. Or, he flipped it over and pressed it to his forehead, right where Eri's horn would be. A horn for me. Eri's eyes widened. We match. Todoroki was already holding his cotton candy cone over his forehead and Eri clapped her hands together, smiling. We all have horns like me now. They started off again, Todoroki and Izuku eventually giving their horns to Eri to hold because it was too hard for them to hold them to their foreheads all the time. Eri pointed at one of the twisty spindly structures. Is that a roller coaster, Izukuni? He glanced up and nodded. Yep. Can we go on one? We have to find one that's safe for someone your size, but yes, we can. Eri nodded. It didn't take long for Izuku to find one that was her size but still looked fun. She said she didn't want to go on the slow train one and so Izuku found her a faster spinning one. They waited in line for what felt like forever and then they got on the ride, Izuku helping Eri seatbelt herself into the seat between him and Todoroki. It took another few minutes of waiting, which was very boring, and then finally the ride started into motion. Todoroki's eyes were wide as they started through the ride. He looked just as surprised and engaged as Eri was. And then suddenly there was a very loud screeching noise from one of the wheels. Eri clapped her hands over her ears, scowling a little bit. Izuku closed his eyes and started pulling himself out of a dark moment, something Eri knew he was very good at, so she didn't think she had to worry too much. She turned to look at Todoroki, to make sure he was okay too. He wasn't okay. Todoroki had completely stiffened. They were still on the ride, going up and down hills, twisting around in the dark, and Todoroki wasn't breathing and he was very stiff. Eri knew what that meant. Izuku said it was really sad that she knew, but she didn't think it mattered. She knew why Todoroki's thin mouth was pursed into an invisible line, And she knew he wasn't as good at getting himself to be happy again as Izuku was, so she reached out and grabbed his hand. He looked down at her in shock and she beamed up at him, holding his eyes until the ride came out into the open air again and the seats released. Eri bounded off the ride, pretending nothing had even happened. "That was really fun, Izuku," she said, trying to keep her brother's knowing eyes away from Todoroki. "But let's do something else now." Izuku nodded and looked at Todoroki again, and Eri could see that he knew something was off. And since she seemed to be the best out of everyone at cheering people up, she thought long and hard as they walked away from the ride. She finally got an idea. "Look, Todoroki-kun," she said seriously, holding both paper cones to her head. "I'm a triple unicorn." He gave her a soft smile, and she knew she'd succeeded at cheering him up. The rest of the day passed in a blur of colors and people and smells and noises, and as they went home, Eri knew that she'd had another good day outside of Yue. She felt so lucky to get to see things like that and go places with her big brother and his friends. As they pulled into Yue again, she heard Todoroki murmur to Izuku, "Thank you for helping me learn to be a kid again." Eri smiled. They were all learning, together. That was how it should be. "I love you, Izuku." The words came softly one day when they were in his room. They were sitting together at his desk, Izuku doing his homework with his left hand so Eri had room to color on his right. No words came before it, just a long thoughtful silence, and then Eri's quiet voice filled a space in his heart he didn't know he had. He looked at her, almost surprised, putting down his pencil. "What?" She lifted her big red eyes to smile a little at him. "I said I love you, Izuku. You're my best brother ever." He tried and failed to blink away tears and they started streaming out. Turning his head away, he tried to wipe them off on his shirt. "I love your tears," she said, resuming her coloring. "I love your arms, I love your face, I love your laugh and your smile. You're my family, yes." He nodded, not trusting himself to speak right now. It would probably come out all garbled if he tried. "And I love you," she said. "I love you too, Eri-chan," he murmured, voice choked up, as expected. "Okay." She stuck out her tongue a little while she colored, very focused. After managing to calm himself down again, Izuku continued his homework. "Why do you like the tall skeleton man?" Eri asked abruptly, looking at all Izuku's posters. Izuku blinked in surprise at the question, before glancing around his room at all the All Might merch, considering the question. "I like him because he's a good hero. He saves people with a smile and keeps fighting no matter how tired he is. He's really dedicated to being a hero and he genuinely cares about other people." Izuku lifted a shoulder in a half shrug. "He gives me hope." Eri wrinkled up her nose. "He's not a very good hero, I think," she said. Izuku stared at her in shock. A few months ago, she never would have been able to say that so bluntly. And now she could say it without even batting an eye. And while he doubted she would ever say something like that to someone she didn't know, it was an incredible sign of her progress that she felt comfortable speaking about her feelings to him, especially since they were in disagreement, apparently. "Really? Why do you think that?" he asked. His hiding behind his smiles, Eri answered thoughtfully, climbing up onto Izuku's bed and sitting with her legs dangling off. "When you smile, it's because you're happy. When he smiles, it's because he's scared and doesn't want people to see it. I like that you're not afraid to show people how you're feeling. There is a word." "What is it?" She frowned deeply, lips curving downward. "Not lying. It's honest. Here. I guess I'd never thought about it like that before. If he's always pretending to be okay, then how will people know when he needs help?" Eri pointed out. Izuku considered that for a moment. It was a good point, except, heroes aren't really supposed to need help. "That doesn't make sense," Eri said decisively. Raising his eyebrows, Izuku said, "Why?" "Because heroes need saving too," she argued, eyebrows furrowing. "Everyone needs saving sometimes. And how are people supposed to know when to save their heroes, if their heroes are hiding their hurts all the time? And if heroes don't show that they are upset, how are the people they are saving supposed to know that they care?" She kicked at the floor, biting her lip. "When you tried to save me with your safe arms, I knew you were worried and wanted to protect me because you were doing the outward angry thing. The thing where you're angry around me but not at me. But lemillion was the not really happy but trying thing, so I didn't think he really thought anything was wrong. You feel safer than lemillion because I can tell you care a lot because you're not smiling all the time. People who care don't just smile all the time. Izuku stared at her, eyes wide. Oh, Eri, he could see tears coming to her eyes and he reached forward, crouching down and pulling her into a hug. I didn't ever think about it like that, he said, trying to keep himself from holding her so tightly he suffocated her. Sometimes he just wanted to wrap his arms around her and never let her go. And lemillion said everything was fine and it wasn't, she said, chin wobbling. I wasn't fine and he tried to make you both go away and I was so scared. It's okay, it's okay. Was it okay? He honestly didn't know. You're not there anymore, eh? It's okay. Well then why do I keep thinking about it, she asked, tears slipping out of her eyes. I keep having nightmares and blah 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 only makes them go away after they've come. Why can't I make them go away before they make me scared? Izuku considered for a moment and then started out of his room, holding her close to him. It was about time for her to go home anyway, so he could walk her over to do this. There is one thing we can do. It's called a bedtime story. Eri rubbed her eyes, getting the rest of the tears out. What's that? Well, it works like, I'll tell you a story before you go to sleep. And then while you're falling asleep, you think about the story and then it helps you fall asleep and usually will keep the nightmares away. She considered that, tipping her head from side to side while she thought about it. He grabbed her shoes at the entrance hall and pulled on his own before walking out. Would you show me? She asked. He nodded. Sure, but we have to get to your room first. He walked her home. She was quiet, just leaning into him and laying on his chest. When they got to her room, he set her down on the bed, searching for her pajamas. Okay, put those on and then get comfy, okay? I'm going to tell Aizawa-sensei you're here now. She nodded and he left the room to find Aizawa. When he answered the door, relatively grumpily, Izuku explained what was happening and then went back to Eri's room. She was on her bed, wearing her pajamas, when he walked in. She smiled at him and wiggled around until she was under her covers. He sat on the bed next to her but she reached out and pulled on his shoulder until he was lying down. They lay face to face in Ei's bed, Eri under the covers and Izuku over them. Eri giggled. This is kind of funny. I don't look at your face this close very often, Izuku. She pulled a hand out from under the cover and ran a finger over his cheek tracing his freckles. Your sun scars, she whispered. Ready for the story? He asked, scrambling for something to talk about. He hadn't thought this far ahead. But surely he could think of something to talk about. She nodded, red eyes still staring transfixed on her fingers on his face. Once upon a time, start with what you know. Once upon a time there was a tiny unicorn. She was a very appealing unicorn, with silver hair and big red eyes. And she loved apples. And this unicorn was a hero unicorn who loved to save people. She had an amazing healing power. She would heal anyone she came across who was hurt. A hero unicorn. Yep. A tiny hero unicorn with an amazing healing power. Yep. Is it me? Are you a unicorn? No. Well, then. She giggled. Keep going. One day, the unicorn met a very, very strong rabbit. Named Deku. With green fur. That's exactly what I was going to say. Eri laughed again, turning so her face went into the pillow. Okay. And the rabbit came up to the unicorn and said, Healing unicorn. I'm hurt. But when the unicorn looked for his injury, she couldn't find one. She didn't understand. But the rabbit said, It's not something you can see, it's in here. Izuku pointed at his chest and Eri reached out a hand and grabbed his finger, looking worried. The unicorn didn't understand. But she said, I am a hero unicorn, a healing hero, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to save you. Like Eri saves Izuku, Eri mumbled. Right. They went on a long adventure, all over the forest. They looked all over for a way to save the little green rabbit. And when they had looked everywhere, they came back to where they had started. The unicorn had learned something. It took so much time. It did. Sometimes, the unicorn said, the biggest hurts aren't ones you can see. And we can't fix those with our powers. We have to fix those with our hearts. So she said, little green rabbit, I'm going to give you all my love, and we're going to heal your heart together. And then the unicorn gave the little green rabbit all the love she had in her heart. She gave him love and love and love until he didn't think there was anything left to give, and then she gave him even more. And did it work? Eri asked, eyes wide and worried. Izuku smiled. She was growing up so fast. It was hard to believe this was the little girl who only a few months ago had been afraid to ask for taiyaki. She was becoming the little girl she always should have been, someone who knew how to cry and laugh and could smile on command and knew what she loved. She tugged on his shirt a little. Izuku-ni, did it work? He pressed his forehead to hers, smiling. What do you think? Hello again. Thank you so much, again, for making it all the way through. I really hope you all liked it. It was so much fun to write, I loved every second of it. Here are the ideas I was given but I didn't write, for one reason or another. If someone else wants to write these, feel free. Link it in the comments and I'll read it and love it. These are literally my notes, by the way, so they're really vague and messy. My own many ideas. Eri spends a day with Monoma and Deku is an anxious overprotective dad. Eri has a doctor's appointment. A gets a cold shower, gets a world's best dad mug. Emi Cygnus. Eri needs to spend time with people her age and Izuku has to figure that out. Eri and Nezu. Nezu helps Eri learn stuff with board games and puzzles and stuff. Eri talks to Todoroki and doesn't quite get that the conspiracy theories are just theories. Eri tries to cook something for Deku and needs Kirishima's and Bakugu's help. Purple Shadow 11. Eri becomes a huge All Might fan because of Deku and tries to get other people to see how cool All Might is too. Jesicana Shinsu brings Eri to Class 1C. Mystical leaves. Eri goes to a cat cafe. Something 1987 tickle fight with Eri and Bakugu. Deku gives suggestions to Eri on where Bakugu is ticklish. Susura. Eri plays on swings or a playground. The Phantom Scientist. It's Deku's birthday and Eri doesn't know what to get him, so she thinks very hard about it. Uzaya. Eri is an unintentional wingwoman for Izuocha. Alexa. Eri and Kota talking about what they love about Deku. General things a lot of people wanted. Zoo. If you have another idea that isn't listed here, please put it in the comments. I really love reading them all, even if I don't write them all. Thanks again for all the support. Please no hate on any of the ideas in the comments. I think they're all great. Bye. Love Sabertooth Hauser Cat.